first, let's look how frustrating it can be to try and change your thread color.
Good morning, everyone. Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. And thank y'all for joining in. We hope that you're going to be here for the whole day. We have got a great show lined up for you today. We have Baby Lock in the house, and we also have Grace. So we're going to have the first half of the day. We're going to be talking all about Baby Lock. We've got some great machines, and man, we have a great lineup here too. So I hope you're gonna enjoy this, because man, I tell you what, I'm excited about it today. We've got such great machines, such great educators. And so we've got Mike Johns from Baby Lock. We have Richard Tharp from Baby Lock, and we also have Melinda Stephenson. All of them are national educators for Baby Lock. They're going to be on the show today, and we're going to be showing a ton of Baby Lock machines all the way till for 4 hours. We're going to be showing them. So we got a lot to cover today, and we hope that you're going to enjoy it. And then, then the last 4 hours of the day, it's going to be all Grace. We have Nathan Erznoznik from Grace and his team, and we're going to show you a lot of cool stuff as well. But yesterday, man, what a great show yesterday. We had Brother and Handy Quilter, and man, we had some great machines, some great educators, and it was a fun show. And so we hope you enjoyed it. But hey, before we get started this morning, I've got to, acknowledge some of our customers out there and say a big hello to them. And I know watching today, we have, I'm just gonna read some names off. Kathleen Hyman, she's up in New York. So hey, good morning, Kathleen. Jessica Blevins, good morning, Jessica. We have Tanya Martin out in Oklahoma. Deanna Burris, that's one of our faithful watchers right there, Deanna. Deanna's watching from Asheville, North Carolina. So good morning, Deanna. We have Nancy Gonzalez down in Puerto Rico. I recognize that name. We have Shirley Berlin in Lockport, Illinois. So Shirley, I know you were kind of up in that tornado alley where, I know Southern Illinois got hit. So hopefully you were safe and didn't get any damage. We have Tony Lutz up in Pennsylvania, and Cindy King is watching today. So hello, Cindy. And hey, we have another Cindy, Cindy Ball. Cindy Ball, I know that name. She's up in Michigan, right?
I think so.
That's a Wolfpack member. I think she's one of Angela Wolf's Wolfpack. So hey, Cindy, thanks for joining the show today. Jennifer Hoffman from Missouri. Kathy Cunningham, she's up in Iowa. So Kathy, welcome to the show. And Alice, I can't read my writing. Or your writing. Alice in Conroe, Texas. I can't see the last name. So welcome to the show, guys. Hey, and if you're new to the show and new to our channel, tell us, hey, say I'm new. This is my first time ever watching, and let us know where you're from. And I'm sure our community out there is going to let you, give you a big welcome. But we sure do appreciate all the new people coming out and joining the show. And we do this every quarter. So once a quarter, we have a big show like this. It's usually about a week long. And then every Thursday, we have a show that we start broadcasting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And usually it goes for about an hour. It could go for 2 hours. It just depends on what we're talking about and the guests we have on. But we invite you to come and join our show every Thursday. We have a lot of fun. We do a lot of giveaways, and so we usually are giving away sewing machines and all kinds of things. So you just never know what we're going to do. So we hope you will join in. And speaking of giveaways, guys, I got to tell you about our 10 for 10 promotion. So we, about a month ago, we were just shy of hitting 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. So what we decided to do is let's have a promotion. And when we hit 10,000, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine away. And so we decided to do that. And we hit our 10,000 mark. And so we said, when we're going to give this away, we're going to give it away on the Friday of our Countdown to Christmas show. So that's what we're going to do. But what we decided to do is have a little more fun with it. And every day we're going to pick a finalist. So you pick a finalist that it's going to get the win on Friday. So basically, when Friday gets here, we'll pick our 5th finalist on Friday, and we'll draw live on the show out of 5 names. We'll draw one out of the hat, and that's going to be our winner. And you saw what we were giving away. We're giving that Brother Altair XJ1 sewing and embroidery machine. Guys, look at this. This is a $10,000 sewing and embroidery machine. It's one of the big boys. It's a top of the line. You're going to get all that luggage with it, the carrying case for the embroidery unit, the rolling tote for the machine, and you're getting that blue SewingMachines Plus, our world famous sewing mat to go with it, to set that on. And so what a great machine. And so we're so happy about that. And I got to say a big shout out to Brother. Brother is actually helping us out with this too. They kind of helped me on the cost of it so we could afford to give something like that away. So we sure do appreciate Brother's help on that. And but here's the thing. Yesterday we actually drew a finalist out, the name out, and it was Belinda Bryan, right? Yeah. Belinda Bryan was actually our finalist from yesterday's show, and her name is already in the hat. So on Friday, she's gonna get a chance to win that machine. But don't be discouraged, because guess what? It all starts over again today. So if you were watching yesterday, you have the same chances you had before today. And the special word, so yesterday our word was Santa Blaine, all capital letters. Today, the word is countdown, all capital letters. So sometime during the day, just put in the chat countdown. And if you are a subscriber to YouTube, that's going to get you entered. So make sure, if y'all haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, go subscribe and then put countdown in the chat, and it'll also their program, it captures those algorithms and basically pulls you into the pool to get chosen. So today, this afternoon, Andrea is going to run her little computer program. It's going to spit out a winner, and that'll be our second finalist for the drawing on Friday. So that's how it works, and it's going to be pretty cool. So everybody has a chance each day to try to get in, and so we hope that y'all participate. But there's the key word. Roger's got it on the screen right there. It says countdown. So Roger, how in the world are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
So Roger's in the house. He's running the control booth. We also have Andrea's in the house. Andrea's here, and she's out doing all the fancy computer work. And then we have a whole team, in our corporate office over there. We have, Deb and Candace and all her team are doing the live chat on Facebook and YouTube. And then we have Nick's team. It's in the call center, manning the phones this morning. Laura Cook and her team are all on the customer service lines. And then we have, Bonnie and her chat team are on the live chat on the website. So this morning, you're going to hear me say, "Oh, I can't tell you the price. It's only a call-in special." Well, there's a reason for that. So I know it's frustrating, guys. Trust me. I wish I could tell you what I could sell this for, but what happens, the manufacturers out there, they put kind of restrictions on the dealers and say, you can only advertise this product at this price. And that's called a minimum advertised price. They call it MAP pricing. And so when they have a product that has MAP pricing on it, I can't advertise it or tell you anything cheaper than what it shows. So when that's the case, you have to call in. I'm saying it's a call-in special, or if you're on the website, you can go to the chat and ask them, and they can tell you what the deal is for today. And we've got specials on everything that's going to be on the show. We got specials on, and all the stuff that was on the show yesterday, we're going to have specials on it all this week. So you have this whole week to be able to buy all this stuff. And each day we're going to have different things on the show, and we're going to have call-in specials on almost every bit of it. So that means we're putting a special package together, or we're just having a special price. And but you have to call to get that special price. We have free shipping nationwide. Almost every product you're going to, well, I think every product on the show today, all this week, I think. There may be a couple exceptions, but almost every product we're going to show on this show is going to be free shipping nationwide. And we have that special Synchrony financing that we've worked with Synchrony to give us some great deals on, and so we can offer you 60 months, no interest on a lot of products. So make it easy for you to buy and have a great Christmas out there. So anyway, and I know I don't have my hat on, guys. I told you I'm Friday. I promise you, I am going to wear my red tuxedo jacket and my red Santa hat, and I'm going to be decked out for Christmas on Friday, because I'm giving a $10,000 sewing machine away. But guess what, guys? I'm also giving a sewing machine away today. So we're going to give a winner a sewing machine today, and we're going to give some sewing mats away. We're going to give some event bags away. So we got some giveaways today. So don't think that we're not giving anything away today. So, but you have to stay tuned. You never know when I'm going to do it. So, but anyway, we've got a fantastic show for you. And again, we sure do appreciate everybody, tuning in. And again, I want to say, our thoughts and prayers are all the people of the tornado victims up in Kentucky and Illinois and Missouri and Arkansas. I know that there was a lot of devastation through there, especially around Paducah, Kentucky. They got hit extremely hard. So anyway, one of our presenters today is actually from Northern Illinois. So Richard he's in Illinois. He was about 300 miles from all the problems, but he had family down there and they were all okay. So that was good to know. So, but guys, I'm super excited to start today. I hope that you are. And we got Mike Johns coming up first today. And Mike Johns, I've known him for a few years, and he is one of the best presenters you're probably going to ever meet. This guy is unbelievable when it comes to multi-needle embroidery machines, just sewing and embroidery. He knows quilting. He is a Baby Lock ambassador as well. And so that's, that kind of makes him a little special. When you're an ambassador, that means that he's got some clout to him, and he is super fun to work with. And we got him out here a few years ago. He came out to Southern California and did some live shows in our classrooms, and our customers just loved him. So, but anyway, I'm really pleased to have Mike on the show this morning. So Mike, welcome to day 2 of Countdown to Christmas.
Thank you for having me. And thanks for an amazing introduction. I don't know that I'm all that special. I'm just somebody that does a lot of games. I like to play with my toys, right?
Well, hey, you know what? We think you're special, Mike. And I know that Baby Lock, I know they know you're special, or that you wouldn't be an ambassador for them, because they only pick the best educators, the best ambassadors.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I just, it's a great brand. I love all the machines that we have. And Blaine, you know that I have a collection. I have an insane collection of machines. Yeah. So it's, when you have to go rent a commercial space to put your studio in it, that's a pretty bad habit, right?
Yeah. Well, it's, I can understand it, because, my hobby is flying the radio control airplanes. Yep. And my wife is like, well, how many can you fly at one time? And I'm like, well, that's not the point.
But, I can have my machines all running at one time. So that's a little different.
That's true. But yeah, I can only take one airplane out at a time. But I tend to, have a pretty good collection of those too. But hey, yeah. This morning we're super pumped. And I know that we're ready to get started. So I'm going to let you get started. And we're going to start talking all about the Alliance. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So if I kind of step to the side here, you'll see the Alliance kind of set up behind me and one of the cameras ready to go. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the Alliance is kind of that mystery machine that just kind of hangs out there and nobody really talks about it. And I love that Blaine and everybody at Sewing Machine Plus is really taken up to kind of getting on the bandwagon about the Alliance, because I think the Alliance is a underappreciated machine, because it is an amazing machine. So as you can kind of see, if I kind of go to my other camera here, it is a free arm machine. So what do I mean by free arm? It means that I actually don't have a flat bed here on the machine itself. I actually have my bobbin case kind of hanging out here on the end in this little unit. And this unit's 2 inches by 2 inches. So not very large at all, but my bobbin actually loads from the front. So I'm going to move the camera just a little bit. So if you get a little seasick, hold on there. But this is actually a front loading bobbin. One of the big things about a front loading bobbin is the fact that it actually lets me go in and change my bobbin without ever having to move any of my actual embroidery work. So if I've got something loaded on my machine here, whether it's a flat item or an item that's in the round, I can still stick my hand underneath here, pull my bobbin out, change it, put it right back in, and I don't have to worry about having to realign that hoop back into my system. Now, this uses an L-class bobbin, which is a little bit different than what our flatbed machines are. So it's a little bit of a bigger but flatter bobbin. You can get a lot of stitching done on one bobbin. I love to use pre-wounds on this machine. I use pre-wounds on most of my multi-needles. But one of the things that makes this particular free arm machine a little bit unique from our other multi-needle machines is that this actually has a bobbin winder on it. So I'm going to switch the camera again so that I can move the camera without you getting seasick. So if I kind of move my camera over here to the side and then switch you back, you're going to see that right up here, I actually have an onboard bobbin winder. So if I wanted to do something like freestanding lace to where I'm going to match my upper thread with my lower thread, or maybe I'm working on something that's going to be seen from both sides, like maybe I'm doing kitchen towels, maybe I'm doing something to where I'm going to hang it to where it's going to be seen from both directions, and I want to match my upper thread and lower thread, I can do that by winding my spools right here. So this will fit my L-class bobbins. And what's really nice about this is that this is going to auto tension your bobbins. So if you've ever purchased kind of inexpensive, or shall we say not the greatest pre-wound bobbins, one of the things you may notice is that we may have to go in and adjust our tension in our actual bobbin case. If we wind up here, we're not going to have to. So this is a great feature whenever we look at a free arm machine, because in the Baby Lock lineup, this is the only free arm machine that we have that has a onboard bobbin winder. Our other 6 needle and 10 needle machines, we actually sell standalone bobbin winders that you can get. And you can actually use that for this as well if you didn't want to wind up here. But this motor for your bobbin winder is actually independent of the motor of the machine, which is a nice plus as well. The other thing you may notice is that this only has 1 needle. So I'm going to lower my camera here. Actually, I'm going to move my camera. So let me make you not seasick. All right. Ooh. And there you'll see that this is a single needle machine. So here is my only needle that's on this machine. So even though it is a free arm, I'm not really having to be intimidated by a whole housing full of needles here at the top. So if you've looked at a 6 needle or a 10 needle, one of the things that people tend to think right off the bat is that it's going to be hard to operate because it has a lot of needles. That's really not true. The multi-needle machines are actually a lot easier to learn than the flatbed machines, because all of these are embroidery only machines, with one exception, and we'll talk about that here in just a second. But this is going to thread. All you have to do is follow the directions. These are all labeled, so you can kind of see right here, this is number 6, this is number 4, number 5 is up here a little bit out of camera. And then what's really nice is this actually has an automatic needle threader. So if you notice, I actually just pulled my thread out of my needle. I'm going to take and kick out my needle threader. It launches down into place. I literally just slide my thread from right to left. I'm going to pull it up. This is actually my thread cutter. So I'm going to cut my thread. You'll see everything's kind of just hanging out here. I'm going to come back over to my LCD screen, hit my needle threader, and just like that, my actual machine is threaded, and I did not have to actually thread that needle by hand. Now, up here on the top, you'll notice that there are 4 spools. I don't want anybody to be confused and think that that means that there are 4 needles, because those are actually just staging areas. So if we look, when we're up here, we're going to take and have everything kind of staged on the top here. And then as we get ready to change our thread, the only thing we're going to do is we're going to do a tie off and pull through. So I've got another spool of thread here on the side. I'm going to take, and all I have to do is go from the back to the front. I'm going to take my thread that's currently threaded, and up here on the top, you've got thread cutters. So you don't even have to have scissors nearby, which is really awesome. I'm going to cut my thread. I'm going to take and tie my 2 threads together. And because I'm not pulling this through the eye of the needle, I actually don't have to do any kind of specialty knot. So you can literally do any kind of knot you're comfortable with as long as it holds together. And then I'm just going to come down here to my needle, grab my thread, pull through until I see my new thread, come down here on the bottom. Again, my needle threader is over here on the side, click it in place, cut my thread, and just like that, I've changed the thread on my machine. So this is a little bit different than when we're looking at our multi-needle machines where we have 10 needles across, because each one of these needles we're going to have to tie at the top and pull through. But you saw how quick it was. It was really fast, really, really easy to do, and no problems whatsoever. Now, this machine actually has a embroiderable field of 8 inches square. So 8 inches by 8 inches, or 200 millimeters by 200 millimeters to be specific. So it's actually going to average out to about 7 7/8 inches square. One thing to know about almost all embroidery machines is that all of your hoops are made in metric. So when we convert them over to inches, we're going to have to round up or down a little bit just to make them whole. So when we say 8 by 8, really we're talking 200 millimeters by 200 millimeters, and that's going to make that it 7 7/8 square. Now there's several hoops that come with this machine, and then there's a few hoops that we can add to it. So if we're going to look at the hoops that come with the machine, if our largest field is 7 7/8 inches, we're going to give you a 7 7/8 inches, right? So this is your 8 by 8 hoop. This is going to fit onto the machine, give you a large embroiderable field here. By the way, when we're talking baby lock, and this will be true of any baby lock frames that we talk, when we tell you the measurement of a hoop, we're actually telling you the embroiderable field, okay? So for instance, this one is a 100 by 100 or 4 by 4. That's not the actual measurement of the outside of the hoop, it's the actual sewing area of the hoop. So all baby lock hoops are actually given to you in embroiderable field, not in the actual measurements of the hoops themselves. So keep that in mind. But you do get that 8 by 8. You also get the 4 by 4. And then you're going to get this little set of what I like to call my mini hoops. So these are quite awesome. These little hoops, you get 4 of them, and you can see they're in different sizes and different shapes. And all of them are about a 1.5 to 2 inch square or oval. And these are excellent for those little bitty teeny projects that we have trouble getting onto our regular machines. So these are excellent for things like mittens and gloves. These are wonderful for like those little frilly socks for little girls. These are even great for doing monograms if we're doing the smaller monograms on clothing. So think about this. If I have a really small monogram that I want to put on the left or right chest breast pocket, and I can get my littlest hoop down in that pocket, as long as that pocket will move freely over my arm and that hoop, I can use this hoop to actually do it without opening any seams whatsoever. So that's one of the joys of a free arm machine, is that a lot of the things that are in the round, meaning that they're actually constructed in a tubular format, those are going to be able to go onto our machines without us having to open seams, without us having to squish the fabric around, things like that. So think about all of the possibilities that that gives you. Things like babies' onesies, polos, t-shirts, backpacks. Down here in the South, I live in South Georgia, and we kind of laugh and say, if you stand still long enough, we'll slap a monogram on you somewhere. So things like even boots and things like that, I can do on this machine. Now, this is considered to be a semi-commercial machine, so the motors in this is actually really strong. So you can sew through things like garment leather, things like that. You can even sew through balsam wood, which is a thin wood itself. So lots of opportunity, lots of possibilities to stitch with this. And the maintenance on this is incredibly simple, because the only thing you're going to do on this machine is when you start it up in the morning, you're going to put 1 drop of oil down in the bobbin race, and that's it. And we actually have videos on the machine that will actually walk you through that process to show you how to do that. And if you continue to do that every time you use it, your machine's going to be up to par. Now, there is one little small oil maintenance that you can do on the needle felt pad to keep the needle oiled a little bit. That's explained in your instruction manual, and also there's a little video to show you how to do it on the machine as well. But that's only done about every 50 to 60 hours of actual stitch use, so not as frequent. For most people, you're only going to do that about once every other month or so. If you're a heavier user, you may do it every few weeks or so, just depending on how much you're stitching out. This machine has a really small footprint, so hopefully you guys can see that. This is sitting on top of one of our premium multi-needle stands. So this is a height adjustable stand, meaning that these black arms are on the side, they're a little bit out of the camera. These actually can be raised or lowered. So if I'm 6'4", so you can see this is actually a little low for me. But if I was going to be doing this with someone who is significantly shorter, I can lower this down quite a bit. What I really like about the stand too, though, if I switch over to my other camera, you can kind of see this, is I use my stand to actually hold my thread box. So while I'm working, I'm not actually having to go look for my threads. So if you've got some kind of thread storage system, this is excellent for storage for that. So when you're looking at your machines, also keep in mind what those machines are going to be sitting on top of, and think about the different storage units that you have that can be helpful to you in your space altogether. Now, I mentioned that there are extra hoops that you can get that go along with this. So these are optional accessories. One of the set of accessories that you can get is we can actually get circular hoops. So a lot of people may have seen industrial free arm machines, and you'll know that a lot of people who own industrial machines use circular hoops a lot. We can do caps with these. We can do shirts with these. We can do pretty much anything with these. So this is available. This is a 4-inch, a 5-inch, and a 6-inch circular frame. These fit on your machine just like our regular hoops do. The only difference is that the hoop, that the 4x4 and the 8x8 are going to fit on what we call the A-arm. So one difference between a flatbed machine and a multi-needle or a free arm machine is that when we look at a flatbed machine, our hoops slide directly into the embroidery unit itself and then latch in. When we're looking at a free arm machine, we actually have what's called a hoop adapter or a frame adapter that fits onto the embroidery carriage, and that's how it connects in. So if I kind of move my camera here just a little bit so you guys can see this, you'll notice that right here, this is that actual frame adapter. So there's 2 little thumb screws that are back here. You're going to take those thumb screws out, and this frame adapter will lift out. So this is actually one of 2 frame adapters that you get with this machine. This is the A-arm. And with Baby Lock, we label everything. So our A-arm, the small letter A here, is telling me that that goes with the Alliance. So the Alliance frames are all small letters. And this is white. If I go down to my B-arm, which I don't have sitting here with me. Oh, yeah, I do. This is actually the B-arm for the 10 needle, but it'll give you the same idea. So if you look, this is the B-arm. If it was the Alliance, it would be a blue sticker with a lowercase b. But notice that my B-arm is a different color. So how do you know which one of the arms you're going to use? If the frame came with the machine, so in this case, whoops, in this case, the 4x4 or the 8x8, it's going to fit on this particular arm. If I am going to use a after purchase frame, such as the circular hoops, those are going to fit on the B arm. Okay, so the 2 that come with my machine are going to fit on the A, and then the circular hoops, which I can buy separate, would fit on the B. The circular hoops are not the only hoops that fit on this. You can also use what's called the border hoop, which is a clamp frame that has an embroiderable field of 4 inches by 8 inches. That one's really awesome if you're using it because it will actually go in and let you go in and clamp along as you're using the frame itself. And then you don't have to actually rehoop. It's just a clamp that springs down and springs loads. The other hoops that we can use with this is we can actually use our cap frames. Okay, so this is actually one of our cap frame sets. This is what's called the flat brim cap frame. So if you look, this is a really small attachment. This is what actually attaches to the machine itself. So this does not use an adapter arm. It just attaches directly to the embroidery unit. This is actually my mounting jig. And if you look kind of back to the side here, this is in the way. If you kind of look right back here, there's a metal piece that's kind of sitting on my stand right here. That jig would fit onto that. And that's how I'm actually going to get my caps onto the frame itself. There are 2 different cap frames that you can use for the Alliance. You can use the flat brim cap frame, which is the one that I'm holding up here. But you can also use what's called the standard cap frame. Those are going to have embroiderable fields of just under 2.5 inches by 8 inches. So it's going to go from the full side-to-side embroiderable field of the machine itself, but it's only about 2.5 inches. A lot of people look at that and think, well, that's not really going to stitch the entire front of the cap. In all actuality, most caps in the area that you would actually want to stitch are going to measure somewhere between 2.5 and 3 inches. So a 2.5 inch field is actually pretty sufficient for what you can do with caps. You can also use aftermarket frames on this machine. So things like Durkee hoops or dime hoops, things like that, they're going to be available for this. So if you need a different size hoop than what you're already seeing available from Baby Lock, maybe you want magnetic hoops, maybe you want to do that Durkee cap frame, they will all work on this as well. You're just going to make sure that whenever you purchase those frames or those hoops for that machine, that you want to actually make sure you're telling your retailer that you're buying it for the Alliance, because the Alliance actually has a little bit narrower of an embroidery arm space than what our 6 needle or our 10 needle does. So when you're purchasing something to go on as an accessory, you're just going to specify that you're doing it for the Alliance. One other thing that you can get for this that's actually really nice is that you can get an accessory kit that is going to convert this machine into a free motion quilting machine. So if you've ever went in and looked at quilting machines, we have what we call long arms and we have what we call mid arms. Long arms are going to be the ones where we're driving the machine, right? We're actually grabbing the handles, moving the machine around, and our fabric stays stationary. Normally it's on a quilt frame. And we have those at Baby Lock. We have many of them. We have different sizes for different uses. But we also have what's called mid-arm machines. Now, the mid-arm machines, some of you guys might know them as sit-down quilters because the machine stays stationary, but then you drive the fabric. So we can actually buy an accessory kit that turns this embroidery-only machine into a free motion quilting machine. So when I said that all of our multi-needle or free arm machines only embroider with one exception, this is the exception, the Alliance. So when you buy the kit that converts this over to a free motion machine, you get a couple of new accessories. So first and foremost, in order to drive the machine, I need to be able to control the speed. So you're going to get a foot pedal, standard foot pedal. This plugs into the back of the machine just like it would on a regular embroidery or regular sewing machine. And this does control the speed. So you don't have to just hit start and then keep up with the machine. You actually control the speed. You're also going to get a little accessory piece that caps off the embroidery arm unit. So when we're free motion quilting, of course, we're not going to actually be using those embroidery frame adapter arms. So this actually covers the embroidery unit to keep it from being damaged, but also to keep your quilt from being snagged on any of the little posts and stuff that's back there on the back. You're also going to get what's called your needle guard. So this is my needle guard here. And this is probably the most important part of the accessory kit, because what this does, it actually snaps over the needle area itself like this. So this would be where the needle is. And this will protect you from actually putting your finger under the needle. But this is also what activates the actual free motion quilting. So if you were to decide that you wanted to add the Alliance into your collection of machines, then what you're going to notice is that there's no button or icon for free motion. But once you actually slide this in, once you get the accessory kit and you slide this over the needle, just like magic, that free motion quilting icon will show up on your screen and you are good to go. You can put this in, you can do point control, speed control, and you can actually have a high and a low speed control. Now, the one thing that this doesn't have, if you're into quilting, this does not have stitch regulation because you're moving the fabric. And since you're moving the fabric, you are the stitch regulator. So it does take a little bit of practice, but I know some people who do wonderful, wonderful projects with free motion quilting on a mid-arm machine, and they do thread painting, quilting, anything you can think of. I've done a little bit, but I do not profess to be a professional in that in any shape, form, or fashion. I've got my long arm upstairs, and that's where I'm going to be doing most of my stuff because I like to push computer buttons and let it do it for me. But if you're looking for free motion, this is excellent. You're also going to get a free motion hoop. So this is actually going to help you move your fabric around. And then you're actually going to get a table as well. So I'm going to move the camera really quick so we can show how that table sets up. So if you look at my machine, I've actually added what's called table rails to my machine. These are the two silver rails that you see here on the inside. These are, you insert them yourself. They're very easy to do. You're just going to unscrew two screws here on the side, drop the metal rail on and screw the screws back in. And then whenever you have those both placed, this is going to be my flat table. So I can drop my table into place and slide it in. And this actually locks in place. So this is actually locked in now. If I wanted to take it off, all I have to do is lift ever so slightly and pull forward, and it does come off. Now, the great thing is the table is part of the accessory for the free motion quilting, but this is also a good accessory to have if you're going to be doing objects that you're not taking advantage of that free arm here. So if you're doing things that are flat, so maybe you're doing some embroidery on a quilt, maybe you're doing beach towels, maybe you're doing quilting on the edge of a bed sheet or a tablecloth, maybe you're doing the back of a jacket, something like that. This will actually support the weight of all of the extra fabric for your project. So usually when I'm talking to people about this machine, I do suggest that you add this to your purchase. You can buy this separate or you can buy it as part of the kit, either way. But one thing to know is if you use this and you use it regularly when you're not using the free arm, it will help to not put the stress on your actual embroidery unit itself when you've got heavier objects. So most of us, when we have heavier objects, stand here and babysit. I don't babysit my machines a lot. I walk away from them and let them stitch, and having this allows me to do that. But while I'm here, let me throw on this guard. So if you look, here's the guard itself, and I'm going to zoom in. So I'm going to put you back to this one really quick and try my best not to make you guys seasick, because I know how it can be sometimes. All right, so here's my little guard. And then here is where it's going to connect in. So there's little ports right here on both sides. And to put this in, all I do is pull it up here and push into place. Now, when I pushed into place, you may have heard a little ding ding. And I'm going to move the camera so you can see what that was up here on my screen. You can see that it's giving me a little message. So the nice thing is that this is going to protect you from doing anything wrong. It's telling me that I still have a embroidery adapter arm on. So I need to actually take that off. So I'm going to pop my free arm guard off, take those same 2 screws that I had on before from my adapter arm, remove my adapter arm. And this is just safety precautions. It's keeping you from hurting yourself or the machine. This is where that guard goes on into the back. And now I can put that free motion guard back in place. Need to put this back on. Well, mine's not lining up right now. There we go. And now you can see I'm not getting that message. So because I'm not getting that message, right up here at the top, this is my free motion. So if I select this, you'll see that it's going to tell me it's going to prepare it. So it's going to move the carriage out of the way. And then here's my free motion mode. So I can tell it if I want it to stop needle up, needle down. I can tell it whether I want it to do a 2-step or a 3-step process. I can have my laser beam guide on or off because this machine actually has a needle drop laser. And then I can set my minimum speed and my maximum speed. Remember, your speed is actually controlled by the foot pedal, but these are going to be the low end and the high, or the low end and the high end. So like right now, you can see I've got mine set to 70 stitches per minute and 650 stitches per minute. So I'm going to be able to sit there and make sure that I have full control over my machine as a whole. So this is a great accessory to add to your machine. It makes your machine actually 2 machines in one. Lots of fun to play around with, really easy to use. So I think I'm going to open and see if there's any questions on this one for sure, because I know I've just thrown a lot of stuff at you really fast. So Blaine, do we have any questions that I can answer for anybody?
Mike, I have one question. Is
Sure.
there a way, like when you put it in the free motion mode, does the laser light still work?
Yes. So you actually have, if I go back over to the screen here, this is actually turning that laser on and off. So this icon right here is going to be the on or off switch for that actual laser. So you can actually have it on or you can have it off. So if it's disrupting while you're going in, you can definitely turn it off. If you need it to have as a useful thing, you can actually leave it on. I'm looking to see what some of these questions are. I saw something about size.
Well, they got a question, Mike. It says, does it come with a hat driver?
It does not. So the hat drivers and the hat cap frames, they're actually accessories that you can add on. So I'm sure that Blaine would love to make a bundle for you. So if you're interested in that, you can talk to Blaine and them. And but they are actually separate purchase. And like I said, there's 2 different ones that you can do. You can do the standard cap frame, or you can do the flat brim cap frame. The flat brim cap frame, which is the smaller one here, the difference between this one and the regular cap frame is that this one actually doesn't clamp at the top down on the bill of the cap itself. So nowadays, the caps that are so popular, the ones that we down here, we call them trucker caps. They're the ones that are really, really stiff on the top and then have like the really flat brim. That's going to work best on your flat brim cap frame. You're not going to be able to really force that one into the standard cap frame. Well, you can, but it's you kind of have to manipulate it quite a bit. If you're going to be doing those, I would push you towards the flat brim cap frame, because this will do those as well as just standard run-of-the-mill caps as well. So you can actually do everything from unstructured all the way to structured, flat brim all the way up to curved brims, things like that. So I like this one over the 2, but they both work perfectly fine. And if you have these for your, if you own a 6 needle and a 10 needle and you already have these, they just transfer right over. They're the same frames.
And then, Mike, there's one more question. I can answer this one. It says, how many hoops? I think Belinda Bryan's asking, how many hoops does it come with? It comes with 6 hoops, if I'm not mistaken. And the one last question too, Mike, on the with the laser pointing down, could somebody potentially do in free motion mode with the laser? Could they do pentagrams and trace it?
You know, I love a challenge, Blaine. Thank you. Could you? You know, I mean, is it made for that? Is it set up for that? No, right? Because if we're looking at pentagrams, the way pentagrams normally work is that we're going to have a space either in front of or behind the machine that we're moving that around. But what you could do is you could take pentagrams. They actually sell pentagram stencils, right? They actually sell things like what they call pouncing stencils or chalk stencils that are basically the same thing as pentagrams, so that you can actually go out and transfer that design onto your fabric. And then once that's transferred to your fabric, then of course we can do that on this machine, because literally you're just playing trace, right? You're just following the lines and tracing around. So you can actually do that. It's just not going to work in the standard format of what we see a pentagram done, because normally pentagrams are big long pieces of paper with the actual design on it. But I know that there's a couple of companies who actually make pentagrams that are actually pounceable. And what I mean by pounceable, you buy the chalk pouncers and you just kind of pounce across the top of it and it transfers it to your material. And then when you're done quilting, you just brush it off. So yeah, you can do it, but you're going to have to do it with that version.
Well, you know, Mike, we sell that pouncer kit. The
I thought you did. I wasn't going to jump and talk. I'm like, I thought I remembered seeing it there. I thought Cody showed it to me, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we do. So, hey, I got to tell everybody exactly a little bit about the machine and how much it is. And then we're going to come right back to you, Mike, because we're going to talk about another brand new machine and Baby Lock's put out. So we'll come back to you in just a few minutes.
All right. Sounds good.
Guys. So this is the Baby Lock Alliance. Guys, this is the one needle machine. And I'll tell you, I love this machine. It's going to weigh about 78 pounds. So it's extremely lightweight for an embroidery machine like this. Two people can easily move it around. If you wanted to take it to a trade show, if you wanted to take it to any kind of little fair or something that you wanted to sell hats or do embroidery at and sell, it's very portable. The price is $49.99. That's our regular price on this. Guys, we do have a call-in special on this. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have an unbelievable package put together and pricing on this. Special financing available, and we're going to ship it free nationwide right to your front door. Great machine. One of my favorite machines that Baby Lock has is this machine. And let me just tell you a little bit of the features on this, guys. It stitches at 1,000 stitches per minute, as Mike was telling you. The embroidery field is an 8x8. Now, I'm going to tell you there's a way to make this embroidery field even bigger. Durkee sells a frame, and it's an 8x14, and then you can use software, a lot of different software. You can use the Palette 11 that comes with, that you can get with Baby Lock, or you can use some different type of softwares that will digitize, but you can split the design, and with that Durkee frame, you can actually do an 8x14. So that's what's awesome about this machine. Not only can you do that, Mike talked a little bit about the free motion. You can buy that free motion kit that you get the table and all the guard and all those things that you can do free motion on. The other thing that you can do is hats. This is a great machine to do hats on. So you have the ability to purchase 2 different hat hoops to put on it, depending on what kind of hats you're doing. So guys, for a single needle machine like this, with all the accessories that you can buy to put on this makes this machine so versatile. And then the other thing I like about it, up at the top, you see it has the 4 threads on it. Well, this is still a one needle machine, but what this does is you can cut that thread, tie off the other color, pull it through, and you've changed your colors in probably 10 seconds. You can change a color. So that's why this price, guys, at $49.99, this is an unbelievable price on this. It's a great bargain at that. But that's why you're getting a great price on it, because you're having to do a little bit of manual things, just like with the change of thread. But I'm telling you, if that's not a big deal at all, because it's so easy and so quick to do it, $49.99 is a great price, guys. But we have a better package than that and pricing put together for the Countdown to Christmas special. You've got to call in 800-401-8151. If you're on our website, you can type in Alliance in the search bar. It'll take you right to that product page. You can check it out. We have live chat agents on the website as well, can answer questions and also give you, help you, ring it up for you and help you check out. But guys, this thing, it has 125 built-in designs, and it's, stitch reading capacity is 500 stitches per design or 127 color changes. Has the front loading bobbin, 25 built-in fonts, the automatic needle threader, the USB drives. It has 2 of them. It has a type A and a type B. Quick set built-in bobbin winder. It has 2 LED lights that really illuminate it. And guys, this thing comes with 6 hoops. It comes with the 8x8 hoop, the 4x4. It comes a 1 5/8 by 2 3/4, a 2-inch by 2-inch, a 1 by 1.5 by 1 3/4, and it comes a 1 5/16 by a 2 5/16, which those are those very small hoops that you can do, monogram on your shirt sleeves and different things like that. But great package today, guys. And then it comes with a really nice accessory. You get the touch pen, stylish. You get the accessory case, the pre-wound bobbins, the metal bobbins, USB cable, seam ripper, scissors, tweezers, screwdriver, spool oiler, and tweezers, and a spool cap, cleaning brush, and then you get that embroidery frame holder. So, guys, what a great package this is. And again, I can't stress to you, if you've been wanting to get an embroidery machine, this is the machine for you. Because I'm telling you, if you're doing production, if you're going to flea markets and you're doing shirts and hats or anything like that, this is a great machine. And I know a lot of people that do, they have an Etsy store and they have this machine sitting over in their studio and all they do on it's hats. So it's great for that. It's great for doing onesies. And again, so really highly recommend it. So again, guys, if you've been interested in the Alliance, now's the time. Make sure you get it. We have plenty of them in stock right now, but they are going fast. I'm telling you, this machine sells out every single month. And so again, make sure that if you're interested in one, jump on the phones today. And if you can't get through on the phones, yesterday we were extremely busy all day long. And I know some of y'all, it said that you couldn't get through on the phones. Make sure Kyle and Andrea are putting, Roger and Andrea are putting in the chat, they're putting a little link, and it's a link to Google Sheets. When you hit that link, it opens up to Google Sheets. You can put your name, your phone number, and what machine you're inquiring about. And what'll happen, it gets updated real time in our call center. And the phone operators, as soon as they get off the phones, they're looking at that call sheet. They're going to call you back and take your order. So, or answer your questions. So anyway, that's how it's working today, guys. And we're going to be doing that all day long with the sheets and through live chat and through the phones. Hopefully we're going to be able to get to your calls and answer questions today. And but anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed that presentation from Mike. And we're going to go right back to Mike because, hey, we've got a brand new machine from Baby Lock Release, and Mike's going to tell us all about it. So, Mike, are you ready to go? I can't hear you, Mike. Mike, you're muted. Muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
I didn't want you to hear me putting up all those suits. 2 questions that popped up in the chat. I was watching the chat. One is the file format for the Alliance. All Baby Lock machines read PES and DST. So you can use PES or DST. And then that machine also saves out as PHC. So PHC is the format for that. And you mentioned 500 stitches per design. It's 500,000 stitches per design. So it's actually much higher.
Yeah, I left off a few zeros.
A couple. Yeah, that could make a big difference. 500 stitches don't go very far. But yeah, so this next machine this one actually launched this year. This is actually a brand new machine. We just brought it out at Baby Lock Tech this year, and it is an embroidery only machine. So this is excellent for the customer who already has a sewing machine, or you already have a combination machine and you would just like another one that's a little bit smaller footprint that you maybe want to travel with, or you're just kicking out major designs and you need a second embroidery machine, or maybe you're new to embroidery and you want something that's going to give you a lot of features and a lot of function, but you're just not quite ready for that top of the line yet. This is what we call kind of a mid-level machine, mid to upper level machine, and it's the Baby Lock Flare. And I love this machine. I've been playing with it since it actually came, a little bit before it came out actually. And you can see that this is a nice compact machine. It is embroidery only. Okay, so it actually doesn't sew or anything like that. So it's just going to be here for your embroidery designs. And it's going to have an embroiderable field of 6 1/4 inches by 10 1/4 inches. So this hoop here, this is actually the largest hoop that you can use for this particular machine. But you can see that is still a very substantial embroiderable field. I remember when we had top of the line machines that this was the largest field. So that's a nice size hoop. And you do get this particular hoop with the actual machine, as well as a 5x7 hoop. So back here, I've got a stitch out that was done on this machine just a few minutes ago. Actually, I did it right before we started. So this is one of the built-in designs, and it's done in that 5x7 hoop. Now, there's other hoops that you can add to this as after purchases. One of the hoops that's available that I absolutely love also launched at the same time that the machine did. And this is going to be our 5x7 magnetic embroidery hoop. So if you're someone who has trouble with just a standard hoop, maybe you've got some dexterity issues, maybe you've got some arthritis issues, things like that, and you don't like dealing with the inside hoop and the outside hoop. Of course, there's great aftermarket hoops, but now we've started making our own magnetic frames. And these are a little bit different because instead of it being one big frame on the top, there's actually several magnets around this. So this one actually has 6 different magnets on the top. So when you go to actually hoop this up, you're not trying to line up an upper hoop to a lower hoop. You're just putting those 6 individual magnets in place. And this actually works on a wide variety of our Baby Lock machines. So if you have other machines, it's very, very likely that this would actually interact with the other machines that you own as well. So this is a great extra hoop to add to your list there. Now, this particular machine has a lot of functionality in it. It does have what we call an advanced needle threader. So not unlike our Alliance, it actually is going to thread that needle for you with a little bit of assistance from you. So if you notice, I've lifted the top of the machine here. I've got my horizontal spool pin that's sitting up here, and I've got a mini king cone worth of thread up there. I use Madeira thread, so this is a Madeira brand. And I have my spool cap in. Remember that we're always going to use our spool caps because that's going to help keep that thread in place as we're embroidering. I've got it threaded, and to thread, all I'm going to do is literally follow the dots. It's kind of like playing connect the dots. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and you just follow the entire path. Your very last guide is down here right in front of the needle. And once you get it across the needle, you pull it to the side and cut it over on the side part. Once you cut it, you'll notice that right over here, I have a latch. Now you can see my thread kind of hanging out down here. All I have to do to thread this machine is push down and my needle is threaded. So easy, easy, easy to change thread, to thread that needle. This uses standard embroidery needles. So you can use 7511s, 8012s, 9014s. Those will all work with the automatic needle threader. If you're going to use specialty needles, just keep in mind that you would have to hand thread if you do not have a standard needle in, just to protect that automatic needle threader that you have there. The other thing that you're going to see about this machine is that this has a drop-in bobbin. So instead of having a front load bobbin, right here you've got a drop-in bobbin. So there's a little latch here on the side of the machine that you just pop open. When you do that, your bobbin case cover comes off, and then your bobbin is located right down here. You just drop it in. This is a class 15 bobbin. We actually do send bobbins with the machine. So there are empty spools of bobbins that are in your little accessory pouch, which is right here. And there's one in the machine already. Now, it's not pre-wound, so you're going to take advantage of the fact that, again, I have a built-in bobbin winder here on this machine. So I can wind my own bobbin. You place the spool back in the same place as before. And then instead of following the dots for threading your machine, you're going to follow the dots for threading the bobbin. And this is going to auto wind and auto stop once it's done. Now, one thing I want to point out is that we do give you bobbin thread when you get your machine. It comes with your, most Baby Lock embroidery machines come with a spool of Finishing Touch. This is the brand of bobbin thread that we actually use on our machines, and this does come with your machine. If you have, maybe you have in your collection a Solaris or a Destiny or something like that, you may notice that your Finishing Touch is just all white. Your spool is white. And that's because that is a 60 weight thread. This is actually a 90 weight thread. So when we actually have embroidery only machines, we actually have you use 90 weight thread. That is what your bobbin is actually pre-tensioned for. So this is 90 weight, and that comes with your machine. And of course, you can buy extras of these as well. Now, don't want to wind your own bobbins? No problem. You can actually use pre-wound bobbins in this machine as well. Just keep in mind that you want to actually match the weight of your bobbin to whatever your project is and to what your upper thread is. You can use specialty threads on this machine just like you would any other machine. You have controls on the machine that's going to let you go in and adjust things like tension and density if you need to for some of the different parts that are in there. All of the different features are not available for all of the designs. It depends on where the design comes from and how it comes into the machine. Now, you do have built-in text editing in this machine, so you actually can go in and do on-screen editing, and you can see that this actually, oops, I'll go to the camera, this actually has a color LCD screen. So for a mid-level machine, for it to have color LCD on the screen itself, that's a big step up. On the actual arm of the machine, you're going to see you have a couple of different push buttons here. One is your presser foot up or down. This does not have auto presser foot up or down. So whenever you're using this, you actually do have to lower your presser foot before this light will turn green. I'm doing this upside down and backwards. So if I press my presser foot, you'll see that that presser foot lowers. If I press it again, it comes up. You're also going to see that we have our needle up and needle down on there. So that's one of our buttons that's here on the front. And the last one that you're going to see there is this does have an automatic thread cutter on it. So you do not have to cut your thread manually. This is going to cut your thread at the end of every color change, or you can cut it using the manual icon here. Now down on the front, you're going to have some different touch icons that you can use as well. These are going to be things like your right and left arrow. Those are going to allow you to scroll through your menus. So this screen itself is not touch screen. You use the actual icons down here at the bottom. And so for instance, if I go into my built-in embroidery designs, there are a total of 293 built-in designs. So that's 18 different pages of embroidery designs. So as I'm going through and looking at my designs, I would use the left and right arrows to scroll through those. You also have built-in help guides in the machine itself. So that'll help you to go in and learn how to use the different features of your machine. And this does have the color sort feature on it. So if you've got multiple designs in your work area here that you're going to be stitching, you can actually set it up to color sort so that it reduces the amount of times that you have to change your thread. Now, the biggest feature on this that I actually love more than anything is that this machine is Wi-Fi enabled. So what does that exactly mean? Well, that means that once you get this home, you're going to go through the setup in the actual screen itself. You're going to connect this to your local Wi-Fi network. And now if you have any kind of updates that are available to you, it will tell you that's on here. If you own Palette 11, you can also send your designs wirelessly to and from your software and the machine. And if you don't have Palette 11 on the Baby Lock website, we actually have a free program that's called the Design Database Transfer Program. And that will let you wirelessly transfer designs from your computer directly into the Wi-Fi memory pocket on this machine. So you actually don't have to go searching for a USB stick or anything like that. Now, you do have a USB port on here. So if you don't have computer at your disposal, or maybe you're just not comfortable with the computers and doing the Wi-Fi, that's okay too. We still have our USB port, so you can transfer in designs the same exact way. This has a maximum stitch readable capability per design of 200,000 stitches, which is quite significant for a 6 1/4 and 10 1/4 hoop. And it'll stitch at a, it'll stitch, I think it's 1,000 stitches per minute, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. I'm trying to see if I can point that out, but I think it's 1,000. It's either 900 or 1,000. I think it's 1,000 though. The one other thing that you're going to see on this is that it comes with the embroidery foot that's called the U foot. The U foot is the standard embroidery foot that comes with this machine. However, if you would like to actually add a needle laser for this machine, you can add the accessory of the U plus foot. And the U plus foot actually does have a laser that's going to go down to a needle point placement laser that you can use for your positioning and your alignments. So you can actually get perfect placement with this machine as well. This machine, I have to tell you too, this machine is really quiet. So whenever you're going in and embroidering on this, if you guys had been with us since the Destiny, when we went from the Destiny to the Solaris, one of the things people commented was how much quieter the Solaris is. I'm going to say the Flare is kind of in that same neighborhood. So maybe just a little bit louder, but not very much. So nice, easy to use, very small footprint. It actually is pretty easy to travel. This does come with a cover on it or cover that you can add on it. It's not a hard cover, it's a soft cover. It also comes with, and I know this may not be a big deal to some people, but I've heard a lot of people ask about this. It actually comes with your placement grids for your 2 hoops. So your 5x7 hoop and your 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 hoops, you actually get the placement grids. And I think the reason people ask about that is because when we did the Solaris actually did not have those. You can get those as a separate accessory for your Solaris, but on this one, they're actually included in the actual kit itself. So you don't have to worry about those. And then if you buy extra hoops, most of your extra hoops or accessory hoops will have those as well. So if you use those for placement or lining up your design, you definitely have those available to you. This, like I said, does cut your thread for you, so you don't have to worry about that. This also has what's called an auto tension system in it. So whenever you're stitching on this, it's going to do its absolute best to show you perfect results whenever you're stitching out. So like I said, whenever I went to stitch this, I have not changed any single setting in this, and it stitched beautifully and flawless, and I did not have to worry about it at all. I literally walked away from it, didn't even look at it until I came back and it was completely done. So this is a wonderful machine. If you're looking for a travel machine, it's an amazing travel machine because it doesn't weigh very much. It's actually fairly light, and it has 14 different fonts built into it as well. So lots of different built-ins, lots of wonderful things that you can add to this. Very, very easy to load your hoops into this machine. So it does have the same exact latch system that we see on our bigger machine. So if you notice, I'm just going to slide this in, and once I get it slid in, I just close the door, and it's going to recognize that that's a 5x7 hoop. You can use aftermarket hoops on this as well. So if you've got aftermarket hoops, this will recognize it. So if you've got a 5x7 Durkee hoop or something like that, you can actually use that on here as well. So the hoop sizes that come with it are 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, which is this larger one that's right here. And then the 5x7 that I just put up on the actual machine itself. So those are the 2 hoops that are included in the set itself. Okay. And then, like I said, you could add additional hoops to it if you needed to. All right. So Blaine, what questions do we have?
Well, hey, Mike, you know, I'm not sure. Andre, is there any questions? I think you did such a good job. I don't know if anybody has it here. Oh, there it is.
Christy asked about hoop sizes. Yep, that's 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 and 5x7.
So yeah, it comes with 2 hoops, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So the 6x10 basically, and a 5x7.
Yeah, and I would really encourage
the drop feed.
It doesn't have drop feed because it's not a sewing machine. It just is
it's embroidery.
So yeah. Unless you're talking drop feed on the bobbin, then yes, it actually is a drop-in bobbin. Yeah.
And any more, Andrea?
Me for Santa. Sure, Miss K. We'll call Santa and tell him. I'm kind of disappointed Blaine didn't dress up for me. I'm like, you know, he's talking about dressing up on Friday, but you know, I don't see Christmas suits and Christmas hats and all that. So,
well, hey, Mike, just you know, do a thumbnail on our show and just come back Friday and you can see me.
I will. I've been watching. I did watch yesterday. I watched some yesterday. So
you come back Friday. I'll give you a shout out.
All right.
Make sure you come on there and say, I want to see Santa Blaine.
I will. I did see somebody ask about the weight. I was trying to find the weight for you really quick.
There you go. Does it cut the jump stitches?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So Deb, that answers your question there. It does do the jump stitches. Guys, this is a great little machine. And I want to tell everybody a little bit about it. And I just got a Deb just gave me an update. We're down to 5 of them left, guys. So there's only 5 machines left on this. This thing is a hot seller. We just got some in, and we sell out of this every month as well. But let me tell you a little bit about the machine. Again, guys, we have a fantastic price on this. It's $19.99, and we need to tell you all about this machine because I'm telling you what a great presentation that Mike just did. And it comes with, you know, again, that 6x10 hoop. You're going to get a 5x7 hoop. The maximum embroidery area is a 6x10. 293 built-in embroidery designs in this. So a ton of embroidery designs. It's Wi-Fi enabled, so that way you can transfer that data to it, you know, wirelessly. It has 14 built-in embroidery fonts, advanced needle threader. So the needle threader on this, guys, if you've never used one of these Baby Lock machines with that automatic needle threader, it's a push of a button. It is so easy. Even somebody like me that can't see, I can thread the needle. All right, so it has the color LCD touchscreen. It's a 4.85 inch times 2.5 inch screen. So it's got a really nice LCD screen on it. The stitch capacity up to 200,000 stitches per design. Quilt quick set top loading bobbin, and you can on that big LCD, you can do on-screen editing. And that's why it's nice to have that large screen, because you can do your editing right on screen. And you're going to get the 2 hoops, like I said, that come with this, and the embroidery grids. You're getting the embroidery foot, a soft cover for the machine, bobbin center pin, embroidery bobbin thread. You're getting that instruction guide, the spool caps, and you're getting the 60-day trial of the online sewing classes. And that's something that Baby Lock offers. And that is a great thing, guys. You need to go check that out if you're on there. And then you have a option that you can get a subscription and watch it for the whole year. But you're getting 2 months worth of those classes. And I highly recommend when you buy these machines to do that, because the quality of those classes are unbelievable. They have all their great educators. You'll see Mike on there. You'll see a lot of the people you're seeing on the show on those shows. And all those videos are great. This machine weighs 30 pounds. It's extremely lightweight, and it does 1,000 stitches per minute. And guys, we have 5 of these left. We have a great call-in special on this. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website, just type in on that flare. All you have to do is punch in flare in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product page. You can be looking at all the different things about it right there. Our live chat agents are on the website. They can come on and answer questions to you as well if you initiate that chat. And then, if you can't get through on the phones, guys, we know it's busy. Hey, Roger and Andrea are putting up that Google Sheets link in the chat. All you have to do is hit that link, and it'll take you right to the Google Sheets. Put your name, your phone number, the product that you're interested in, and somebody will give you a call right back. Because I know there's only 5 of these left. They're going to sell out today. So if you want one of these, you got to act right now. So, hey, Mike, thanks for coming on the show. And again, great presentations as always. I know everybody loves your presentations, and I hope you have a great Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'm sure that we're going to be working together in 2022.
Absolutely. And Merry Christmas to all the Sewing Machine Plus family, and to everybody that's out there. So I'll see everybody in 2022. And thanks for having me, Blaine. Appreciate it.
All right. Okay, buddy. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right, guys. Mike Johns, Baby Lock ambassador, and we always love having him on the show. Hope you enjoyed his presentations. He did such a good job. Again, guys, talk a little bit about the first machine that he had on there was that Baby Lock Alliance, and that one needle machine. I got to tell you, we only have 15 of those left. You see it right there. The price is $49.99. It's a great price for that type of machine. I'm telling you, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. But we do have a countdown to Christmas special on it. You have to call in to get the machine for the special. It's 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, all you have to do is punch Alliance in the search bar at the top, and it'll take you to that product page. We also have live chat agents on the website that can answer questions. And we have our chat team that are on Facebook and YouTube that are answering your chats in there if you have questions. They just can't tell you any kind of pricing or specials. You have to call in, or you have to go on our live chat on the website to get those. If you can't get through, like I said again, hey, make sure you get on that Google Sheet link and give us that information. And then, guys, the other machine that Mike showed was that brand new Baby Lock Flare. This is the embroidery only. And again, guys, great price on this at $19.99. We do have a call-in special on this as well, and we only have 5 of these left. So these will sell out today. I promise you these will sell out. So, guys, hey, we're moving right along, and we hope that you're enjoying the show so far. I mean, Mike, it's a way to kick it off. But, guys, coming up next, hey, we have Richard Tharp in the house. I don't know if y'all got to see him. I think he was part of I think it was Hoop Fest, wasn't it? Or was it it was one of the shows that we had, a big show that we did. Richard came in. Richard's up in Northern Illinois. Richard is a Baby Lock educator, travels nationwide, and he has kind of learned how to do these Zoom things as well, and the virtual stuff because of the the kind of the COVID shutdown. So he is a master at sewing and all things related to Baby Lock, and we cannot wait to see his presentations today. So Richard, welcome to day 2 on Countdown to Christmas.
Hello, Blaine. I'm so excited to be here.
Man, we're glad you're here, and I know everybody's super pumped to see you today. And I know you're going to be here twice. You got 2 machines that you're going to talk about today. We're going to do that first machine. I'm going to tell everybody how they can buy it, and then you're going to come back and do a second machine. And so we're super excited for you. So what are you going to show us today first off?
I'm going to show you my favorite Baby Lock sewing, embroidery, and quilting machine. That's what I'm going to show you first.
Yeah, I love the
It
Altair.
is the Baby Lock Altair.
Yeah, I love it. All right, well, we're going to let you get going on that, Richard, and we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Blaine. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my studio here in Henry, Illinois. It's about 2 hours south of Chicago, 2 hours north of St. Louis. I'm so excited to be here, and thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to watch this little demo here. So I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to tell you one reason right before I go over here to my Altair. I'm going to tell you why I love it so much. I'm a quilter. I'm a 4th generation quilt maker, and I use this machine to piece quilts and to quilt in the hoop. That's the main thing I use my Altair for. I've had it for 2 years, and I have, are you ready? 5 million stitches on it in 2 years. One reason I have so many was when COVID started, in 2020, I made 4,000 masks, face masks on my Altair. And that brought it up to a little over 3 million stitches alone. But anyway, we're going to get started. This is a wonderful machine. Oh my gosh, it is so easy to use. And I'm going to explain the key features that I love about my Altair. I'm going to swap over my camera. Just a moment. Okay. And here's the Altair. So I already have it powered on, and I'm going to talk about the sewing features first, because not only is this an embroidery machine and a quilting machine, it's also a sewing machine. So when I touch on that screen, this is what you see when you first power up, and I'm going to go into sewing mode. And here are all of the stitches. There's over 771 sewing stitches on the Altair alone, okay? It's super great feature. It also has wireless. You can see that little icon up there, and we'll talk more about that later. And it also has, this is one of the favorite things I love about it, are the 771 different sewing stitches. But as a quilt maker, I have a 1/4 inch piecing foot attached to the machine right now. Comes with the machine. And what I've got here, Q01, that is a piecing stitch middle, is what it says. There are 6 different stitch categories: utility, decorative stitches, more decorative stitches, buttonhole, bar tacks, eyelet stitches, multi-directional stitches. Yes, it can stitch in 9 different directions: forward, backward, right, left, to the upper left corner, to the upper right corner. It will automatically move with the feed dogs. The multi-directional feed dogs will move the fabric in any direction you program it to do. And then it has a special quilting menu for all the quilting stitches, applique stitches that you might want to use. But just a real quick demo on this, my number one feature on the sewing side that I love so much is this little icon here. That's a needle beam. When I touch it, it just turned on the laser light. And what that does with this menu right here, I can adjust this laser light. I'm going to adjust it over so it lines up to a 1/4 inch away from the needle. I'm going to raise the presser foot. And the quilting behind me you saw earlier is a Christmas quilt I'm currently piecing, and I'm going to quilt this weekend for a Christmas gift. It's going to be a king-size quilt, but this is one of the blocks. And just to show you real quickly how easy it is to achieve a perfect 1/4 inch seam on this machine, my laser is now hitting the very edge of my fabric. And when I start it up, it does have a start and stop button, but I'm going to use the presser foot, what I call the gas pedal, because I just like to be in full control of my machine. I'm just lining that up, and it's very quiet. There's a scissor button that'll cut your thread. And I had the pivot turned on. So what that does, each time the needle stops, it'll slightly raise that presser foot if you need to pivot the fabric underneath it, or if you're chain piecing. But check it out. There's a perfect 1/4 inch seam. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's one of my number one features that I love on the sewing side of this machine. It is so awesome. Another great feature is this has drop-in bobbins, and to change a bobbin, it's fast and easy. You just push this little lever over to the right, remove your bobbin cover, take out a bobbin, and just drop in the next one. And just like that, you're good to go with another bobbin. Up here on top, we have our bobbin winder right here, and it's built into it. It also has 2 horizontal spool pins. Here, this one goes to the needle. This one up here I could have set up, and I could wind bobbins without ever unthreading my sewing machine needle. So you can wind bobbins and sew at the same time, and that's amazing. It's a wonderful feature. Another accessory that comes with it is this right here. This is the digital dual feed foot. It's a computerized walking foot. Notice the plug. It plugs into the very back of the machine. And what this foot does, it will automatically control the feeding of multiple layers of fabric underneath your machine. This plate comes with it, but there are 4 more that you can, optional accessories you can put on there. There is a 1/4 inch piecing plate, stitch in the ditch, couching, and an open-toed plate. I use that open-toed plate on this machine to do all of my quilt binding with. It's amazing. It's a good thing. What also comes with the Altair, and I love this, and this started out with the Destiny, these boxes here, actually started out with the Elissimo, but this holds all of the feet and accessories that come with your machine. It's a hard plastic case, and notice everything is labeled inside for all of your different feet. The trays come out, and then you have, excuse my mess, but I actually use this machine every day. This is where I can actually store the embroidery foot and that digital dual feed foot right down in it. Okay. It's another really cool feature that comes with the wonderful Altair. And they just lock in place like that. Nice and easy. You never lose a thing. Okay. It also has this sewing table, built-in sewing table with storage on each side. Okay. And it just comes off nice and easy. It just slides right off. Easy peasy. We're just going to set that off back here to the back for right now. And another really cool thing, and one thing I would recommend anybody who has any Baby Lock sewing machine, something I always purchase, because listen, you can make it as easy on yourself as you want to, but check it out. Baby Lock does have a special extension table made for the Altair. And guess what? It stores your knee lift right in the back of it. Love this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up the legs. Check it out. You just snap them open. Here we go. I'm just showing you how easy it is to swap this out with one of the other attachments to the machine. And it just slides right in. It's all done. And that gives you an 18 by 24 inch working surface. You notice I don't have a built-in cabinet for my machine. This eliminates the need for me having to have a built-in cabinet for my sewing machines. Wonderful, gives you a nice large workspace, makes everything go so much smoother and quicker and easier. But let's go back to the menu here because there's even more stitches. Those weren't even all the stitches on these 6 menus right here. There's 6, right? If I go up here, that was under utility stitch. If you hit decorative stitch, you now have 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 6 categories and more different types of fonts. So on this one, you can see there is a ton of decorative stitches. Literally hundreds are in this menu. And to go back, we just go back here. And that's one thing that's really great. Over 771 different stitches for this wonderful machine. Now, I know everybody is just wondering, well, that's great, but what about the embroidery on it? This is a top of the line, one of Baby Lock's top of the line of machines for embroidery. I'll just slide that off. And we're going to attach the embroidery arm next. And listen, everybody, on these machines, you do want to turn your machine off when you're attaching or detaching your embroidery arm. So I'm just going to power it off. Here's the embroidery arm, and we're just going to slide it right on. Check it out. You'll hear it click. And it's attached. Now we'll just turn it back on. And what will happen, it will calibrate the arm before the main menu comes up on our touch screen there. Check it out. It says the carriage will now move. Keep your hands clear. And now it's all set to go. Now listen, you don't have to remove your embroidery arm to sew on it. Watch what happens when I go back into sewing mode. It's going to park it all the way over here to the right, which leaves me a nice big area to actually sew on. Okay? So when I go back to the home screen and I touch embroidery and okay, it's once again, it's going to move it and it's going to park it so it's ready to accept a hoop. And boy howdy, this machine comes with 4 different sized hoops. We'll start with the smallest one. This is the 4x4 inch embroidery field. This is larger than 4x4, but you have an actual embroiderable area of 4x4 inches. Think quilt labels. Think monograms. Think putting someone's name on a shirt. You get the idea, or monogramming towels or handkerchiefs and all that fun stuff. To attach one, all we do is slide it on and lock it in place, and then it would be good to go. Now, I'm not going to take the time to actually attach the embroidery foot, but I am going to tell you all about the special embroidery foot that comes with it. There we go. This, is the embroidery foot. And yes, it has the wire on it as well. It plugs into the back of the machine, right back here, right in behind the needle bar. But what this does, since it's plugged in, not only does it have fabric sensors, built-in fabric sensors to measure the distance of the fabric thickness when you're embroidering, It also has a laser light needle beam. And what that does, you have a pinpoint laser light shining right down on your fabric inside the embroidery hoop for precise positioning. That's one way you can do precise positioning on this machine, but there's another way that most people use, including myself. And what that is, you have, if you've noticed these hoops, check it out. Here's the 5x7. We had the 4x4, the 5x7. This is some freestanding lace that I've done in it. This is the 9.5 by 9.5. And it has the largest hoop that this machine will take, which is the 9.5 by 14. Notice on these hoops, they all have these black and white coated labels on them. That's because this machine does not have a built-in camera. However, you can still get an image into IQ Designer. To do that, you download an app onto your mobile device, whether it be a tablet or a smartphone. There we go. This is my iPhone. And the app is called IQ Positioning. You touch that, and it's going to go through the process. It's going to connect to the machine. My machine and my phone are connected to the same wireless network in my house. And right there it found QBD Altair. That's what I named that machine. I also have a Solaris, and it says Solaris on it. I don't have that one turned on right now. When you touch that icon, I now have a choice of taking an image into embroidery, directly into embroidery for positioning, or two different choices to do positioning and placement in IQ Designer. That's where I use my quilt. That's how you do quilting stitches, everyone, is how I do it anyway. But all I would do then, I would select that icon, and it guides you step by step. And here, I'm just going to hold it over a blank hoop. What it's asking for here is to put your camera on top of the hoop, and then we'll say hold 1, 2, 3. And it will take an image. There we go. Had to stand up to do that. There we go. And it just took an image of what is inside of that hoop, and then you send it to the machine. It's sending. And it was sent to IQ Designer. If I'd sent it to embroidery, it'd say sent to embroidery. And click on OK. And now, to pull that up, I'll just go into IQ Designer. I will touch my pocket. See this little, not the pocket, but this is actually how you go in to pull up different images to bring into IQ. Since I sent it wirelessly, I'll touch the wireless icon. The very top image on this list is what I just took. I'm going to touch that. It will preview right here. Click Set. And now that is an IQ Designer. I could build an embroidery design on top of that background. Think if you had a quilt in there and you wanted to put build in a design onto one quilt block, that's how you would accomplish that. Okay. Speaking of that, there are 15 built-in quilting designs in IQ Designer that you can use. They're called decorative fill patterns, but I call them my quilting patterns. And there's 1 through 12 and 13, 14, and 15. Those come built into the machine. If I wanted to, I could take that one, click on OK, click on OK again, touch the fill bucket, touch the inside of that hoop, and it just put everything inside. It used that fill pattern to cover my entire screen. That's how easy it is to put a quilting design into the hoop. You would click Next and Preview and OK. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to send it to embroidery. And now it's in embroidery edit. if I touch the embroidery screen and my quilt was loaded, I can now just press the start button, lower the presser foot, it turned green, press that button, it will stitch out that quilting design where I have positioned it in the hoop. That's how easy it is to do, everybody. There are over 440 built-in embroidery designs. Let's just go back to the home screen here for a moment. Go to embroidery. You see all these categories? These are all beautiful, beautiful embroidery designs built into this machine. I mean, there are tons. There's over 400 of them. You can go to exclusives. Those are exclusive designs for Baby Lock. You can't purchase these designs separately on a CD anywhere, only through Baby Lock. You also have red work. These are some applique designs in here. And then you have some beautiful frames and florals on this category over here. But you can still bring in other embroidery designs. Over here on the side are 2 USB ports. Anything you can put on a USB stick, you can stick into this machine and pull it into embroidery. It also has wireless. You can actually transfer embroidery files wirelessly from your computer to the machine with some free software, or if you have Palette. Okay. That's a really cool thing as well. And wait, there's more. Because with that IQ Designer, it opens up a whole possibility. You can actually, IQ Designer, you can actually create your own embroidery designs on this screen and bring it in to embroidery edit and embroidery stitch out to actually stitch it out. You can write your name on a piece of paper, transfer that image into the hoop, into the machine, turn it into stitches, take it into embroidery stitch out from IQ Designer, and you can actually put your signature in stitches on a quilt if you wanted to. That's how awesome it is. And we're going to go back to here for just a moment, because I just want to also point out this is over a 10-inch diagonal touchscreen. That's a big touchscreen. That's something else that's really important for me. But probably one of my most favorite features, I'm going to go into sewing. Hold on, let me remove this hoop. Raise that presser foot up. One thing I absolutely love about this machine is this. How easy is it to thread, you ask? Check it out. Up through here, it's all numbered, so you don't have to remember a thing. You just follow the numbers, move that thread around the thread path down here, number 6, number 7. Then hit ready for the magic, press the button, and it will automatically thread that machine for you. You do not have to fumble with thread trying to stick it through a hole. The machine does it for you. And that is in my top 5 favorite things about this machine. You can use that in both sewing and in embroidery both. And let's see, is there more? There's always more. Another cool thing about these machines, if you look right up here, there's a question mark. Right up here, if we touch that, it has built-in videos on how to do a lot of different things with this machine. As far as how to wind a bobbin. If we touch that, let's just touch it real quick. And it's going to play a video that shows you how to wind a bobbin on this machine. How cool is that? If in doubt, you can always go right to your machine and it will tell you how to thread it, how to wind a bobbin, and so much more. I'll just close that up. One more thing, because this is really another cool feature I want to show you. Let's say I want to use this stitch right here, Q16. Let's touch that. It says overcasting stitch. But you know what I can do? I can touch that question mark and I can touch pattern explanation. And it tells me what that stitch is used for, stretch, knit, seam. Guess what, folks? It'll do that with all 771 stitches. It will tell you, your machine will tell you what that stitch is normally used for. And that is truly magical. So, Blaine, are there any questions?
Well, hey, Richard, I'm not sure if there are, but I'm telling you what, you've done an incredible job showing this machine. And I've got to tell everybody about this machine and how they can get it. Guys, I'm telling you right now, and I'm going to tell you something. If you're interested in this machine, this is the Baby Lock Altair. If you're at least a little bit interested in this machine, don't call us because you will buy it. The price is that good on this. We have an unbelievable special on this. The Countdown to Christmas special is so good, guys. I'm telling you, this is probably the best special we've got on the show. This is an unbelievable special today. The normal price on this is $89.99, and I am saying, if you're interested, give us a call because you will buy it. It's that good of a deal today. I'm so shocked at how great a deal we have on this. So we have special financing available to help you out. We have special pricings, all the Countdown to Christmas specials, and make sure to give us a call, 800-401-8151, or you can go to our website and type in Altair in the chat, and it'll take you right to the product page. Richard did a fantastic job, guys, of telling you about this machine, but I'm telling you right now, he only scratched the surface on this, and he'll tell you himself, he could have spent 3 hours on this machine itself. It is so many things to talk about on the sewing side, the embroidery side, and the quilting side of this machine. It is one of the top-of-the-line machines that Baby Lock makes. It is awesome. It has a 9.5 by 14 embroidery field on this. It has that large 11.25 workspace. That LCD screen you see is a 10.1-inch LCD screen, which is huge. So you can do all your on-screen editing and see it very well. It has 494 embroidery designs built in, 771 stitches. It has that IQ intuition. It has that positioning app, which is awesome. It has the color visualization tool on it, IQ Designer. It's wireless Wi-Fi, and it comes with 14 snap-on presser feet, a dual feed system foot, an embroidery foot with the LED pointer, the overcasting foot, a 1/4-inch quilting foot with guide, a straight stitch foot, a zipper foot, free motion echo quilting, monogramming, free motion quilting, free motion open toe quilting, button fitting, general purpose, zigzag, a blind stitch, and a buttonhole. All those come with this. And I'm telling you, it comes with 4 hoops. You're getting a 9.5 by 14-inch hoop. You're getting a 9.5 by 9.5, a 5 by 7, and a 4 by 4. And the box is just full of accessories and things. And guys, I'm telling you, y'all have been on if the people who've watched this show, and when I tell you it is really a great deal, I'm not kidding at all. I'm telling you the truth when I say this is a fantastic deal. So if you've been waiting for a top of the line embroidery, quilting, and sewing machine combination machine, now's the time to buy it. We're going to make it very easy for you because we have some great financing, great pricing on this, and hey, now's the time to do it. And I'm going to tell you the thing is, I just got updated. We only have 6 of these left. So that they are already flying off the shelves. That's how good a price this is on it. They will sell out today, guaranteed. They're going to sell out, 6 left. So if you do want one, get on the website right now and either talk to the chat or give us a call because this is a fantastic machine. It only weighs 37.5 pounds, so it's not extremely light. That's with the embroidery unit off. So it's very, easy to manage. It's a big machine, but it's not that heavy. So, great machine. Can't say enough about it. And hey, Richard, I'm telling you, when you rank these machines, this has got to rank up there amongst some of the top ones that they've ever made, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. This machine replaced the Destiny. Yes.
Yeah, and you know, the Destiny was by far the #1 selling machine that Baby Lock's ever produced. So
Oh,
this is a
absolutely.
fantastic machine, and I'm super excited to be able to present this today. And you did, you know, like we were talking, you did a great job on this, but you could have probably went 3 hours. You could probably went an hour on each function on this machine because it is.
I could go for 5 hours on this machine and still not hit every single thing that it does.
I'm telling you, and you know what's crazy? We started selling the heck out of these things before you even got done with your demo. So they just text me the updated inventory. We've got 6 of them left. So they're going to go. I mean, they're selling
Wonderful.
out in the next, probably next 10 minutes, they'll be gone. So if they are truly wanting one of these, now's the time to get it. Because I tell you, the pricing could not be better than it's the best pricing we've ever had on this machine. And so, yeah, this is the time to get it. And you know what? If you're out there, treat yourself to a great Christmas present and get you one of the top-of-the-line Baby Locks. If you've been dreaming about it, we want to make the dream come true. So, Richard, are you ready for the next machine?
We are ready for the next machine, yes.
Well, I'm ready for you to show this next one. And I tell you what, another great machine from Baby Lock, and we're super excited for you to present this today, too.
Thank you. And actually, I just personally purchased this machine about 2 months ago, and I have fallen in love with the Baby Lock Accomplish. I really have.
Well, you know, the Accomplish is a great machine. And I remember when they released this, it was huge. And so, again, the Accomplish, I got to let people know we are limited on these too. And I'm going to give you an update of how many we have. But we don't have a ton of them to start out with, and they probably were going to sell out today. So I'll give you an update as soon as you get finished.
All right, yes. And I have to tell you, I worked in the garment industry, everybody, back in the 80s, and I sewed on industrial machines. Well, you know what? The Accomplish is a semi-industrial machine. It will stitch 1,500 stitches per minute. You want to talk about doing some power piecing or garment construction? It has a super strong motor. It truly is a semi-industrial quality machine, all metal construction, and it has the punching power in it to actually sew through multiple layers of leather. It will sew anything you can throw at it. It is a workhorse. That being said, this is the instruction manual that comes with it, the Baby Lock Accomplish. It tells you everything there is to know about this machine, and it comes with a lot of accessories. I'm going to swap the camera over, and we're going to get started with this. I'm going to show you how easy it is to thread, and it actually comes with a cover and an extension table as well. Let me swap my camera over to the machine. Just a moment. Okay. And let me raise that camera angle up just a hair. There we go. And there it is, the fabulous Baby Lock Accomplish sewing machine. Everybody, this only does a straight stitch, but you know what? You can do so much with it. So, first off, it has a side load bobbin, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and turn the power on. It has nice stadium lighting under here. But just to change out the bobbin, you raise this side door up and this one down, and then it just has that metal slide-in bobbin like we've all seen, okay? Slide-in bobbin goes right in here. Now, everybody, this does not take a class 15 bobbin like the Altair does. It takes a special size bobbin. Bobbins come with it. But guess what does come with it is this beautiful extension table. And all you do, there's a hole right over here for this little tip to stick into. And like with all Baby Lock extension tables, it does have a knee lift and it stores inside the extension table. That's one reason I love the Baby Lock extension tables so very much. This bracket will clip right into this, and check it out. Oops, there we go. There's my extension table for my accomplish. And this is a padded semi-hard cover for the machine as well. Okay. So we're going to set that right up there, stay up there. There we go. Okay. Some of the cool things that come with it. Now, it does not have snap-on feet, and that's okay because you're not going to be changing feet that often on it. But the foot that comes attached, I'm just going to loosen it real quick, and we'll pull it off and have a look at it. If you've ever seen a Singer featherweight or one of the old vintage Singers, you'll recognize that foot. That's what comes with it. I'm going to lay all the feet out before we start. So that's one foot that comes with it. It does come with a 1/4 inch piecing foot. There we go. That's 2. It also comes with a rolled hem foot. It also has what is called a flex foot. Watch when I push up on the end of this. See how it'll flex up? If you're going, this is specifically for really thick fabrics or multiple layers of fabrics, or for going over, think of denim on a heavy seam line. That's what those are used for. Flex feet. It does come with an invisible zipper foot. This is a great machine for garment construction, for quilt making, home decor, anything at all you can think of. This is a really cool feature, and I'm going to put this on in just a moment. This is an adjustable seam guide for the machine. We'll set that right back there. This is an adjustable regular zipper foot. Pretty cool. And then, of course, it comes with a spool cover for the back here for the larger cones of thread to sit on. A spool cap. It comes with a net. And it also comes with a special walking foot made specifically for this machine. This is a heavy-duty walking foot with an all-metal construction on the inside of it. It also comes with extra needles, a lint cleaning brush for the feed dogs. It comes with a small screwdriver and a large screwdriver. This is to adjust tension on the bobbin case. This is to remove and attach different feet and accessories. And this little plastic, this is a piece of plastic here. That is to change the pin feed when that needs changed on this machine, which would not be that often. And I'm going to explain to you what that is in just a moment. And last but most certainly not least, it comes with, you got it, a free motion quilting foot. Check that one out. Pretty cool. Comes with all of those feet. I'm going to set these to the side. Now I'm going to put on the 1/4 inch piecing foot, because if you watched what I just presented with the Altair, you know I'm a quilter. So I'm going to raise that up and just get that in position. Okay, there's a screw here on the side. But now I'm going to raise that up, and I'm going to fit this part around the outside edge of that foot. Okay. Come here, you. There we go. I'm just going to loosen that screw up some more. Get that attached in there. Oops, come here, you. I'm all fingers today. One thing I envy a lot of you people out there, you ladies out there, I have big fingers, and it's harder for me to do this than it would be for someone with smaller fingers. There we go. And now I'm going to just take up a little bit of the slack and hold up on it. And then I'm going to get my screwdriver and just finish tightening that up. In all honesty, everybody, I use this for a lot of piecing. It's what I purchased it for, was to do a lot of quilt piecing. Now, check this out on this seam guide. If I loosen this screw, I can slide this back and forth and tighten it up anywhere I want to. There is a built-in ruler along the edge of the extension table, but there's also marks on top of the throat plate here. And I'm going to set this at the 1/4 inch mark, which would be right there. You can actually feel that drop into a little groove where it says a 1/4 inch. And when it's there, I'm going to lower the foot, and then I'm going to tighten this top screw. That prevents it from sliding back and forth. Now I can still move it up, and check it out. This second screw right here, if I loosen that, I can push it in or out any way I want to get that in the perfect position for me to use. I'm going to take one of those pieces again like I just did. Hold on a second here. Where did they go? Right there they are. That quilt that I'm working on that you saw in behind me when we first started, that is my Christmas quilt I am making for myself and my family for this season. And I am going to actually quilt it live on YouTube this coming Sunday. Okay, so are we ready? First, let's get it threaded. We haven't done that yet. So check this out. It has 2 spool holders back here and a telescoping rod. So you can put a large cone of thread there if you choose to. I just grab a cone of thread, and we're just going to thread it up and get it going. It has these little series of holes. You'll see these type of pre-tensioners on long arms and industrial machines. And all you do, you put your thread from top to bottom through this first hole. And the second one. It's kind of like putting in a shoelace. And I'm doing this on purpose manually this way. Normally, I would just tie off the thread and pull it through all the holes if I'm going to change my thread. But on this machine, I don't change colors of thread really all that often. Then it's going to come through a clip and around the tension dial. And then it is going to come underneath this lever right here. And then it's going to go up to the takeoff arm, but it's going to go through the clip first. And then from right to left through the take-up lever. You're going to see this puppy sew here in just a second. I tell you, if you like to strip piece, boy howdy, you can really run a lot of fabric through this machine. Now it does have a built-in needle threader, and it's super easy to use. This little lever right here, we're going to push it down and turn it to the back and take it off. It'll stay. Then I'll take the thread. There's a little metal fork you put in there, thread through it, and then you just lift it up, and the needle is threaded, and I'm just going to pull the excess through the needle bar right there. There we go. And there's a built-in thread cutter right over here. She's all threaded. I'm going to line up my quilt pieces. Now I want you to listen to this one. Now, so one more thing, it does have built-in needle down, needle up. I have it needle down. It has thread cutter. There's some scissors. All this dial do, that adjusts the stitch length. So when I'm piecing, I have it about 1.8 millimeters. If I had that set on 2, aligned with this dot right here, that would be a 2 millimeter or 3 or 4, so on. You get the idea. This lever adjusts the feed dogs, okay? So right now, you can have it feed this one at the top. If I turned it all the way over here to the left, that drops the feed dogs. Think of darning, think of free motion. If I have it set to this red line, that uses a pin feed. And what that does, let's say you're sewing velvet or leather and you need something to really grip that fabric for it to feed properly. That's when you would use that pin feed. This, on the blue, that is a very light feed dog presser, which would be good for a really delicate fabric, say for instance, a toile or an organza, something a really lightweight fabric. And the green is for normal sewing. And that's where I'm going to set it. And I'm just going to press the presser foot. And yes, this machine will go up to 1,500 stitches per minute. I'm going to open it up. Slower, and I'm going to press harder. And that's all there is to it. Check it out. Perfect 1/4 inch seam. When I open that up, perfectly fed from beginning to end, no shifting whatsoever. And that's how easy that machine is to use. But wait, there's more. There's more. So it does have that quick threading system, which is super duper nice and everything. I really love this machine because it has the power to do whatever you might want it to do. Okay? And another thing it has, there are some other optional feet that you can purchase for this machine. And I'm going to show you a couple of them really quickly here. And when I saw these, I had to have them because I used these back in the 80s working in that garment factory. So if you look at this foot, and this is at the bottom of it, the bar on the right-hand side of it, it makes a ridge. So the bottom of the foot, these are meant for edge stitching. They are spring-loaded, have a little bit of a spring load to them, but they come in 4 sizes. They come in, this one is 2 millimeters, 5 millimeters, and 8 millimeters. That's about 1/4 inch right there. But what that does, when you butt a line of fabric up to that, like so, you're going to get perfect top stitching around the edge of a bag or a garment or anything, even quilt binding. I've used that to put quilt binding on with by the machine, and it really works out well. It does use a specialty needle, and they're called HL5s. That is one thing you just cannot use any needle with it. And when HL5 is a high-speed industrial needle, super easy to change, just like all of the other machines as well. Okay, I was just glancing over here at the comments over there. And yes, it is perfect for patchwork piecing. Oh my gosh. A lot of these blocks I've been working on for my quilt right here, I've used on this machine right here because it is perfect. Anything you'd use a straight stitch for. And what's great about this, I have the Altair, of course, but let's say I'm embroidering something in the hoop or quilting in the hoop on the Altair. Well, I can be over here piecing on my next quilt while my Altair is actually doing the quilting. And that's really phenomenal. So let's do something else here. We're going to change that foot because I want to show you one of these other feet. Let's do this one here. Let's do this one right here. I'm going to get that 8 millimeter edge guide. This one I was showing you here, this is one of the optional accessory feet. And all I'm going to do, and I do not need the seam guide on for this one, but it's super easy to change these feet out. It's not as hard as it looks. Let me raise that presser. Let me raise my needle up first. There we go. That easy. Then we're going to apply this one. tighten it up. Okay, and it's ready to go. That's how easy it was to see. It took under 30 seconds to completely change out a foot. Now, let me get another one of these strips. And here we go. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use this one with the built-in edge guide. And this is the 8mm foot. I'll line up my fabric, set that down. I'm going to rethread my needle because I pulled on the thread and unthreaded the machine. But you know what? With this machine, just like all the other baby lock machines, they are super duper easy to thread. Oh, come here, you. There we go. Now then, push that down, hold it in place. You push it down and push it back, and it locks in through the needle. Hold that thread over and then just pull it back and let go. Oops. And if you let go of it like I was supposed to, it was already in there. I pulled it out. Here we go. Okay. Easy peasy. Okay, and now we're ready to stitch the seam down. So check it out. What I'm doing, I'm running the edge of the fabric right against the stationary bar right here on this foot. And I'm going to push it under there so it starts in the needle starts in fabric. Now, it doesn't look like it's sewing super fast, simply because, let me put that down and use that needle cutter. Simply because I have it set for 1.8 millimeters. I'm going to turn it up to 3 millimeters, and I am actually going to stitch it just to the right of that previous stitch, just so you can see the speed of this. Are you ready? Here we go. Think sewing long strips together to do some strip piecing with. Super, super fast, super easy. That's how easy that is to use. Now then, another thing I want to show you is this. Once again, it just fits on just like the other ones do. You do have to completely remove this screw to put it in. So let's do that. I'm going to raise the presser foot. It is. My needle's in the up position. I'll make sure it's all the way up. I'm just going to take this screw out. And this has this walking foot was specifically made just for the accomplished because it's a heavy duty walking foot, semi-industrial quality. And then what you want to do, this bar right here on this comes up over this needle plate. The needle screw right there. And it helps if first you should feed in on any walking foot, feed it in over the needle bar first. Okay. And then there we go. And then all we have to do is get the screw through the hole into the needle shaft itself. Okay. We're going to get that done. Here we go. I think it's there. You can kind of feel it slide. If you slide that foot up and down, you can actually feel the screw get started in the hole. Then I'll just take the screwdriver and finish tightening it up. Okay. And I'm actually going to leave this set on a higher stitch so I can rip it out easier later. But I'm just going to show you how easy this is to do. Let's put in, I'm going to take 2 of these strips and I'm going to put it underneath here. And I'm just going to show you the power of this machine. Check it out. Okay, that was 2 layers. I'm going to double it. This will be 4 layers. We're going to double it again. Now that's 8 layers of fabric. Okay, here we go. 8 layers. Check it out. Perfect feeding. Cut. And you know what? Do you think it'll do 16 layers of fabric? We're going to find out. We're going to find out right now. Here we go. And folks, that is the beauty of a semi-industrial machine. Check it out. 16 layers of fabric with perfect stitches. Any questions on that one? And yes, Penny, you can actually take it anywhere. It's a wonderful, wonderful machine. Yes, Robin, it does work on leather. It will sew literally anything you put under it. You could even put a yardstick under it and it will sew through a yardstick. The Accomplish is, that's a wonderful question, Diane. The Accomplish is actually a low shank machine. It is not a high shank machine. Yes, the walking foot, Norma, it does come with the machine. Absolutely it does, yes. Wonderful, wonderful question, Marcia. So up here on top of the machine, there's an oiling hole right here, and there's a place in the bobbin case to drop a drop of oil there. And there's an oiling port right here. There's a little hole right here in the bed of the machine that you would also drop a drop of oil in as well. And that's all detailed in the owner's manual as far as the places to oil this machine. Let's see, let's go back here to, I just want to show you how easy it is to use this. Check it out. Right here, this is how you, under caring for your machine, there it shows the oiling points, how to clean it, all that fun stuff, how to remove the needle plate cover to get the lint out. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So, Blaine, what do you think? Isn't this one of the most awesome machines ever that Baby Lock has made?
It is, Richard. And you know, this type of machine has been extremely popular this year. And I think a lot of the trend is, you know, there's a lot of people, you know, have stores on Etsy and they're starting to make clothes. And I know, you know, we have sold a ton of these to people who are making tutus. And, you know, a thing about it, I know there's machines out on the market that run a lot faster than this, but, you know, at 1,500 stitches per minute, you can only feed it so fast with your hands, you know. So, and then the fact that this thing will go through 16 layers of fabric, it'll sew through a yardstick of wood. I mean, that's a lot of punching power. I don't know how.
Yes, it is.
Unless you're in an industrial setting, I don't know why in the world a home user would need anything more powerful than this. Do you?
You really don't. Quite. You know, an industrial machine can go 5,000 to 6,000 stitches per minute. Work sewing at home, you're not going to ever use that.
No.
Even when I worked in the sewing factory, rarely would I get it up to that kind of a speed.
I'd be almost afraid of that because I'd afraid I would just like sew my hand too.
I've seen many people do it at the factory, yes. It's not a fun experience.
But what a great machine. If somebody's doing, you know, anything that straight stitches, it requires a little bit of production, this is a perfect machine for it. And, you know, instead of spending, you know, thousands of dollars and buying a big industrial machine, you can get this. It's 24 pounds. It's very manageable. It's not heavy like some of the industrial machines. And I'm telling you, this thing has a great history behind it. It has been a fabulous machine for us. And, you know, the name speaks for itself. It's accomplish. You're going to accomplish a lot using this machine. So I got to tell everybody how they can get this, Richard.
Please do. I love this machine. I really do. I totally love it.
And it is. Guys, and we're down to 8 of them left. We have 8 of these left. It is a call-in special as well. And the normal price on this is $9.99. And so it's a great price, just, you know, out of the gate already. Excuse me. It's a straight stitch machine. It's a precision pin feed system, automatic needle threader, which is awesome. Convenient push buttons, needle up, down, thread cutter, standard bobbin winder, and side loading bobbin, adjustable stitch length up to 7 millimeters. Has the thread tension adjustment dial, the presser foot adjustment dial. It has the adjustable feed dogs up to 4 heights, hands-free pressure foot lift, built-in telescopic thread stand, LED lighting, and again, you can drop those feed dogs down if you want to do some free motion. It has 8 presser feet, flex reaction, free motion quilting, general purpose, invisible zipper, 1/4 inch rolled hem, walking, and a zipper foot. So those 8 presser feet right there that come with it. You get the seam guide, the soft cover for the machine, the extra bobbins. You get that quilting extension table with the hands-free presser foot lift. So again, you know, I can see this machine. If you're looking for a machine that you can put even on one of these frames that some of these people make, like Grace and Handy Quilter, you know, Grace has that brand new tabletop quilting, table. This machine would be a perfect fit to put that on there and even do free motion quilting. And then you could pull it off to do piecing. You can do so much with this machine. And guys, this is, and I think Teresa says it the best right there. It says powerhouse of a machine. Teresa, you're exactly right. It is such a great machine. And like all the Baby Lock machines, if you buy this, you're going to get a 60-day trial of the online classes, the sewed online classes, which I highly recommend going and checking those out, because some of the educators you're seeing on our show are the ones that teach in the classes on those videos. You're getting 60 months of that, and then you can also sign up for subscription. You can get it for the year. And so I highly recommend this. And, you know, Penny Carter saying, hey, get it while you can only get a few left. You're right, Penny. These things, we can't hardly keep these in stock. This is such a good machine for, it's one of those machines, and I bet Richard will say the same thing. It's one of those machines that you can have, that everybody who has a sewing studio needs a straight stitch machine like this in there. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. You need an embroidery machine, you need a sewing machine, but you need a serger. You need one of these straight stitch machines. It's just, I think it's a great addition for anybody's studio. So, hey, Richard, what would you think about that? Would you think that everybody needs a straight stitch machine in their studio?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I still have my Singer featherweight, but you know what? I never sew on it. It's beautiful eye candy, but this Accomplish is the ultimate workhorse. It truly is.
It
will sew through. I did 16 layers of cotton fabric there. Well, guess what? It'll do 16 layers of denim as well.
And the thing about it, I always tell people, when you do those kind of demos and you're doing through multiple layers, to me, you can always kind of tell the quality of the machine and how hard it knocks when it's starting those heavier layers, because it's putting pressure on the motor. That one, I could hear it. It didn't even flinch. I mean,
it didn't flinch a bit. It wanted more. It was saying, give me more, give me more.
It can handle it. So it's such a great machine. And so, Richard, thank you so much for coming on our show this morning. I tell you, 2 fantastic demonstrations. And I mean, I wish we could have had 2 hours on the Altair, because you did such a good job on both machines. And, those are 2 machines that everybody would dream to have in their studio. And
absolutely,
I know that you've got both of them, and you love both of them so much. So thank you so much. We hope you have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I'm sure we'll see you again in 2022 pretty
awesome.
soon.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a glorious holiday and Merry Christmas to all. And get you a new sewing machine for Christmas. You deserve it. Treat yourself.
All right, Richard. Thank you so much, buddy. All right, guys, you heard it right there. Get yourself a Christmas or a machine for Christmas. I tell you, Richard said it the best. And guys, again, I kind of want to recap that Altair. The Altair, what a fantastic machine. That is one of the top of the line Baby Lock machines. Has so many features built into this thing. Guys, the price is $89.99, but I'm telling you, we have a call-in special that is unbelievable in this machine. You got to call in to get this special, or go on the website and just type in Altair in that search bar, and you can look at the product page. And we have an online chat. You can initiate the chat and talk to them. They can take your order. They can answer questions and give you the pricing and things that we have. But it is an unbelievable special on this machine. I can't stress it to you enough if you've been wanting one of those. And I'm telling you that the quantities are getting very, very low. We were down to 5 when Richard ended his presentation. And so now that total's probably lower. We will sell out of this. So if you want one of these, you better get it. And if we run out, Penny's asking if we run out of the machine, what we're going to do, if you pre-order it this week during the show, we'll honor the pricing all this week. And if we run out of something, you can pre-order it. And when we get it in, we're going to ship it to you then, and we'll still honor that special countdown to Christmas pricing. So that's one of the things that we're doing. If we run out of product, we're going to make sure that you get that pricing. But, don't delay. Go ahead and get ordered on it, because you still have time to get one of these, because I think we still have a few left. They're getting down pretty fast. And then again, I want to talk a little bit about the Accomplish. Guys, again, that straight stitch machine, everybody needs one of these. It's $9.99. We do have a call-in special for this, and it is a workhorse. And I'm telling you, a workhorse. And you saw when Richard did the 16 layers of fabric, it didn't even flinch. And like Richard said, it was wanting more. It's wanting more. And I totally agree with him. So a great presentation on both machines. And again, guys, great pricing. And but coming up next, guys, we have another treat for you. I mean, it's just awesome today. Start out with Mike Johns, then we have Richard, and now we have Melinda Stephenson. And man, I tell you what, she's been on the show before. Everybody loves Melinda. She's so good. And, coming up, she's going to talk all about that Brilliant by Baby Lock. And so, Melinda, welcome to day 2 of Countdown to Christmas. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much, Blaine. You are so kind, and I'm so happy to be here. And I love talking about sewing at Christmas time. It is my favorite time to sew. So I can't wait to talk about these machines.
I can't. Well, I'm so happy you're here. So you're going to talk about 3 different products from Baby Lock today, and we're going to start out with that Brilliant from Baby Lock. And I know everybody loves this machine, and they're going to be super excited about it once they see what they can do. You can do with it. And you're going to show them. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Blaine. All right. I'm going to switch my camera here, you guys, so that you can see an up close of the machine. All right, so this is our Baby Lock Brilliant, and let me flip off one of these lights so we don't have that awful glare. Give me just a second here. Okay. All right, so this machine is also a workhorse. All right, this is a great machine for beginning sewers because it is so easy to operate. But it's also a fabulous machine for advanced sewers because it is heavy duty. And it will sew anything that you put underneath it. It will sew leather. It will sew handbags. It will quilt. You can do your regular sewing on it. It's a fantastic machine. I'm going to show you some of my very favorite features of this machine. And I'm going to start out with how easy it is to thread. Okay, so let me see if I can get this up here so that you can see that. And again, for those advanced sewers, this is a nothing, but for beginning sewers, it's so awesome because it's got numbers, right? So if you're getting ready to thread this machine, and all you have to do, we're going to start out with here, number 1, okay? And we're going to go 1 and then 2, and then we're going to go all the way around here and down. And let me see if I can get my camera on it so that you can see that and get it focused. Let's see. Yeah, there's my 3. And then we're going to go back up to 4 and then back down here. And you can see this 5. Okay. And then back in the back there is that 6. And then we're going to go right underneath to the 7. All right. And then my favorite thing is that you don't have to fool with the needle hole. All you have to do is touch this right here, pop it down, and that needle is perfectly threaded. And you don't have to do another thing to that needle. So if your eyes are tired or if your eyes aren't working so well for close-up, this machine is awesome. You can also see down here that this machine gives you all sorts of guidelines. So you can get a perfect 1/4 inch seam, whether you are using the center needle position or the left needle position. And it gives you both guidelines. And you can see there are guidelines for 3/4 inch all the way up to 1 inch. So it makes your sewing really, really easy. Now, I want to talk about one of my other favorite things about the machine. And I'm going to tell you probably about 9 of my favorite things. Probably maybe 10 if we have time. I am not the most organized sewer. I sort of throw feet around like a popcorn popper, but the Brilliant has this really cool accessory tray that locks in the feet. Okay, so you can see there's my accessory tray, and it locks in these feet. These are the feet that you use the most often. And we're going to start out with this R foot. Okay. So this is the blind hem foot. And this foot takes all the guesswork out of creating a perfect hem for pants or dresses or skirts or upholstery or curtains or tops or anything that needs a really professional looking hem. And you can create any hem in a matter of moments with this blind hem foot. The next foot is the M foot. And this foot is for sewing on buttons. And I love this foot because you can just slide your button right under here, and it doesn't move whenever you're stitching it on. And it's got these guidelines that enable you to place it perfectly on your garment. The next foot is the N foot. And this foot is nice and wide and has a see-through center that allows you to sew decorative stitches really easily. Next in here is the J foot, and that's the foot that you do most of your garment sewing with, and it's sort of your all-around sewing foot. But this foot right here, when I first got this machine, I couldn't figure out why the G foot or the overcasting foot rated a special place in the top of the machine. But after trying it out, I understood. If you don't have a serger, or if you don't want to pull out your serger, or if you don't have serger thread to match your outfit, this overcasting stitch foot actually does the work of a serger. It overcasts the stitch and seams at the same time, and it makes it so that your seams hold together perfectly and they don't actually fray. So the next foot that I'm going to show you is the multi-purpose, the zipper foot, okay? So this is the zipper foot right here, and you've all seen this. This is just a standard zipper foot, but the cool thing about this is that, you can do piping with this zipper foot. I piped my granddaughter's dress. I piped the pockets on her dress, and because it has these ridges, you can actually put your cording underneath there and get really close to the stitch and make some really, really pretty cording. So that is the zipper foot. And then finally, of course, hanging out at the top here is the A foot. And this is the buttonhole foot. And this makes certain that your buttonhole is exactly the same size as your button. So all you do is you just put your button in there, and then you attach it to your machine, you stitch your buttonhole, and your buttonhole is going to be exactly the right size for your button. So there's plenty of storage underneath the machine also for larger feet. Like, for example, back here, let me see if you can see. Let me get the camera back here so you can see this a little bit better. So back here, you've got another storage compartment, and it's got room for big things like this walking foot that comes with the machine. So this machine comes with so many feet, y'all. It is, you can pretty much do anything. I'll show you the other feet that come with the machine also. You get this standard zipper foot that is very flexible. You can, use this with very large zippers or very small zippers. Then you have the free motion quilting foot. And you can actually drop the feed dogs on this machine. It's very easy. There's a lever in the very back of the machine. You just pop that lever over. It lowers the feed dogs, and you can do your free motion quilting with this free motion quilting foot. We also have the 1/4 inch foot, so you can make perfect 1/4 inch seams. And then there's also this seam guide foot. And I really love this for putting in facings because it keeps the fabric flat as you go around circles. So this is a really great foot. And then finally, another one of my favorite feet is the Teflon foot. I do a lot of sewing and stitching on leather, and this machine is a powerful machine. It's got a 7-part feed dog system, and it enables you to stitch on leather. And this Teflon foot slides very easily over the leather. Also comes with the machine, of course, is the screw that that makes it really easy to take your presser feet on or the any of the components off and on. Your needle is very easy to get off and on with this. And then, of course, it comes with these. And I want to show you this, though. This is a thread holder for the cone threads. And I know a lot of you, I get this question a lot, like, what is this thing? And it's actually a cone holder for your thread. So anyway, that comes with the machine. You just pop that in there, and that keeps the thread from bouncing up and down. I think Mike Johns talked about this earlier, how important it is to use a spool cap because it keeps your thread from bouncing up and down, and it keeps your tensions absolutely perfect. All right, so that's it for the feet. Now I want to talk a little bit about my third favorite thing, and that is this flip top that shows me every stitch on the machine, okay? So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. And this machine has 190 stitches, and I can see them all at a glance up here. And again, as I said before, this machine is really great for beginners because it has these icons that make it very easy to program the stitches, okay? So let me show you exactly how that works. So for example, you can see this icon here, and then I'm going to go down to the front of the machine, and I'm going to show you how this icon matches, okay? So this is your utility stitch icon. And any of these stitches, you can touch that, okay? And so that's going to give me the number one, stitch number 12, or I can go to stitch number 8, very easy. And if you want to increase your width or decrease your width, that's very easily done right here. If you want to increase or decrease the length, it's very easily done right there. Okay, so that these are all very easy. So the next thing that I want to show you is the, I'm not going to show you that yet. Let me show you this. All right, let me say okay and clear that out. Okay, so what I'd like to show you now is how to get to these decorative stitches. So here you can see this icon right here, and it's actually a decorative stitch. And so what you're going to do, you can see that's decorative stitch 1. This group is decorative stitch grouping number 1. This is decorative stitch grouping number 2. And this is decorative stitch grouping number 3. And then these are your character alphabets, okay? So what you can do right here is, like, let's say, for example, I want to practice a decorative stitch. Okay, let's say that I want to practice a decorative stitch number 5, and maybe I also want to practice decorative stitch number 8. So let's look down here and see how we do that. This tells us that we touch this button twice, and then we go to number 5. Okay, so let's go down here and let's find that matching button. All right, here's my matching button. It's asked me if it's okay to cancel that first pattern that we looked at. And it is, of course, okay. So now I'm going to touch it again. So I've got the decorative stitch grouping 2. And then I want to choose stitch number 5. And you can see that I have a line of stitches. All right. And this machine tells me so much here on the LCD screen. I can see right here that there is a heart and another heart, and that tells me this is going to be a line of stitches. I could also just stitch a single stitch, and all I would have to do is touch this key right here, which has the hearts on it, and that gives me a single heart, and I can stitch a single heart. Now, but what if I want to actually add a heart. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and, because I'm in screen number 2, I'm going to touch number 8. And now I've got a heart. So I've got this little heart and I don't know, cute pattern here. So I'd like to do an entire row of them though. So I'm going to touch that stitch to let me do the entire row. And then let's stitch it out and let's kind of see what this looks like, because I think it's going to be really pretty. So I'm going to go up here, but I'm also going to do one more thing. I'm going to engage my automatic stitch button. And what this does is this secures the stitches at the very beginning, at the very end. And I'm also going to make it automatically clip my stitches at the end of the stitch. So there it is. All right, so let's go over here. I'm going to lower my presser foot and I'm going to press my start button. And then I have a really cool feature up here. When I touch this, that allows the stitch, the decorative stitch, to stitch all the way to the very end of the decorative stitch and then to finish off the stitch and then clip it. So let me raise my presser foot and let's have a look at those stitches. Yeah, that's really nice, isn't that? And you can see you have so many different stitches up here. The next group of stitches that we have are the alphabet stitches. And you can program in alphabets and you can program in any kind of lettering that you want. And let's see, let's pull out some of these alphabet stitches. Okay, so I'm going to go, let's see, I think I'll go up to, I've got some, let's see, I think I'll go to 2. So let's go up to 2 and let's go ahead and choose that. And let's go ahead and stitch that out. Let's see how that looks stitched out. Okay. Okay. So we're going to touch the OK button there. And I'm going to go back up here and touch this. Okay. Give me just a second here. I've programmed in another stitch here and I want to make sure that I've got the right stitch, that I'm looking at the right one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and go with that stitch and touch. Go and stitch it out. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to show you this one more time. Okay, all right. Okay, I'm having a little issue here, y'all. I've got my thread set up wrong, so let me fix my thread. And then I'm going to move on to one more thing before we do that, because I'm afraid that's going to take too long to stitch and we won't be able to see all of it. Okay, so the next thing that I want to show you is the overcasting stitch and how awesome that is, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my utility stitches and I'm going to show you my overcasting stitch, okay? And you can see that I have number 14 and it's actually 13, 14, and 15 are my overcasting stitches. Let me get that a little bit closer so that you can see it. Okay. All right, there we go. 13, 14, and 15 are my overcasting stitches. But a really cool feature of this machine is that you can buy an accessory that actually cuts your fabric at the same time it overcasts. So it sort of emulates a serger, okay? But we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're just going to use stitch number 14 in the utility menu, and I'm going to show you how you can finish the edge of your fabric using that awesome G-foot. And let me get that foot on there. Okay, whoop. All right, it's pop. Very easy to take the feet off and put them back on again, you guys. All you have to do is there's a in the back, there's a little push button in the back. You touch that button and the foot pops off. And then in order to put the foot back on again, all you have to do is get it centered underneath and then lower your presser foot, and there it is. It pops right on. Okay, so I love using this foot because what it does is it kind of helps the stitch to roll under a little bit, and so the edge is really nicely finished. So I'm going to go ahead and go to stitch number 14. Okay, and let's watch this stitch. Now, one thing that I haven't really talked about is that you can increase and decrease the speed of your machine, okay? So I can increase the speed of my stitching, or I can decrease it. Decreasing it is really great whenever you're teaching children to sew, because it'll sew so slowly that you don't have to worry about them getting their fingers caught inside of the machine. So I'm going to speed that up a little bit so that you can see it does go a little bit faster than what we've been stitching. So here we go. See how much faster that is? All right. All right. So let's look and see what our overcasting stitch does. And one thing is you want to pull that back off the stitch fingers whenever you pull it off. You don't want to pull it to the side. But see how lovely that is? It sort of flips that edge under, okay? So the next thing that I want to show you is how easy it is to use your blind hem foot on this machine. And we've overcast this seam. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put our blind hem foot on, and we're going to stitch that seam, and we're going to give it a blind hem. So let's pull out the blind hem foot. Okay. There is so much that this machine will do, you guys. I'm not going to have time to demo everything I want to demo, but I'm going to demo one more thing before we run out of time. Okay, so in order to, you're going to give it like a little, it's like a little Z fold whenever you do the blind hem. So the way it works is you're going to fold it over once like this, and then you're going to fold it back, okay? And then your blind hem, you're going to put the edge of your presser foot. I hope you can see that. Let me make sure you can see that. Let me get a little bit closer, okay? Get down and closer so that I want you to be able to see where that presser foot goes. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. All right, so I'm going to lower my presser foot, and I'm going to slow this machine down just a little bit. And we're going to do a perfect blind hem. Whoop. Of course, I forgot to put the blind hem stitch on, people, so sorry about that. All right, let's try that again. And this time, let's actually use the blind hem stitch, which is number 31. I just put the overcasting stitch in there. So what I'm going to have to do is clip it off, and then I'm going to have to clip it again so that you can actually see it. So let me give this a little clip so that you'll be able to actually see a blind hem stitch. All right, here we go. Let me do stitch number 31. All right. Okay, there's our blind hem stitch. All right, here we go. Secures the stitch and then clips it for us. I'm going to raise the presser foot, and then you can see that gives us this absolutely perfect blind hem. I love that. That it just makes sewing so much easier. Okay. All right. The next thing that I want to show you is this bridging plate. This is really fun to me. Okay. So this is putting two pieces of fabric together using sort of a fagoting stitch. And so this is actually an accessory, the bridging foot. So I'm going to take off my blind hem foot, and I'm going to put on, okay, yeah, this is the best foot to use here. This is the open toe foot. So I'm going to then slide this little bridging foot in, cool accessory, and then I'm going to take two pieces of fabric. I'm going to fold them, and then I'm going to choose my number 40 stitch, and that's going to be the stitch that enables me to sort of put these two pieces of fabric together. So let's choose number 40. And then I'm going to slide my fabric on either side. And then we're going to have something that looks like a faggoting stitch. So let's go ahead and let me make sure I've got plenty of thread here, because I think let me raise my presser foot and pull a little bit more thread. There we go. I want to come unthreaded. Okay, here we go. I think I put it, there it is. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Okay. All right. So look at this. Isn't that lovely? I missed some right there, but that's because I was squishing it. But isn't that nice? I just think I can just see that on the front of a blouse or on a little girl's dress. It's just a really lovely extra, just as a little extra that you can put on your little girl's dress or your lady's blouse. Okay, and then let me show you one more thing. Let me see how we're doing with time. Oh, we might be running out of time. All right, Blaine, are we running out of time?
Hey, Melinda, go ahead and demonstrate that last feature.
Okay, all right, let me show you this one last thing. I'd like to show you I just love doing this. This is like using the buttonhole foot. Okay, and so I'm going to pop my little, not buttonhole, but my button foot on, and I'm going to slide my button in here. Okay, and then I'm going to put my foot down, and then I'm going to get my little piece of fabric here, and I'm going to raise my presser foot. And then I'm going to find stitch number 70. And so see, that shows us right up there, stitch number 70. And then you can also, so 70 is what we're going to use for our buttonhole. I hope you can see that. Yeah, you can. Okay. And let me go over here and let me change it to 70 right here. Okay. All right, so now we're going to stitch. Now, before I ever stitch my buttons on, though, I always use my hand wheel to just make sure. Yeah, and so that means I don't have it far enough up. So let me move it up just a little bit, because it's got to be exactly where those lines are. And you don't want to break a needle. So let me use my hand. Okay, there we go. So now I'm going to press my start button, and it's going to sew that button on. Now, I like to do it twice because I sew children's clothes, so I'm going to do it one more time just because. Wow. That beats hand sewing any day. All right, and there's my button, perfectly sewn on. Little you don't need to even tie it. You know, you're gonna want to tie it off in the back. You don't need to tie it off in the back. It's going to sew absolutely perfectly. All right. Okay. All right, there it is, Blaine. Is that good, or do you want to see one more thing?
Hey, Melinda, that was an awesome demonstration. I tell you, I didn't realize the Brilliant had so many features on that thing. Oh my gosh.
I absolutely love this machine, and I can go on and on, Blaine. I am nowhere near finished with all the things that this machine will do. It's fantastic. It really is. It's a really great machine.
It is a great machine, and you know what's crazy about this? I just got word we just sold out of them, and so I called Baby Lock and talked to Kathy. I said, "Hey, we just sold out of them on our show. When can I get them in again?" And she's saying, "Okay, Baby Lock's only getting 54 of them on February the 11th, and we're getting a few of those. So it'll be probably mid-February before we get the rest in. So guys, sorry about that. If you're the lucky ones out there that got some this morning, congratulations. If you were wanting one of these now, you're going to have to pre-order it. We will honor the pricing, and you can go ahead and pre-order it. But just know this: it'll be We're probably going to getting, not that many. If the 54s coming in for the whole country, we're probably going to get maybe 10 or so. And so if you want one of those, make sure you get a pre-order, because they will all sell out, the ones that are coming in February. So tough break on that machine. I didn't think we would sell out on that quick this morning, man. Everybody loved that. And but I'll go ahead and tell everybody what the normal price is. I'm gonna tell them a little bit of the specs and things on it, Melinda, and then we're gonna come back to you, and you're gonna talk all about that Celebrate Serger. So we're excited about that. So Roger, if you could put that overlay up there, and I'm gonna tell everybody about this machine. So guys, again, we just sold out of this. It's $9.99, but we do have a Countdown to Christmas special on it, and we will honor that pricing on that machine. You can go ahead, and you have to pre-order it though to get it. It will be a mid-February delivery, it looks like. It stitches at 850 stitches per minute. It has an 8.3-inch workspace to the right of the needle, which is a pretty big workspace. It has that quick set bobbin winder, LCD screen. It has a 3 5/16 inch by 1 3/4 inch screen on it. 190 built-in stitch patterns, 5 built-in uppercase alphabets, a drop feed, advanced needle threader, the free arm, decorative stitch editing capabilities. And guys, for a sewing and quilting machine, this is a great little machine for $999. But again, we have that call-in special on it. Go ahead, if you're interested in getting one of these, go ahead and get your pre-order in. We will honor the show special. In the accessories that are included in it, you do get a soft cover case for it, and you get 14. And that's not a mistake. 14 accessory feet come with this. So it gets a ton of feet come with it. You get that buttonhole, the overcasting, the monogramming, zipper, zigzag, blind stitch, button fitting, walking, free motion quilting, stitch guide, adjustable zipper and piping, non-stick, open toe, and a 1/4 inch quilting foot. So again, guys, what a feature-packed little machine. And so a great machine. And guys, I'm so sorry we ran out. I did not dream that we would sell that many of them this morning. But I guess people, as soon as they saw that machine, the calls started coming in, and we sold out extremely fast on that. And again, you can still pre-order it and get that special price. And do that now if you want to. 800-401-8151. We do have some special financing available. You can go on our website, in the search bar, just put Brilliant up in the search bar, and it'll take you right to that product page. And that way you can see the products. We have live chat agents who can answer questions for you as well. So guys, next up, we're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Serger. This is the Celebrate. And guys, this is the air threader Serger for around $1,000. You can get this machine. I think it's $1,199. This is an unbelievable machine for the price. And Melinda, I know this is one of your favorites as well.
This is a great machine, Blaine. It's an easy serger to use. It's very lightweight. You can travel with this machine. It does everything any serger could do, and it has jet air threading. So I can't wait to show you this.
I know. And this machine, the great thing about this too, everyone, is we have 40 of these in stock right now. I just got the inventory, 40 of them in stock. They probably sell out this week. So make sure, if you've been wanting one of these sergers, this is the time to get it. And after you see the demonstration Melinda's got, I promise you. And when I was talking to Richard, Melinda, we were talking about, almost every person is sewing, you always need a serger in your studio. You always need that straight stitch machine. And then you need a sewing. And if you like embroidery, get an embroidery machine. But those two accessory machines is always a straight stitch and a serger. You just absolutely almost have to have.
That's right. You're absolutely right. So yeah, I can't wait for you guys to see this. It's a really fun.
All right. So we're going to let you go and get ready to go. And then we're going to get her on doing the Celebrate. And then as soon as she gets finished, we'll come back and I'm going to tell you exactly how you can get one. But one thing about it, we have 40 of these in stock. So I'm not worried about us running out during the show, but we'll probably sell out this week. So let's go ahead and go back to Melinda on that serger.
Right, the Celebrate Serger. I want to share with you some of the many things that you can do with this small but mighty machine. The Celebrate is the perfect serger to have in your sewing room, but it's also a great travel machine. It will fit within your suitcase, and along with your Verve, it makes a perfect traveling studio. Let me just show you a few of the things that the Celebrate can do. First, let's look at how easy it is to thread. If any of you have had a serger without air threading, you know how frustrating it can be to try and change your thread colors or add decorative threads to a project. Sometimes it takes the entire evening just to get your serger threaded. That's not true with the Celebrate. Watch this.
To thread the lower looper, you'll simply place about a 1/2 inch of thread in the threading port. Next, simply depress the looper threading lever and the thread pops right out through the eye of the lower looper, ready to serge. I love how quiet that looper threading is. Just a gentle little whoosh. To thread the upper looper, you'll move the upper looper threader selector to the left, and then you'll place about a 1/2 inch of thread in the threading port. Next, you'll depress the looper threading lever, and this time the thread flies through the eye of the upper looper. And the needles are just as easy to thread with a built-in needle threader. To select the right needle, you're going to move the needle threader selection to the R position. Next, you'll press the needle threader lever down. Then you'll hold that thread horizontally and slide it into the little hook guides. Next, you release the threader lever and the needle is threaded. I love this serger accessory foot package. With this package and your Celebrate serger, you can put a blind hem on your skirts, pants, and dresses. You can attach zippers and piping to any project. You can attach elastic or decorative beading and create and attach ruffles. I teach a really fun class with a 6-foot package in which we create an easy project, a decorative pillow, and use all 6 feet for decorating, for inserting a zipper, for creating ruffles, and for blind hemming an envelope enclosure. After this class, you'll feel confident enough to use all 6 feet in your own serging projects. Today, though, I'm going to show you how to use the cording foot to insert lovely piping in this zipped computer case. I'll also show you how to use that same foot to insert a zipper. We use decorative thread to finish the bag handles and a normal 4-thread overlock to stitch it all together. Then I'll show you how easy it is to create a lovely rolled hem and create and attach a ruffle to this cute pillow. These are just a few of the myriad of techniques and stitches available to you on the Celebrate serger. The first thing I'm going to show you how to do is to create quick and easy piping with the cording foot. You can see I've got the cording foot attached to my machine. It has a little cutout section underneath it. It's a tunnel, a little channel that your cording can go through. And so all you have to do is slide the cording underneath that little channel, and you can make piping in about 5 minutes. Okay, so here's the piping. Now, when you first make it, you want to create it a little bit looser than it's going to be in your project. So there's my piping. It's kind of loose, but now let's insert it inside of a project. So there's the piping I've created, and this is how to create the piping on that bag that I showed you just a few minutes ago. So you'll lay the piping down, right sides together, and then you'll lay the fabric on top of it, right sides together as well. And then you'll carefully slide your fabric beneath your cording foot. And you want to make sure that you leave some of that cord sticking out so that you can pull it. But see how neatly, even with layers of fabric, that channel enables you to create the piping inside of your fabric. So it really looks nice whenever you finish stitching it. So watch this. You can see it. It goes really fast. And you really don't have to guide it because it pretty much stays in that channel for you. Now I'm going to pull it off a little bit to my left, and then you'll see how beautifully piped your fabric is. Isn't that lovely? Super easy, super fast, all done on that Celebrate serger. And here's the piece that's finished. And this is what I used to create the front of my computer bag. Isn't that lovely? Next, I'll show you how to use that cording foot to insert a zipper into a quick and easy zipped bag, all created on your serger. It takes about 10 minutes. You're going to find the center point of your zipper and the center point of your fabric, and then you're going to place your zipper right there on the center, right sides together. So your zipper is facing down, all right? Then you're going to slide that zipper underneath your cording foot, and the channel fits right on top of the zipper, right on top of those coils, and it also keeps the coils lined up. So what you're going to do is move that very carefully on, and I start serging on my zipper, and you can see the zipper is there before the fabric. Okay, so the zipper is hanging over about, I don't know, like 2 inches. All right, and then you just start serging. You serge all the way down, super easy. Like I said, the channel in your cording foot holds those zipper coils perfectly. And you sew to the end. Now make sure you don't cut off your zipper. So you're going to pull that zipper to the left. You're going to serge off. And you're finished with the first half of your zipper. Next, you're going to fold your fabric together, and you're going to place the right side of that zipper on the right side of the fabric. And then you're going to mark by giving a little clip where that zipper needs to go, because you're going to end up unzipping the zipper, and you'll need a little clip right there to show yourself where that zipper needs to line up, okay? So you'll place your zipper down, finding those clips, just making sure, and I like to double check the edges to make sure that those clips are accurate. All right, then you're going to move to the serger and sew down that second half. For this bag, I like to fold it down, I don't know, about 1.5 inches, so that the zipper goes in front and not on top. This is my quick and easy bag. And then you can see after I've squared the corners and turned it right side out, this bag takes about 10 minutes to create. Really quick, really easy, really fast. Okay, one of my favorite things to do, the serger, is to use Decora thread. That's a number 12 thread, a very heavyweight thread, in my upper and lower loopers. It creates a beautiful edge finish. It also creates beautiful decorative stitches. And I use this thread to create the bag handles on that computer bag. And you can see up close right here that those threads are in the upper and lower loopers, and it's just really beautiful. It's just a beautiful, complete look. It's a way to finish your bag without using your sewing machine. This entire bag was created on the Celebrate Serger. No sewing at all. I really love using the narrow rolled hem on the Baby Lock Celebrate. It's a beautiful stitch. You can see that I have my machine set the rolled hem here, and the stitch width is going to be 3. I have it on in over here, and then you're going to change your settings really, really easily. 7, 3.5, 3.5, and I've placed woolly nylon in my upper looper. The rolled hem edge is a great edging for napkins, for hems, for little girls' dresses. It's just an easy and quick way to give a professional finish to your serging projects. That lovely rolled hem, it's just a beautiful edging to this pillow. Another accessory that I absolutely love on the Celebrate is the ruffling foot. And you can see this foot is super easy to get on and off your machine. I'm just going to pop it off so that you can have a look at it. The ruffling foot has this little bar at the bottom. And what that does is that pulls your fabric forward to make a nice little ruffle. So the only settings that you change, you've got a 4-thread overlock, and the only setting that you change is your differential feed. And you want your differential feed set at 2. All right. But everything else, all the other needles are on a regular tension, 4, 4, 4, and 4. Very, very simple. So let's get started on the ruffling foot. Okay. So I have a pretty small piece of fabric. All right. And I just want to show you what it looks like before I create my little girl's pillow ruffle. All right. So here we go. I'm going to raise my presser foot. I'm going to slide it under there just a little bit so that my feed dogs will grab it. Okay, and then I'm going to start stitching. Now, I like to sort of put my finger at the back. You don't really have to do that. It's just something I've done for a really long time. But you can see how beautifully that little ruffle is being made. All right, so let me give it a little clip so that you can see it. All right, there's your ruffle, ready made, super quick. Now, this particular foot enables you to attach the ruffle and ruffle at the same time. So let me show you how to do that. It's really easy as well. Okay, so for my base fabric, I've cut a square, and this is just a demo, okay? But I'll show you the finished little girl's pillow in just a little bit. My base fabric, and then I've cut my ruffle strip exactly twice as long as my base fabric. All right, and so here we go, and I'll show you how to set it up. It's sort of counterintuitive. You're going to put your base fabric in the top. Okay, and you can see that there's just like a little slot, and we're going to put my base fabric right there in that slot. And then beneath the base fabric, I'll be threading my ruffling, rufflings. Okay, so you can see I've got everything set up here, and now I'm just going to start ruffling. Okay, there it is. You have your ruffle, just quick and easy, all done on the Celebrate with that little ruffling foot. And here's the final project. It's a little girl's pillow. Actually, it's for my granddaughter, Ellie, but I had such a good time creating this on the Celebrate Serger. It took me maybe an hour to create the entire pillow. It was awesome. Did you know that you could make purse handles out of braids and tassels on your Celebrate Serger? It's super easy, and I'm going to show you how to do it. You can see this little purse. I've got 2 tassels on the bottom, and then I've got that braided strap. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to create a 3-thread wide overlock with a tension set at 4 and your stitch length at 3.5. And this is for the braided purse strap. This is the setup for your braided purse strap. The next thing that you're going to do is load your thread. You're going to use regular serger thread in your needle, and you're going to use a medium to heavyweight thread in your upper and lower loopers. I like the Madeira 8. I think it makes really beautiful braids. Next thing that you're going to do is you're going to stitch over some grosgrain or chiffon ribbon. And what that does is that gives stability to your braid. And it really doesn't matter which. And you can see here I've experimented with a bunch of different colors and sizes, thread and widths. And the thing that's wonderful about this is that you can get a strap to match your bag perfectly by choosing serger thread colors that highlight your bag. And this is just one of the wonderful things about having a serger. You can create things based on your dream of what makes it the most beautiful. So you're going to serge 3 strips. And once you've come up with the 3 strips that you love in the length that you love, then you're going to braid it. And you can see the braiding is super easy. I just pinned this to the top of my ironing board, and then I braided it just like you would braid somebody's hair. Just over and under, very simple. And you can see the black and white is lovely. I'm using contrasting colors, serger colors, and it's really a fun way to audition your serger threads, all those fun serger threads that you've been collecting over the years. Next, you're going to create the tassel. Gail Yellen has a wonderful video called the No Hassle Tassel that if you watch this and really want to make a tassel, she'll show you how. Gail Yellen suggests that you use a rolled hem, but I'm the world's laziest serger. And so what I like to do is just use my 3-thread narrow overlock. And I use regular serger thread. So what you're going to do is you're going to set your tension or set your serger for a 3-thread narrow overlock. You're going to use normal tensions and you're going to use regular serger thread. And you're going to serge about 9 yards. Okay, so this is just a short piece that I've pulled off the serger, but I'm going to show you how to create a skinny piece out of this serge. This is 3-thread overlock narrow. So what you're going to do is you're going to serge about 9 yards, okay? And then after you finish serging it, you're going to you're going to slide the stitches down, and you can see it's going to make kind of like a little bit of a knot down there. And what you're going to end up with is you're going to end up with a little narrow chain at the top, but then you're going to end up with these straight threads at the bottom, okay? So you need 9 yards in order to have the 3 yards that you need in order to make your tassel, okay? So you serge 3-thread narrow, 9 yards, and then you pull it off your serger, and then you use your fingers, you squeeze it, and you pull. So I'm squeezing and pulling, okay? And then you get all the way to the end. And of course, you're going to tie this off, these extra threads. You'll tie them off, and then you'll wind this around in order to make your tassel. Super easy, super cute. Just one of the many things that you can do with your Celebrate serger. So everyone's asking how you make this happen. So I just use a needle case. I make a loop first, and then after I've made that little loop, then I'm going to wrap my thread around my needle case, and then I'm going to tie a knot in it at the end using that little loop. And again, Gail Yellen has a really great video that makes this super easy. Once you finish tying that loop around your threads, then all you have to do is slide it off your needle case, and then you wrap it, and then you have this super cute tassel. So I don't know about you, but my girls are going through the prom and wedding stage, and everyone needs their dresses hemmed, and all these dresses have like 3 and 4 layers. And so what I've discovered is this. If I use the 3-thread overlock narrow hem on each of these dresses, it stitches out beautifully. The rolled hem is great for wovens, but for this chiffon and silk and these really, really skinny, narrow fabrics, lightweight fabrics, sometimes that rolled hem falls off, but the narrow hem never does. And it turns it under a little bit, so it's perfect. And you know, if you've ever had a wedding dress or a prom dress hemmed, it costs a fortune. This is a great way to start a business. Just doing hemming on prom dresses, wedding dresses, and bridesmaids dresses. Using that 3-thread overlock narrow hem, there's no worries about trying to turn your hem under before you hem, because the machine turns it under for you, and you end up with this absolutely beautiful stitch. And if you match your thread exactly to your fabric, no one can even see that hem. Again, it's a great way to start a business and pay for this machine. Probably the most common use for the serger is serging knits. Serging knits is so easy and so fast. Again, this outfit I created probably in about 2 hours. from start to finish. And you don't even have to use an elastic waistband. You can just use the knit to create your waistband, all serged on. I have a lot of grandbabies this year. And I really love this quilt pattern. It's a self-binding quilt, and I learned how to do it first on the sewing machine, but this is done all on the serger. It's so much easier and so much faster. I just created a tutorial on Technique Tuesdays with Kieran and Melinda, episode 20, that will show you how to create this entire blanket on the serger. I've saved my very favorite serging method for last. Every Christmas, I create pajama pants for all my children and grandchildren. It goes so fast. I can create about 10 pairs of pajama pants in about 5 hours. So it takes about 30 minutes per pair. And I've done this every single year for the last 10 years. It's my very favorite thing. It gives me so much joy, and it brings our family together. One Christmas, I thought they'd outgrown the pajamas, the matching pajamas, and I almost wasn't going to do it. And one of my children said, "Mama, I'll stay up with you all night long if that's what it takes, because we have to have our matching pajamas." I've barely scratched the surface of all the things that you can do with your Celebrate serger. I hope you enjoy yours.
All right, that was awesome. So, Melinda, I got to tell you, that was a great demonstration. So, tell me what your favorite feature of all the ones that are on that Celebrate. What's your favorite one?
Oh my gosh, my very favorite feature on the Celebrate serger is probably the ability to do piping and putting zippers in. I make bags over and over and over again, and that zipped bag is awesome. And I'll tell you, I teach a sewing class to my students at Florida State, and I just use the sergers, the Baby Lock sergers, to create pillows. And it happens so quickly. I mean, you can make a pillow in about 15 minutes, a pillowcase for real simple ones. So there are just so many quick and easy things that you can do on the Celebrate serger. It just takes all the time, the time. Of course, it's Christmas for me right now. And Christmas is when I make those pajama pants. And so I've got, now this year, I'm making 15 pairs of pajama pants, because that's how many kids we have in the family at this point, with grandchildren and all that. So.
So have you already started on making those yet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm halfway through. So, and it shouldn't take me too much longer to do the rest.
Awesome.
So yeah.
So how do you go about picking the color or the material each year when you decide to do them?
So yeah, so one of the things that I do, okay, I cheat. I use sheets. I use king size sheets, because it takes about 3 sets of king size sheets in order for me to get all those pajama pants in. So that's usually what I do. I like to see. I like to go to Target or Amazon or wherever to see what the cutest sheets are this year. So yeah.
That's awesome. Well, hey, Melinda, I got to tell everybody how they can get this. Now, I know you're going to be right back. We got another great machine we're going to show everybody, the Verve. And I know that's one of your favorites as well. But I'm going to tell them how they can get this Celebrate right now, because, guys, this thing, we started out the show just a while ago with 40 of these. We're down to 31 already. These things are flying off the shelves. But again, if you've not thought about a serger before, now's the time. If you've had a serger in the past and had that bad experience, I totally get it, because, guys, I've played around with these sergers, and they are a little difficult and intimidating. But I can tell you from my personal experience, and I'm not a big sewer like y'all are, this Celebrate is so easy to use. The air threading to go through those loopers makes it so easy. And then it has the automatic needle threader. It is just so easy to use. And I'm going to tell you, this thing is awesome to sew on. Ron and I, and Ron Martin, our owner, and I, we set out one day when we first got these in, and him and I sit out there in our San Marcos store and played on them for an hour and just sewing on them. And you can spend a ton of money on the Baby Lock sergers. There are some very expensive ones out there that you can find, and you can spend several thousands of dollars. But I'm telling you, for $1,199, This thing is extremely, extremely affordable. And I think we have the wrong price on the screen. We have it at $19.99 on the screen. That is not the right price. It's actually $11.99. And guys, this is just a little over $1,000, but we do have a call-in special for it today. And you're going to get a great bundle with this as well. You know, you're going to, matter of fact, you're getting some thread, you're getting some needles, you're going to get one of our gold sewing mats that come with it. And we have some special financing planned. So great value in the bundle. But you have to call in and get that special price. And again, it is a fantastic serger. This thing is 1,500 stitches per minute. And like I said, it has that jet air threading on it. It's a 432 thread serging, pure light with one LED light. So it has really good illumination. A dial adjustable built-in rolled hem, heavy duty cutting system. It has that side thread cutter, pressure foot, pressure adjustment. It has the adjustable pressure foot height up to 6 millimeters high. So if y'all have been doing that, y'all know that's pretty high. You can get a lot of fabric under that needle. It has the built-in needle threading system, electronic foot control, and in the box, you're going to get a foot control. You're getting that lint brush, needle insert tool. You're getting the 2 needle clamp screws. You're getting a package of assorted size needles, small screwdriver, a pair of tweezers, upper cutting blade for the replacement, looper threading tool, screwdriver, machine soft cover, 4 spool caps, 4 sponge disc, 4 thread nets, an Allen wrench, and 4 cone holders. And guys, again, and we have those optional. I think people have asked, you know, maybe how many feet come with this thing. You have to, if you want to get additional feet, those are an additional accessory. It's an option you can get. Baby Lock sells a set of 6 and a set of 12. So when you call in or you're online, you can go look at those. I would highly recommend, if you're going to do a lot of serging, to go ahead and get that 12-foot kit, because if you buy that 6-foot kit, you'll wish you had bought the 12. Trust me on that one. But again, guys, we have a great special list, special financing. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, or go to the website up in the search bar and just type in Celebrate, and it'll take you right to that product page. We have online live chat agent standing by that can help you on the live chat. Also, our call center, they can answer any questions you have. And if it's super busy and you can't get through on those phones, Roger and Andrea are putting in the chat over there to the right of your screen. They're going to put in a Google Sheets link. And what that does, you can hit that link. It opens up Google Sheets, put your name, your phone number, and the product that you're interested in. And what it'll do, it updates real time in our call center, and they will give you a return phone call. We started out with 40 when we started with her demonstration. Now we're down to 31. So guys, these things are flying off the shelves. This is a very popular serger, and it has been for since they released it. So if you've been thinking about one, now's the time to get it, because we got a great special on it. So Melinda, we are going to go back to you and talk all about this Baby Lock Verve. And I'm telling you what, this is a fantastic machine. And I know you love this machine personally.
Do love this machine. This is one of my very favorite machines. I carry this everywhere I go when I travel because it fits inside my suitcase. And it also has embroidery and sewing. It's awesome. I really love this. I can't wait to show it to you.
Well, we can't wait for you to show it too. And I got to let everybody know ahead of time, we do have these in stock. Again, we probably sell out this week, but we do have plenty in stock right now to ship you. And I'll give you an update on the exact total. I've been between when you're on doing your demonstrations, I'm getting on my phone and calling and checking inventory levels, and I'm calling Baby Lock and everything else. So anyway, I want to make sure our customers get this great machine and get a great price on it today. So Melinda, take it away.
Okay, I love it. Thank you so much. And Blaine, your customers are so kind. It just makes me so happy. They say the sweetest things online. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. So I want to show you, I'm going to change my camera now so that you can get some close-up looks at the Verve. So give me just a second. Okay, there we go. All right, let me turn off my light again so that you don't get that horrible glare. Okay. All right. So this is the Baby Lock Verve. And this has to be one of my very favorite machines in the world. It's very small. You can see how small this machine is. It fits inside your suitcase. and it's fantastic. I'm going to start out showing you the embroidery functions on the machine, and then I'll move to the sewing functions, okay? But I'm going to spend a good bit of time on the embroidery functions. Okay, so let me get up here, and let's see if we can, oh, that's going to be really, really, really bright. Okay. All right, let me turn the light on in here so that is not quite so bright. All right, there we go. That helps. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so this is the Baby Lock Verve. This is the wonderful screen, the 3.5-inch screen that shows us everything we can do. You are going to be so amazed at all of the editing that you can do on this machine, okay? I'm going to start out simply by showing you some of the built-in designs, okay? These are the Baby Lock exclusive designs, and you can see that you've got your Halloween designs, you've got your Christmas designs, and these designs stitch out really beautifully. I made Christmas ornaments out of these, and I'm going to show you exactly how to make these Christmas ornaments. So there's one from the built-in designs. Then here's another one from the built-in designs, and then here's another one for the built-in designs. And you can, on screen, edit these designs and create Christmas ornaments, and see they've got a backing, okay? Yeah, super easy. You can also create lace designs on this machine. This machine pretty much does everything. Okay, so let me show you the rest of these exclusive designs. Let's give it just a chance to, there we go. Okay, whoop. Okay, and there's some more Christmas designs. This little tree is really cute. It was a fun one to do. And then it's got a beautiful Christmas stocking. And let's go back to the floral designs. There are so many designs on here. You can see how cute those are. I love those lavender designs. And then we go to the country garden. And this is really fun to put on towels. Look at these bicycles. I've sewn these out before. They turn out really gorgeous. And there's herbs, if you've got somebody who loves herbs. All right. And then we have the kids corner. I love sewing these out. This is really fun. I made some Christmas ornaments out of footballs and put my children's favorite football team fabric on the back of the Christmas tree ornaments and the year on it. So that was kind of fun. And then we've got the helicopter and the airplane, the strawberries, little ladybugs, because every little girl loves ladybugs. And then we've got these really pretty designs, these little Japanese looking designs that are just really, really pretty. And then we've got the novelty designs that are just fun to put on a guy's chef's apron. Nautical designs. Okay, those are just said. And then there are other designs. So that's not all. So these are other designs that are just built into the machine. Literally, see, those are little lace designs, little lace ornaments, baby designs and bunny designs and ghosts. This sleigh stitches out absolutely gorgeous. And then that Christmas tree is really pretty, so that it's fun to use the Christmas ornaments. But I love more than anything how easy it is to edit designs. Okay. So let me just show you a couple of things that this machine does that is absolutely crazy for a machine this small. Okay. So I'm going to go to the kids corner, and I'm just going to show you, let's put that football in. I'm going to touch set. And then this screen enables me to move that around. Okay. I can add a design. Okay. So I'm going to add the design, some letters. So I'm going to let's start out with Brooks. Okay. I'll put my little grandson's name because he loves to play flag football and he's 5. So there's BROOKS, and I'm going to press set. Okay. And then I'm going to move that up a little bit, and I can either move it like this, or I can use the move screen here. So it gives you a couple of options. But I want to show you another really ridiculously cool thing that this machine does. The font edit function is really similar, almost the same as in some very expensive machines, okay? The array is what I probably use the most. And so you can see what that does. And then if I wanted to move that football up, I'm going to touch OK. And then I'm going to touch OK again. I'm going to move that football up. But let me show you, if I chose to do, I'm going to choose select. If I did that font edit again, look at all this. I can change the spacing of the font. I can change the color. I can make the name multicolored. I can choose to do large, small, medium, and different fonts. It's just, there's just a number of things that you can do on this. Is crazy. And then if I want to see what it looks like inside of my hoop, that's what it looks like. If I want to blow it up and see what it looks like a little bit larger, I can do that. If I want to make it smaller, I can show inside the actual hoop what it looks like. Okay. This machine has got all sorts of editing functions. It's just crazy. Okay, but I want to show you, I'm going to delete all this now because I want to show you something that I did a few minutes ago that was really fun. And that is I did a onesie for my grandbaby. And so I'm going to use the lettering again, this medium lettering, and I'm going to go over here and you can just see how easy it is to do this lettering. You're just going to touch, then you're going to touch the screen. Super easy. So here we go. And then I'm going to write Grammy. And I'm going to touch set. And then I'm going to move that to the top of the screen. Okay. And then I'm going to, I think I'm going to do that font edit because I can't help myself. I love doing the array. And then I'm going to do Grammy. And then I'm going to put loves down here at the bottom. I'm going to put Grammy loves. I'm going to add. So that's how you do. You just add something to the screen. And I don't know if any of you have been embroidering for a while, but this is a very new feature. Back in the day on these little machines, there's no way that you could possibly have done all of this editing. It was just very, very basic. So I'm going to do loves. This is probably what I use the machine for the most, is this lettering and adding lettering and designs together. So I'm going to put loves down here and I'm going to move that to the bottom. And then I'm going to show you what this looks like stitched out because I stitched it out right before we came on today. I'm going to touch OK, font edit. And then I'm going to do array again. And then I'm going to give it a little bit Grammy loves. And then I'm going to add his name. I'm going to add my grandson's name. So I'll touch OK. I'm going to touch add. I'm going to touch Luke. And I'm going to do a medium. And you can do large, medium, or small. And I'm going to go over here to the little letters, U. And then I'm going to go back to the K and then to the E. Touch set. Now, once I set it, I can even make that bigger, right? So the Luke, I want that Luke to be bigger. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to increase that size. Grammy loves Luke. I'm going to touch OK. OK. Edit in. Embroidery. And I'm ready to embroider. OK. And let me show you what that looks like embroidered out. It's really, really pretty. So there's my onesie. And I know that onesies are one of the things that make such great baby gifts. And it's so easy to embroider onesies on this machine using that 4x4 hoop. Okay, now I want to show you one more thing. I want to show you how I created these Christmas tree ornaments. Okay, and these are the Christmas tree ornaments that I have on this tree back here. And this is something, if you buy this machine today, I mean, you could make these Christmas tree ornaments by tonight. You could have all these ornaments done and given for gifts. So let me show you how easy this is to do. Okay, so I'm going to clear this all out. Okay, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to choose one of those cute little Christmas tree ornament designs. Okay, so I'm going to go to Celebrate and I'm going to touch, I think I'll use the candle. Okay, I'm going to touch Set and then I'm going to size that. I'm going to make that a lot smaller. Okay, I'm going to touch OK. All right, then what I'm going to do is, oh, wait, I did that wrong. Wait, let me do that again. I'm going to cancel the pattern. Okay, I'm going to go inside to these frames because what I have to do is I have to create the frame for my ornament. So you have all these choices of frames and all sorts of different layouts. I'm going to choose number 10 because that's just a straight stitch. And I'm going to touch Set. Okay. And then I'm going to touch size, and I'm going to make that as big as possible. And then I'm going to make it a little bit wider. So you have all these choices. Can y'all see that okay? Make that a little bit smaller so you can see that a little bit better. Okay. So I'm going to make it wider. All right. And about that wide. Okay. Then I'm going to touch OK. And now I'm going to add, and I'm going to add my Christmas design. Okay. So let's go exclusives. Let's go celebrate. Let's go into our Christmas design. Let's do this candle. And then we're going to set that candle. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. Smaller. Yeah, like that. Maybe a little bit larger. Okay. And it goes outside of the frame. That's okay, because I can cut that right off. That's fine. Now what I'm going to do is I can see that I'm going to touch OK. Now, so if you do this as a Christmas tree ornament, so now I have stitched out my design, right? So there's the size of my ornament, and I'm going to stitch out the design. Now I'm going to add a cut line. Okay, so just like you do an applique, I'm going to add a cut line. So here I go, add, and then I'm going to touch my ornament again. And then at this point, I'm going to do my straight stitch. I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch size, and I'm going to make that as big as I can this way. And then I'm going to stretch it this way. Okay, so this is going to be my cut line. So once I stitch this out, I'm going to lay my my backing. I'll have to take my hoop off the machine and lay the backing on the back of this fabric, on the back of my hoop. Then I'll touch OK. And then now the next thing I would do is I would stitch that what I just created. And then I'm going to do the final stitch out, and that the final part of this applique / Christmas tree ornament, and that's the satin stitch. Okay, so let me touch add, and I'm going to go in here and I'm going to get the same design, only this time I'm going to choose a satin stitch. I'm going to touch set. I'm going to touch size. I'm going to make it as big as I can, and then I'm going to stretch it out. And then I'm going to do one more thing that this machine lets me do, which is so cool for a machine this small, okay? I'm going to touch OK right there. But look at this right here. I can increase and decrease the density of my stitches. That is really crazy for a machine this size, okay? So I'm going to increase the density so it looks really nice. I'm going to touch OK, edit in, and now I'm ready. I'm ready for my embroidery. So to show you what that would look like, what I just did, let me just pull this off of the Christmas tree up here and show you this, okay? So the first stitch that I made is going to just be a basic stitch around my candle. And then I'm going to come in and stitch out my candle. Then I'm going to glue my backing fabric to the back, or use a quilt spray and put it on the back. And then I'm going to stitch that second straight line around it. And then I'll clip that, take the hoop off the machine, but not out of the hoop. I'll clip around it. Once I've clipped it around it, I'll tape my hanger, right? Tape my hanger on. And then I'll put it all back, the hoop back on the machine. And then I'll do my final stitch, which is this right here. And it takes probably 30 minutes to create that ornament. So I love this machine. Okay, that's all I have to say about that is I love this machine. Okay, so now let's move over. That's the embroidery side. And let's see how we're doing for time. Oh, shoot. Okay, so that's the embroidery side. So let's go around over to the sewing side. Okay, but first, let me let you look really close at these really beautiful stitched out ornaments. You can see we've got the angel lace, and then you've got the Mary and Joseph and the baby, and then you've got that cute truck and that cute church. Okay, so these are all made. I made them probably, I don't know, it probably took me 3 hours to make all this. All right, one thing that you want to do is whenever you change from the embroidery to the sewing, you want to make sure that you flip your machine off. Okay, so we're going to turn the machine off, and then we're going to remove our embroidery unit. Okay, and let me tell you one more thing that this machine has that is just so cool. And that is, this machine has a big table that comes with it and that you can attach to the machine. So here we go, look. Undo this so that it, so this is great for quilting. This is great for free motion quilting. This is great for stitching large, just any garment. But see how easy that is? We just place that on, and now look how big that little tiny machine, the Tiny Mite machine, turns into a much larger machine. Okay, so let's flip it back on, and let's investigate some of the cool stitches that this machine has. All right, so I'm going to touch that. Man, this machine has got so many stitches on it. Okay, so there's, all right, those are all of our basic stitches. But if you'll look down here, you can see that we can get to our decorative stitches right here. Okay, so here's our decorative stitches. All right, so we've got several different categories of decorative stitches. Okay, so you've got these stitches, all those sort of heirloom stitches. And then you've got these stitches, more heirloom stitches. And then you've got your basic buttonholes. Look at all the different buttonholes you can do. Look at all the darning stitches. Okay. Yeah, the button, sewing on the button. This machine comes with several sewing feet also. And I'll show you those feet in just a second if we don't run out of time. All right. Let me go back here. And then here are some more of our decorative stitches. And they sew beautifully. Okay. I love these decorative stitches. They are so cute. That ladybug, I love the ladybug. All right, and let's go to these decorative stitches. All right, those are nice satin stitches. So they show up really beautifully. And then these stitches right here, and you can change the size of these stitches. You can increase or decrease the length and width of these stitches so that you can make them long and short, and that's really fun. Okay. Oops. And then we're going to go to the cross stitch patterns. One of my favorite. I love doing cross stitch. I think that's so pretty on the machine. Okay. And then you've got your basic, some more of your utility stitches. Okay. So, I mean, it's a ton. It's an absolute ton of stitches. And not only that, but you can write things. Okay. So you've got lettering stitches. This is what I use this for is, I showed y'all how I make pajamas on the serger. And then I always write everybody's name on their pants using just the sewing stitches. And that way we don't get confused about whose pants they are. So I really love that. I use that every single year. So let's just choose a stitch here and let's stitch out so that we can see how beautifully these stitch out. So let's see, I like this stitch right here. That's a really pretty one. So let me show you how easy it is to thread this machine. Okay, so we've got I'm using embroidery thread right now. This is a 40 weight rayon embroidery thread. So let me show you how easy it is to thread. Again, this is great for beginners. I've taught children's classes on this machine, and 6- and 7-year-old girls have no problem with this machine. All right. And then my 4- and 5-year-old grandbabies had no problem with the machine either. We sewed on it as well. So we're going to do down to 3, up, and then 4, and then down, 5, and then we're going to do 6. Oops, you can't see that. Sorry, my hands got in the way. And then we're going to keep you a little 7. Okay, and then I'm going to, and there it is, threaded the machine. And then you don't really have to do anything else to it. And we're going to raise the presser foot, and we're going to stitch it out and see what it looks like. Okay. And you can see It makes a really pretty little decorative stitch. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions about this machine? I mean, this machine has got so many features. Any questions about the machine or what the machine will do?
Hey, Melinda.
Yes, it does have a 1/4-inch stitch. It has a 1/4-inch hood that comes with the machine. That's exactly right. Yep. Yep. It does. Who else has questions?
What the available hoop sizes are for it?
The hoop size, you've got a 4-inch hoop, but you can also, there's a adjustable hoop that you can use with it that enables you to sew like about up to 6 inches by 4 inches. So yeah, that's kind of a fun hoop too. Yep. What else do we have? Let's see. Let me get rid of this so I can see that. What are they? Yeah. And there's also a little bitty hoop, the little 2-inch hoop. So you really got 3 hoop sizes that you can use on the Verve. The adjustable 6-inch that you change that you kind of pull it out. And then it's 4x4 embroidery. That's the size of embroidery, Belinda, on this machine. Yeah. So the needle, yes, it does have a needle up and down. I didn't show that, did I? So let me show the needle up and down. Let me change my camera here, and it's there we go. Okay, so here's my needle up and down button right there. Down and up. Yep. Okay, good question. Love that. All right, what other questions do we have? Oh, knee lift. This machine does not have a knee lift. I had to look down there just to make sure. So yeah, no, this machine does not have a knee lift. Yep. Yep. What else? It's a great machine, you guys. You will not regret buying this machine. It's a great carry around. It comes with several feet. Blaine, I can show the feet that it comes with. Although I think you're going to talk about the feet that it comes with.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them a little bit about all the things that come with it, but I know it has a great little accessory pack that comes with it.
It does. It does. I mean, it comes. This slides onto the machine, and it's got all of your feet, all of your adjustments, all of everything in here. So yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, Melinda, great job of demoing that. I'm going to tell everybody how they can get one of these, because this is a great machine for anybody who's wanting to get into embroidery for the first time. I mean, if you've just got a great sewing machine, you want to get embroidery, and Melinda, it always comes down to, that great debate, was it the chicken or the egg? That great debate. Well, it's kind of that way in this. It's, what do you get an embroidery only machine, or do you get a combo machine? And, I think, I always tell people, it's just kind of what kind of sewing you do. A lot of people like to do, have something embroidering over here and be sewing over here, but some people just like to have it all in one unit because of room and different things. But if that's the case, you want a great sewing machine that has a 4x4 embroidery area, look no farther, because this thing is packed full of features. It has tons of things, and I don't think you can beat it, do you?
No, absolutely not. And as Cindy said, it's a great machine to take to guild meetings and sew-alongs. And thank you, Paula. Yeah, it's a great machine. It's super lightweight also, you guys. So if you have trouble carrying things, it's very lightweight. Yeah.
It sure is. Well, Melinda, I'm going to show everybody how they can get this. And again, guys, this is the Baby Lock Verve sewing and embroidery machine. It has that 4x4 embroidery area on it. It stitches at 400 stitches per minute. That's the embroidery speed. The work area is an 18¼ by 11-inch work area, and that's included with that extension table. It has a large color LCD screen. It's a 3.2-inch by 1 1/8 inch, and it has 95 built-in designs, 191 built-in stitches, 50,000 stitches per design, 11 font styles. It has the free arm with that drop feed lever, electronic foot control, and included in the box, you're going to get that 4x4 embroidery hoop with a grid. You're getting the bobbin covers with and without. You're getting seam marking. You're getting an extension table included, spool caps, thread spool insert, hard cover. And that's another nice thing about this machine. Instead of getting that soft cover, you're getting a hard cover for it. So it makes it really nice for when you're transportation, you're taking it places. You're getting 7 snap-on feet. and one screw-on foot. And here's the feet you're getting. You're getting a buttonhole, you're getting the embroidery, overcasting, monogramming, zipper, zigzag, blind stitch, and button fitting. And guys, you look over to the right of the screen, you're seeing that Baby Lock bundle. This is one of those machines you don't have to actually call in. We do have some great financing if you need to finance it, but this is the price, $899 for this. And you're also going to get, we're throwing in absolutely free, you're getting that Baby Lock bundle. It's 100 of those Oregon needles, pack of those. You're getting 18 spools of that Madeira thread. You're getting the Stay Perfect Stabilizer Trial Pack. You're getting that gold, world famous Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. It's the Baby Lock Gold. It's the exact match. You're getting our Platinum Protection Plan, and that's our own Platinum Protection. And what we do is we protect your machine 3 years outside of the manufacturer's warranty, and you can ship it to us absolutely free to get it repaired, and we'll ship it back to you. And that's for years 1. Years 2 and 3, we pay one-way shipping. And you ship it to us, we'll ship it back absolutely free. And then you're also going to get that 60-day trial of that sewed class from Baby Lock. We highly recommend to do that. And then, guys, we're going to ship this nationwide absolutely free right to your doorstep. And, guys, this is one heck of a bundle, one heck of a machine, all for $899. We started this off with 25 of them in stock. We're already down to 15, Melinda. So these things are already flying off the shelf, and we probably will sell out of these. So, Melinda, what do you think about that package? It's pretty good.
I think that is a pretty sweet package. It's everything you need to get started. And man, having those 100 needles, that's awesome, because needles are not cheap. So that is a really great package. I love that, Blaine. That's a good, and the price is really good. I mean,
it is. It's a great price, and then you're getting so much value for what you're getting and for the money. And so we're really super excited to present this package today. So, Melinda, I want to thank you again for coming on the show. And, all 3 machine demos were fantastic. And we love having you on our show. I know you've been on here numerous times, and hopefully you'll be on here a bunch more in 2022. And we want to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas, and get back in there and get busy making those pajama bottoms.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Blaine. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Have happy holidays. And thank you so much for having me. And thank you for all of your kind comments. It has been a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much.
All right, Melinda, thank you. All right, guys, you heard it here. We had great specials. I'm going to kind of go back through all the Baby Lock stuff that we did and kind of do a recap. And I've tried to get some updated numbers on some of the shipping things. But the first one that we showed today, we had Mike Johns on. We did show that Baby Lock Alliance. And guys, there it is right there. This is $49.99. This is a call-in special. We do have some options available for you. Again, the Alliance, we started out the day with quite a few of those in stock. And I think the last number I got was we were down to 15 in stock. Let me check that again. Yeah, 15 of them in stock. So again, those things are flying off the shelves as well. We have that was when we ended the demo with Mike, we had 15. So that number may be a little lower than that. So if you've been wanting one of these, great machine, one needle. It's 78 pounds. 2 people can handle this very easily. So if you wanted to take it to a trade show, or you're wanting to go to just any kind of function where you want to do some embroidery and sell things, this would be a great way to do it. And like I said, $59.99 for all the things that you can do with this machine. It is a great price on that. I mean, $49.99. And again, it is such a great machine, guys. You don't want to spend time wasted on this. If you want to get one of these, jump on it right now, because it has so much ability to do things, and it's so versatile. I think that's the word we use because of all the things you can do with it. The next machine that we talked about was that Baby Lock Flare. And again, guys, we are down, I think, under 5 on these. We ended it, we had 5, and I don't know what the total is now. Andrea, can you go to the website and just look real quick and see if it says how many we have? I know that we were down to 5, and that number may be going down, but the Baby Lock Flare, that's a brand new release we had. Mike Johns is the one that demonstrated it. Again, the embroidery field is a 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, so basically a 6 by 10 embroidery field. It has 293 built-in embroidery designs. Andrea just updated me. It says we have 3 now left on our website. So 3 left, everyone. So we've sold 2 since we ended the demo on it. This is a 30-pound machine. And guys, what a great machine. Has Wi-Fi enabled. It has 14 built-in embroidery fonts. Again, that big, large touch screen display on it. You can do on-screen editing. And, you know, it comes with that 6x10 hoop. It's going to come with a 5x7 hoop. The embroidery foot. You're getting a soft cover for your machine. And then also you're getting that 60-day trial of those online sewed classes by Baby Lock, which I highly recommend to do. Great, great machine. The next one that we did was that Baby Lock Altair. And this was when Richard Tharp was on. And guys, I can't stress to you enough of how awesome this machine is and the price we have on this. This is by far probably the bargain of the show this week. This thing is one of the top of the line machines by Baby Lock. And again, guys, it's $89.99, but we have an incredible price on this. Oh, that's funny. Can't Santa Blaine write the winner on the box home if I order so my hubby won't scream at me? You bet we can. We'll write winner, winner, chicken dinner on it all day long for you, so he won't know you bought it. That's pretty good. Paula, you're right. So many amazing deals. But again, guys, I'm talking about this Altair sewing machine and embroidery machine right now. This thing is so awesome and all the things you can do with it. And I promise you, Richard could have spent an hour on each element of it, the sewing, the quilting, and the embroidery. It has a 9.5 inch by 14 inch embroidery field, which is huge. That thing would take up the whole back of a jacket you can embroidery. So it's great. It has that huge LCD screen. It's a 10.1 inch LCD screen, so it makes it easy to do that on-screen editing and see all the functions on it. It has that IQ intuitive positioning app. Also has that color visualizer and an IQ designer, so you can do so much right in the screen on this machine. Comes with 14 feet in the set, and then you're also going to get 4 embroidery hoops. You're getting that huge 9.5 by 14. You're going to get a 9.5 by 9.5, a 5 by 7, and a 4 by 4. And Johnny, you're exactly right. She's saying this is my dream machine. It is a dream machine, and I'm telling you right now, Johnny, give us a call because I'm going to tell you we're going to make your dream come true. The price on this, it will knock your socks off, and we have some special financing available as well. So it'll make it where it's affordable to get. And MZZ said, she says it's on her, or he says it's on their bucket list. I don't know if it's a male or female, but on your bucket list. And I promise you, if this is something you've been dreaming about, jump on it today because you're not going to ever probably get a price lower than this. I was really just awestruck at what the price we got on this machine. And so then our next machine we talked about was that Accomplish. And the Accomplish, guys, if you can look at Andrea, see how many we had left on that. This is a 24-pound machine. Again, guys, this is that straight stitch machine. We're so impressed with the straight stitch. This thing, Richard showed it. It went through 16 layers of fabric. Guys, for the low price of $999, it's 1,500 stitches per minute. It has so many awesome things. You got that automatic needle threader. You have the push buttons, needle up, needle down, thread cutter. It has the standard bobbin winder, the side loading bobbin. It has that adjustable stitch length up to 7 millimeters. The thread tension, adjustable dial, pressure foot, pressure adjustment, and then the adjustable feed dogs up to 4 different heights. Hand-free presser foot lift. Built-in telescopic thread stand, has that great LED lighting for it. And again, guys, you're getting 8 presser feet that come with the machine. So you're getting those 8 feet and all the different things. And again, quilting extension table for it. It is an awesome, awesome machine for $999. And we have 8 of these left. So if you've been wanting a straight stitch machine, make sure you jump on this one. Again, give us a call, and we have some specials on these as well. So give us a call if you want to get that show special. All right, then the next one we did was that Brilliant. And again, guys, this was one that we did sell out on. The Brilliant, Baby Lock Brilliant did sell out. And I called Baby Lock, and they're going to get more in February. And so there's not that many coming in to to America. So once they get those in, we're going to get our share of them, I promise you. But if you want to get one of these, you have to pre-order it right now to get the special price. We're going to honor these prices if you pre-order, and you'll have a February delivery on them. And again, this is great machine, $999 for it. It has 850 stitches per minute. It has that 8.3-inch workspace to the right of the needle. It has the LCD screen, 190 built-in stitch patterns, 5 built-in uppercase alphabets, the drop feed, advanced needle threader, free arm, decorative stitch editing capabilities, and you're going to get that soft cover case, and you're going to get 14 accessory feet that come with it. That's right, 14 feet come with this. And again, guys, this is pre-order only. We did sell out of this machine, but we'll still honor that price. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and in that search bar, type in Brilliant, and it'll take you right to that page. And Deanna, you are so right. There's so many to pick from. So many great machines we talked about today. And then next up, we had that Baby Lock Serger, the Celebrate. Guys, this is the bad boy on the block to me. For the price, you're getting $11.99. What a great machine this is. And you're getting that free Baby Lock bundle. You see it over on the right of the screen. You're getting all those Oregon needles. You're getting that free trial online sewed classes with Baby Lock. You're getting that gold, Baby Lock Gold Sewing Machines Plus sewing mat. You're getting a thread with it. You're getting the Platinum Protection Plan that we're giving, and we're going to ship it free to you nationwide and right to your doorstep. So guys, what a great machine. But give us a call. We have some special pricing, and we have some financing available. And guys, and don't forget, if you do want one of these machines, we started out with 40 in stock. I don't know how many we have left, but these things really sell out well. Again, if you order one of these, make sure you ask them about the foot kit. We have a 6-foot and a 12-foot optional kit that you can buy. I would recommend to get that 12-foot kit, because I promise you, you'll be wishing you'd got it if you buy the 6. So just go ahead and get that 12-foot kit. And then last but not least, we talked about that Verve. There it is, the Baby Lock Verve sewing and embroidery machine. And Melinda did such a good job of showing this. And guys, this is the special you're seeing right now. You don't have to call in for this. You can go right on our website and buy this. This is $899 for a 4x4 embroidery area with a sewing and embroidery machine, 400 stitches per minute. You're getting that whole big Baby Lock bundle you see over on the right. And it has the 100 pack of Oregon needles. You're getting the 18 spool Madeira thread. You're getting the Stay Perfect stabilizer bundle. You're getting the gold sewing mat. You're getting the Platinum Protection Plan, 60-day trial sewed classes, and we're going to ship it free nationwide to you. And guys, I'm telling you right now, this is a really good price on this. If you've been wanting a machine of this caliber, this is the one to get. And I would put this up against almost any machine in that category out there on the market right now. This is such a good machine. And so guys, that was our Baby Lock lineup, and pretty pumped about our lineup today. And you know what? It's almost time for our break. Before we go on break, guys, we are going to actually do a little giveaway. And we're going to give away 2 of our sewing mats away. And do we have a winner for that, Andrea, yet? Let's give the first one away. There it is, our giveaway, and it's Sharon Cruz. Sharon Cruz, congratulations. You just won a sewing mat. You are going to email us at contest with an S on the end of it, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You see it right there scrolling on the screen, and you're going to tell us what size you want. We have a medium, a large, and an extra large, and you're going to tell us what color you want. And then just give us your name and shipping address, Sharon, and we'll get it right out to you. All right, Andrea, pull us up another winner for a sewing mat. Lori Walters. So Lori Walters, congratulations. She's watching today from Facebook. And Lori, the same thing. Send us an email to contest, plural, at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and give us pick us a color out you want. You have 6 to choose from, and there's 3 different sizes, medium, large, extra large. And give us that color, size, give us your shipping address and your name, and we'll get that right out to you. So great stuff, guys. And again, hey, we're going to take a real short commercial break. and stretch our legs, give you a chance to stretch your legs, go to the restroom, grab a bite to eat, and then we're going to come right back. What time are we coming back? At 12:30, guys?
We're coming back at 12 p.m. our time, PST.
12 p.m.
12:30. It is already 12.
It's 12:15 now, Roger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Roger's telling me we were coming back at 12, and I'm like, it's 12:15 already. So, guys, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 12:30 p.m. Pacific time. That's 2:30 Central time. We're going to be back. We've got Grace in the house all afternoon. We have Nathan Erznoznik and his whole team. And, guys, we have got some great specials on Grace today. We're going to show some great products. And then one of the things we're going to end the day on, I don't know if y'all have seen this yet, but Grace has that True Cut products. We've got some fantastic pricing on the True Cut, and we can't wait for him to show that stuff. But we got some great machines coming up. So, guys, we will see you back here in 15 minutes at 12:30 sharp Pacific time, 2:30 sharp Central time, and we'll be all about Grace this afternoon. So y'all stand by.
Get perfect alignment on embroidery designs when you use IQ Intuition Positioning on the Baby Lock Altair. Take a photo of your fabric using the downloadable app, which recognizes the hoop and instantly sends the photo to your machine. The embroidery design you've chosen will show up on the LCD screen in beautiful color and in the exact size that it will stitch. Reposition your design confidently, knowing that you'll be assured of success regardless of whether this is your very first time doing embroidery. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer and see the magic in person.
Start your creative journey to sewing and embroidery with the Baby Lock Verve. Whether you're a beginner or you're looking for a great travel machine, the Baby Lock Verve is just what you're looking for. Create beautiful projects easily with the Baby Lock Verve's large LCD color touchscreen. With a simple touch, you can quickly navigate the machine. Help is a breeze with the built-in videos that can assist you at any time. With 191 utility and decorative sewing stitches, you'll always have the perfect stitch for any project. The Verve also allows you to stitch a speedy 850 stitches per minute. And thanks to the wider throat space and included extension table, you can tackle larger projects. The LED lighting, advanced needle threader, and quick set bobbin further enhance the sewing features of the Baby Lock Verve. And when you need to pack your machine, the included hard carrying case will offer extra protection. Embroidery is so easy. Embellish your projects with one of the 95 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frames, or beautiful uppercase floral alphabet. Easily import designs with the USB slot on the Verve. And one of the most exciting features on this machine is the ability to combine embroidery designs on one page. Personalize all your creations with the 10 built-in fonts, multi-line text, and font editing. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer today and see everything that the Verve can help you achieve.
Hi, I'm Patty, and as someone who's been doing embroidery for years, when I first saw the Baby Lock Alliance, I fell instantly in love. My friends will tell me that I'll personalize anything that I can get my hands on, which is pretty much the truth. The Alliance makes things so easy. Now I can tackle projects I used to avoid. Ball caps, baby items, and even pot holders. With an 8x8 embroidery field, even my largest projects can come to life. And with so many frame choices, there's a perfect one for anything I can dream of. And with the large high-def screen, it makes it easy to navigate. I can see my designs in beautiful color, and I can place them right where I want them to go. I was super impressed with the built-in help on the Alliance. It showed me how I could thread my machine and even wind a bobbin. With 125 designs and 25 fonts built into the machine, plus a USB that I can bring in my own collection of designs, the sky's the limit. And the ability to color sort my designs or with a touch of a button, stitch in one single color, I was totally won over. And if you're like me and you want to get through your projects as quickly as possible, 1,000 stitches per minute is going to get you there. Who knew embroidery could be so much fun and so easy?
Thread your serger in a fraction of the time when you use the jet air threading on the Baby Lock Celebrate. With a gentle push on the lever, the upper and lower loopers are threaded, and you can do them in any order. The built-in threader makes quick work of needle threading. In no time at all, you'll be breezing through all of your projects. Setting up your serger can be easy. Let your Baby Lock retailer show you how.
Stitching repetitive designs with multiple thread colors shouldn't be such a chore. Starting and stopping stitching, not to mention countless thread color changes. Wait no longer. Color Sort allows your threads to merge by color so that you'll be stitching each color in its entirety before having to change colors. Wait less and sew more with your Vesta and Flare from Baby Lock.
Get perfect alignment on embroidery designs when you use IQ Intuition Positioning on the Baby Lock Altair. Take a photo of your fabric using the downloadable app, which recognizes the hoop and instantly sends the photo to your machine. The embroidery design you've chosen will show up on the LCD screen in beautiful color and in the exact size that it will stitch. Reposition your design confidently, knowing that you'll be assured of success regardless of whether this is your very first time doing embroidery. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer and see the magic in person.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to our show. This is day 2 of Countdown to Christmas, and glad we had a little break there to let you stretch your legs and everything. So we have got Grace in the house, but before we do that, I got to tell y'all about our contest that we got going on. We had a 10 for 10 contest, and what that meant was we said when we hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube that we were going to give a $10,000 sewing machine away, and this is it. We hit the 10,000 subscribers, and we sure do appreciate y'all's help on that. And we are giving away that Brother Stellaire XJ1 sewing and embroidery machine away. And guys, this thing, it's over a $10,000. This is $11,000 sewing machine. And we're also, you're going to get that luggage that comes with it. It's that trolley for your machine, and then you get a bag to put your embroidery unit in. You're also going to get that SewingMachinesPlus Brother Blue sewing mat to go with it. Guys, incredible package, and we're going to give this away on Friday. And all you have to do, and I got to tell you what's happening. Each day, we're going to give you a keyword to type in, and every day we're going to pick a finalist. So yesterday we had the keyword was Santa Blaine. We picked a finalist at the end of the day, and what was the finalist's name? Belinda Bryant, right? So Belinda Bryant was our finalist from yesterday. She gets her name put in the hat to draw out for that $10,000 sewing machine. And here's the thing. Today, we're at the end of the day, our keyword today was countdown. All capital letters. You put it in the chat, and guess what? We're going to pick a winner. Whoever says countdown and whoever is a subscriber. You have to be a subscriber to YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed yet, go subscribe right now so make sure you enter to win. So today we're going to pick a finalist at the end of the day, and then that person's name will go in there and with Belinda's, and we'll just keep doing that every single day till Friday. We're going to have 5 finalists, and then I'm going to live on the air. I'm going to pull their name out of a hat, and we're going to see who wins that $10,000 package. So guys, great promotion going on. We sure do appreciate the help on YouTube. And guys, we're ready to roll. We got Grace in the house. We have Nathan Erznoznik, and we are so ready to see the Grace products. And I think Nathan's got some of his team is going to work with him today as well. So, hey, let's go over live to Utah to the Grace factory and talk to Nathan. Hey, Nathan.
Hey, Blaine. Thanks for having us. I have Jana with me here today. I'm excited to be here with Sewing Machines Plus today.
Man, we're always excited when Grace is in the house. And I tell you, we love it when y'all come on. And today, man, we have got all day, 4 hours that we're going to talk about Grace, and we got so many great products. I don't want to delay it. Let's get going. And I know the first one we're going to talk about, I think, is the 15R. Is that correct? Or 15 Pro?
Yeah, the 15 Pro is the first thing that we have on the docket today, Blaine. So everybody who's joining us, you're sewists, you're into fashion, you're into quilting, you're into embroidery. There's so many things going on, Blaine, right? It's wonderful to be here with Sewing Machines Plus. It's wonderful to have everything that's going on. Thanks, Sewing Machines Plus staff for allowing us to be here. Gianna, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited. This is my first time being part of Sewing Machines Plus.
It's wonderful. So Gianna is actually our assistant manager with our customer service team, and that is handling all of the customer service, not just within the U.S., but globally. So we really appreciate Gianna being here. I'm going to ask for your patience, okay? So everybody that's out there, I know I'm reading a lot of the comments. A lot of people have been streaming. You're learning a lot of things. Hopefully you're seeing a few new things. The other thing I would like to say, Gianna, is hopefully you're finding a few things that you're going to be bringing home. I'm hoping to add a couple to that list.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So we're excited about that. But be with us. We're going to talk. And right now we're talking about the 15 Pro. We're going to get into some details about that. But before we do, kind of to get warmed up, know that we're going to talk about a progression of machines over the next little bit. We're going to talk about tools, and a really quick history, Jan, about the Grace Company is our goal has been to really provide tools that allow quilting to be easier for you. And one of our mottos we have is, we can create the tools and you create the masterpiece. And so thanks for your attention. I have been noticing, Blaine, on some of the previews that we've been seeing, some of our machines are showing up. So I love seeing that as well. So thanks for being with us. There might be a couple questions. If you by chance have something, put it in there. We're going to try to grab a couple of those questions so that we can spend a little bit of time answering some of the details, but hopefully we'll get through all that. But here's a quick thing. I just going to throw out a joke. This is kind of like one of those dad jokes. Ha, ha, ha. And I only say this because I was trying to liven everything up.
Liven it all up, yeah.
And maybe we'll do one of these every half hour or something. But the question is that I want to see, and maybe people can throw this in the comment, what is Santa Claus's motorcycle? What kind of motorcycle does Santa Claus drive? What one does he ride? So that's a question. What one does he ride? Not a sleigh. We know he has a sleigh. We know he has reindeer, but what's the motorcycle? So you think about it. Take a little bit, and then I'll tell you, it's the Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson.
That is so terrible.
That's what it is. It's what it is. So hopefully we can give you a little entertainment as we're going throughout today as well. So maybe we'll do a little Would You Rathers later too, which is pretty fun thinking about it. So again, I'm Nathan Erznoznik with the Grace Company. We have Jana. We will be having other individuals from your team, I think, joining us during some of the next segments. But today, we're starting off with this machine here that we have in between us. It's the 15 Pro. Jana, really quick, as we kind of get into this product, as a person who's maybe beginning to quilt or someone who has some unfinished quilt tops, why would somebody consider something like this? So this is a 15-inch machine. Why would somebody get into an item like this just to begin with?
Just to begin with, yeah. One of my favorite things about the 15 is the first machine that I got to use when I started with the Grace Company is it gets you to that next level of quilting, right? You're using your domestic machine. You may or may not be using it on a frame. And now you have the opportunity to just expand that throw space, get it to that next level. Again, just go to the next step of your quilting and have that opportunity.
So let me ask, how intimidating is the 15 versus something like when somebody sees those bigger long arms? Why something like this versus the big ones?
Yeah, for someone who'd never touched any long arms, right? Yeah, I came in and they said, okay, here's just a couple of buttons, try it out. And I was astounded how quickly I could just push a button and start quilting. And it was great. I was free motioning. Then I got to try pantographs. It was great. It was so easy and step-by-step following along. It was not difficult at all.
So one of the things I like to bring out when we look at the 15 is most people, when they're thinking of quilting now, they've probably been at home. They have, and I'm guessing you have some unfinished projects. Most people who start to consider what is the mid-arm category. So this is a 15-inch machine. And I'm going to kind of step back. Let's do a close-up look at this really quick. We can take a close-up. So 15 inches is identifying from the needle to the back of the machine. So it is this, what we call the stroke of the machine. So this is a mid-arm machine. We do have much larger machines. If we can kind of step back out here again, we have much larger machines, 19, 21 in the industry. I think there's 24 and even 30.
Right.
And I think a lot of the times people feel like, one is I'm trying to justify this, right? So they're thinking in their home, one, do I have space? Two, do I have a budget? Right. So as you've talked to different customers who've called and they've asked about the 15, do you have any stories on why somebody has maybe selected this one or why this ended up being the perfect machine for them?
Yeah. For most people that are calling in to talk with us, the first thing that they're asking is, how big is my space going to have to be front and back, right? They've got an area.
So we're talking about from front to back here.
Front to back here. Okay. Yeah. So right away, they're only having a little bit of space that they can, right? Like they're using it in the sewing room. They're trying to get a spot available. And so they have that immediately. They're like, oh, it's only giving me this much space. I can fit that in my sewing room without moving any of my tables around, doing anything like that. So that's been the first thing. The second thing they always talk about is how much more quilt top size can I quilt at a time? And it makes it that much faster, right? With the 15 inches, then you get about 13-inch quilt block that you can quilt at the same time.
So let's take a look at that. Let's go back to the close-up camera. And again, let's define. So one of the things, Jana, you're talking about is the space, right? So the more area we have that we can actually move the machine over, then the less what we call fabric management. So the less we're rolling, the less we're shifting. And so that's a key thing. So again, 15 inches gives us a lot more space to quilt in. So if we go ahead and step back here again, one of the things I think that you brought up, so one is they're thinking space front to back.
Front to back.
I'll come back and we'll come back to price here in a little bit. But the other thing was, like I'm looking at this frame and I know a lot of people ask this question and I'm curious to know what kind of options you want to give me. But like, do I only have, like, what if I have the bigger quilts and I only have so much space? And again, maybe you can just share why not only is this 15 right, but why it can be comboed with the right options to actually allow this to fit into pretty much anybody's home.
Yeah. Well, the lovely thing about the 15 is it is the perfect machine to increase, right? So you're going from your domestic, you get the mid-arm, you go from there. The 15 is able to fit on any of the Unique Grace frames. So the smallest to the largest. So right away you can start with what fits in your space as you get better or bigger space available, or you decide to get that she shed or that quilting space in the
build
basement
on.
finally.
Instead, you're like, no, everybody usually thinks, one, I have to kick out a son or a daughter, right?
Yeah.
But no, that's not
Like
the
we
case.
just build the whole situation for you and have it available. Yeah, so the 15 will grow with you, whichever frame you're choosing. That's from our Cutie frame, which is about 4 feet, all the way up to our 12-foot continuum frame.
Yeah, and we'll talk back about that. So like the Cutie frame is a portable, so it doesn't require actually fixed space. So again, so what you're telling me is, okay, the 15, and we're going to talk about the features. So what are some of the features? We'll get to there in a minute. But right now, 15 is going to give me more space to quilt. If you're right now using a domestic, and I'm curious to see in the chats, I guess this is going to be an interesting piece. One is I'm curious to see how many unfinished quilt tops do you have? And I'm guessing you might be thinking, hey, I'm working on some now. In fact, I saw some right here saying, hey, I'm holding off on some of my quilting because I'm working on a couple things. I'm curious to know how many. This tool helps you get to that spot where you actually can finish those with less effort. And we're going to talk about the motion, less time. And again, we've talked about the lack of space that's required, and you mentioned the Cutie. So we have a variation of frames that you also can get to give you some of the additional conveniences, right?
Exactly.
All right, so coming back, let's talk about a couple key features on this. Let's talk about why the machine is nice to use. Why is it friendly to use? Maybe you can point out a couple of the key things. And let's go ahead and take a close-up look at this and go to the close-up camera. Maybe you can point out some of those features on the camera for us.
Yeah, one of the first things about this machine is that it is a touch screen. So moving from your different stitch modes, right? We have 4 stitch modes available on the 15 Pro. You have a precise and a cruise and a based stitch that are all regulated, and then a manual mode. But all of those, you can use the buttons to go back and forth along here, but then you also get that option to go through and use the touchscreen, which the world is going to touchscreens, right? We're all going to the spot where you can push a button and it happens on the screen. You're no longer just using buttons, right? Our phones are touchscreen, our TVs are starting to be touchscreen, our computers. So that's the convenience of this, that you have this touchscreen available.
So let's go ahead and step back out again. So we talked about the touchscreen. It's what we are using today in a lot of electronics. I just wanted to capture a couple comments really quick. Some of the fun things we're knowing. Somebody put in, I have 20 unfinished quilts.
Wow.
Another couple people, hey, I have the 15. I love it. I'm using it right now to complete. Another one said, I wish I could get this and then get me an elf to finish quilting.
Oh, that would be great.
So I
Just
think
another
that's
true
pretty
person
funny
to
too.
help out.
Erin Potts is saying she's at about 3. We have 3. Cindy Johnson, that's funny. Hers are called 3 whips is what she's calling.
Oh.
I hear people call them UFOs, unfinished objects, right? So there's a variation of that. I have Paula Becker saying the 15 Pro rocks. It does rock. So we have these functions and these features, the touch screen, and we have 4 different types of modes. And part of this, if you think about it, you're at home, and I know this has happened, and you probably are here. If you're a quilter, you've done this. You have a quilt you finished, and I'm guessing that you did straight lines. Do you know why somebody would do straight lines on their domestic machine? Do you know why?
Probably because that's the easiest one they can do. Right?
It is, because once you start rolling that fabric in the throat of the machine
and
you're pulling and you're puddling, there begins to be that struggle. And so what you do is, hey, let's roll it up. We'll just push it through. Now that's a great place to start. But one of the nice things is once you start to realize this motion that we have, this motion is the same thing as drawing with our paper, like a pen over paper. And I love that, because if you were to try this, now this is one of those things at home, if you were to take and you had a pen in your drawing hand and you were to sign your name, you'll notice how easy that is. If you were actually to swap it to your opposite hand and hold it fixed like a machine and then try to push the paper, it's upside down and backwards.
Yeah.
So what we have found, and I'm pretty sure this is the case, and maybe you can share, once they've started quilting, because we've done this at shows, we do this with consumers, we know that they call in. When they get their hands on, what kind of things do they start to say when they start to use the machine?
Two things right away. It's so easy. And I can't believe how much space I have to quilt. Those are the 2 things I hear over and over again at every show that I go to. People are surprised. Wait, I can quilt, I can go circles, I can do feathers, I can do all these things. I'm not stuck just doing, like you're saying, straight lines, because that's all I can fit underneath the domestic.
So then again, why are they saying it's so easy? What's the connection they're making?
I think the connection is when you think about, if you're looking at someone else's quilt, right, and you're seeing how beautiful it is and all the stitching that they've done, they think, I could never do that because I can't draw, or I can't, I'm not creative, or different things. But then as you think about when you're doodling, you can make any design when you're doodling. And that's basically what this is you're just doodling with a machine now on top of your quilt and making that design happen.
So let's do this. Let's go back to the close-up. I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. Again, Jana, you spoke about the touch screen. These handles, we've also designed these handles, and I'm just going to point out specifically to make them easy and comfortable to hold on to. We do have two big buttons. This is the on and the off. I'm going to turn it on, and I'm going to simply move this machine around. And I know we don't have a significant close-up on this, but I just want you to see how easy and how light this is to move. This does not take a lot of effort.
Yeah, the thing I love about...
So again, that does not take a lot of effort as we move that around. So if we step back, we can kind of take a look back here. Sorry, go ahead, Jan.
No, I was going to say, a lot of people come to us and say, oh, I can't grip this, right? I have arthritis. I can't hold on to these handles. And they act as if it's like they have to squeeze it to make it happening. And we tell them, you don't have to squeeze it. It's just moving. You can leave a flat palm open. You can use it with the edge of your hand. All of it is the same. You're not stuck like hurting yourself while you're trying to quilt.
So let's do this. I want to come back and talk about a couple other key things that this machine has. So if we kind of step back here, what we'll do is we're going to take a look. I'll talk a little bit about the different modes because I want to show you like a stitch regulation mode. And what that means is it creates those nice, even, precise stitches so that you do not have to worry about it. Again, but before we do that, maybe Blaine, if we can bring Blaine back on, because I know specifically for this, the 5 days of countdown that we're doing right now, and specifically today, Blaine has some really great exclusives from Sewing Machines Plus. And then really quick, as we get Blaine back on, just so everybody else knows, I'll tell you, if you ever had a chance to talk with one of the reps, they are incredibly knowledgeable, and they're going to go ahead and ask a couple questions to help make sure that what you're looking for, that you're ideally matched with what that is. And so I really love that. So Blaine, why don't you kind of talk about some of the specials or what you actually have right now on this 15 Pro, and then we'll come back and kind of finish up with some of the last few details that really will get people excited about it.
All right, Nathan. Hey, I'm glad to. So guys, we have a great countdown to Christmas special on these right now. And there's basically several different ones of the 15. And the one you're looking at on the screen right now, that is the 15R. And that is a $38.99 price point. And we go all the way up to that 15 Pro. So we have a call-in special on it. Guys, we have several different frames we can match it up with. But give us a call, because like Nathan said, our guys in the call center and online, the chat team, they are experts when it comes to quilting machines, and they are really familiar with the Grace products because we sell so much of the Grace products. They're talking about those every single day, so they know it like the back of their hand. If you have any questions whatsoever, ask. And you're also going to get, with any of the 15s that you buy, you're going to get that free luminous light bar with it, with the machine and frame bundle. It's a $600 value by itself. You're going to get that absolutely free. We're going to ship it to you anywhere in the nation absolutely free as well. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or go to the website and type in QNEEK 15 in that search bar, and it's going to take you right to that product page, and you can see all the different variations we have and all the frames available as well. So Nathan, we're going to go right back to you and let you show us some more about that 15.
Well, thank you. Really quick, and Blaine, I'm really glad that you brought that out. So right now with what we've got going on, what Sewing Machines Plus has is they have obviously this product, and we actually have 3 versions. There's a manual version. We have 2 stitch regulated and are in the Pro. What we find is when somebody's looking between those two, this professional one with the touchscreen has a little bit more customization. It runs a little bit faster, has some other functions. And so a lot of people really like the structure of what the Pro has. And then you can bundle it with a frame that works best for your space. Later on, if you stick with us here, we're going to be talking about frames. We're going to be talking about the hoop style frames and why that has been such a popular hit. So this machine here, Jenna, you mentioned like, hey, this can go on the Cutie. This can go on what we call the Q-Zone hoop or a Pro frame. This can fit also. So if you start somewhere like that, what I love talking about is our brand. You don't have to reinvest in the entire system. What are some of your thoughts on that with the person being able to progress as they're comfortable in their quilting experience.
Well, and you know, I love that idea. And that's one of the things I love about Grace Company is it's not, here's your big ticket, you got to invest in the system. And then when you're ready to go forward, you go to the next big system and you have to invest again, get rid of it. It's each step, right? Like you went from your domestic and have this opportunity to then go to the 15, then that 15 help grow as you go along so that you're then expanding your quilting abilities without having to reinvest and reinvest.
So with that, I'm going to look at a couple questions because we want to identify a few more features, and maybe we can look at what is different between this particular level. And we will be talking later about some of the professional series. We'll be talking about our professional, our long arms and our professional long arms. These handles on the 15 systems, they are fixed, so they don't adjust up or down. That's one of the things that comes on the 15 is that they are a fixed handle set. What's nice is that the frames, they're adjustable, so that way you can get them correct.
Right, helps your
based
shoulder.
on your height.
Yeah.
So that's how we would adjust them to make sure they're at the right height. What we also have is that there are some buttons, and now we do have the touch screen. We have a lot of people that prefer to use this, but the buttons also can be used to select menu options. And so if you're quilting and let's say that we're doing the manual, we want to speed that machine up or we want to slow it down, we can automatically do so at the touch of a button. So that's what we have with some of those buttons. What I think I would like to look at now is I'm going to see, let's go ahead and do a close-up look. I'm just going to point out right now, this is going to be the stitch regulation. And so this is going to be not quite as easy to see, but I'm going to turn this machine on and it's called precise mode. So you'll notice if the machine is sitting here, it actually does not stitch. But as we begin to move it over the surface of the fabric, the machine will speed up and slow down. And what this will do is create and maintain that precise stitching. So there are different modes. And let me go ahead and we're going to switch to another mode here. We're going to go to what I call manual speed. There is a basting speed, which is great right now. This is manual, and this one's used if I'm going to come and do some type of a fill work and I want to kind of keep the machine, but you'll notice how the machine will actually stitch without me moving it. So this is great for doing pebble work or when we're filling it in. So it's really great. If we kind of step back out here, what's really nice is that the machine has been created so that it has literally the same type of features that you do find in the professional. Grace Company, our goal has been to what we call consumerized professional goods. And so if you're going to go look at any other competitor's product and you're going to try to find the features that you can find at that price point, Grace Company will have more features and more functions with a high quality at that same price. And so that is a defining feature about the Grace machines. So like at the big cast bodies on this one, it has a high speed bobbin winder. Let's do another close up here. Let me point that out. So this one has a high speed bobbin winder right on the top of it. It is independent. So yes, you can wind bobbins whenever you want. It has dual cone thread towers. This is used in case you might want to, if we step back out here, if you're going to want to go ahead and do different colors in different areas. Again, if you're left or right-handed, you can swap handlebars so that your start is on the left-hand side. And the other thing that a lot of people want to know is what are some of the accessories that I might include or that I might use with a machine? Can I use other accessories with it,
Yeah.
Jan? What would you tell?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a plethora, and I love that word, of accessories that you can use with the 15 Pro, and they're interchangeable. So if you got the 15R and now you're going to go up to the 15 Pro, those accessories will move with you, right? So there's the ruler base that will help you do ruler work. There's also different sets of hopping feet. There's the rear handles for pantograph work. There's a laser. There's just lots of things that are available that you can find on SewingMachinesPlus.com to, you know, accessorize your machine and go to that next step more than just free motion. You go to those next things and just enhance your quilts even more.
So with that, what we can talk about, start where you're comfortable. I always like to say it's like getting a car. I know that the car I drive today is not the same that I used to drive when I was 16. I know that there are some conveniences that I like. And so what you find is that your budget will help give you a little bit more or some variations like your domestic machine. If you're ready to do more quilting, then if you buy a 15 and you get a version like this that has the stitch regulation, there are conveniences. Now, again, you can save a couple dollars by getting the M or the manual only and then adding stitch regulation to that. So again, that's where that budget piece comes in.
Yeah.
But if you're going to get into this, you're going to find that you'll end up being able to do more in less time and more with less efforts. And so with that, I wanted to kind of come back with one more piece, and then Jana, maybe if you'll share, like, so sorry, where I wanted to go is, you talked about the ruler foot. I had a question. Does this come with the ruler foot? The answer is no, but there are multiple feet you can get for different functions. So we do have a ruler base that you can get as an accessory. With a ruler foot. That ruler foot kit comes with the ruler foot. It comes with what we call a micro stippling foot as well, and open toe, which is a variation. We also have a really fun 9-piece foot kit that has couching. Now, are you familiar with couching?
Couching is my new favorite thing, right? So you take a yarn or ribbon and you're sewing over the top, so your design is 3-dimensional. I love it.
So again, you can get that foot kit as well to do couching. It has a couple other ruler feet in there as well, echoing and whatnot. And so again, what's really nice is, even though you're getting in with a mid-arm machine, is you are not limiting yourself to what you can actually do with it. That includes computer automation. So one of the other questions that gets asked is, well, can you add robotics? Right here is, can you add robotics? The answer is absolutely. You can do that whenever you're ready to. And what's nice is, there's actually, later on, we're going to talk about our automated system. We have 2 versions. We have a lower cost version that gets you started, then you can always upgrade between those. So right now, they're also on sale. So if you're thinking about, do I want a package, or if I already have a machine, maybe I should add automation. Again, we'll get to that later, but those are some of the great things. What would be some of the last things you would share with anybody who's in a spot and they've been wavering and they've thought about maybe a couple different machines, or maybe a bigger one, or maybe I'll stay with my domestic? Why, Jana, would somebody today give Sewing Machines Plus a call and say, let's do this now?
Right. So first off is that wonderful accessory of the light bar. That's just going to brighten no matter what area you have, no matter how much light you have. You can always use more, because there's always shadows coming from other places. So that light bar will help you out. Second, this machine will help you go to that next step, right? Like, I know I'm the same way, right? I think, oh, I've got this thing and I don't want to take it out of the box. And even though you made the purchase, you don't want to go to the next thing. Change can be hard, but you are not going to be disappointed by going to the next level of your quilting.
So I love those comments. I'll tell you, if you've never free motion quilted, you probably have seen it. You probably would think, it's expensive to get into it. That's not the case. You saw the specials that Sewing Machines Plus has. Jana, as you mentioned, you're getting the light bar. That's an LED light bar, so it has like over 20,000 hours of life on the bulbs. It's true color. It's height adjustable. It's on casters, so you can actually move it over your quilting session, over your cutting tables, or whatever you want to do. That's included as part of the package when you buy one of the 15s today. And then you can partner it with a frame that fits in your space. If you have a lot of room, great, get the continuum. Then you can actually put up to a 21 on it later. If you get any of the hoop style frames, you can actually put up to a 19, and anything can be automated. And so that's one of the great things to be thinking about, is now is the time to do that. These are the specials we have. I know Sewing Machines Plus has done a couple things specifically for this week, and it's been fun for us to be with that. Let's go ahead and bring Blaine back in as we kind of wrap this up. And again, it's been fun talking about the 15. We're excited about talking about a couple other great products here shortly. So thanks, Blaine, for giving us a chance to talk about the 15 Pro and why quilters love it.
Well, Nathan, you brought up an interesting point about the 15 and the different frames and things. The 15 Pro is actually our most popular Grace product that we sell. We sell more of those, and you know this well. We sell more than anybody in the country by far these. So our folks at the call center and online chatters, they know this product better than probably anybody in the country. And the great thing about it, and you always bring this up, is the versatility that you have with the Grace products. You can go from the 15 Pro, and you could put it on a Cutie frame, and you could always go up to a 19 if you wanted to. You could always go down with the Q Zone frame. You can interchange heads. You can expand the frames. You can do so much. Not have to have to invest a lot of money, do you? And that's the great thing about Grace products.
It is absolutely. Well, Blaine, thanks for letting us show this. I know maybe we can bring back up what those pricing pieces are, and then we'll go ahead and we're going to switch over to our next product for you.
All right, so I'm going to tell everybody how you can get this. Again, guys, we want to give you a call. The Pro that you see right now is $44.99. Then we have that S or the R model starts out at $38.99. That is for the head only. And what we're going to do is we're going to also match up the frame that you want. So there's several different frames to choose from, some very inexpensive. But I can tell you right now, guys, we can get you in a complete quilting set and frame for less than $6,000. And that is an awesome, awesome thing. And so we are going to customize this to whatever your needs are, but give us a call, because our salespeople standing by are experts in this, and they can make sure that you get what you need that works for you. In this 15 Pro, I can't say enough about it. It is a great entry-level quilting machine for somebody. Or if you've been quilting forever and you're using your domestic machine, I'd highly recommend to go to this, because that extra throat space you're going to get, and with the handlebars, you can just do it so much easier quilting as far as doing it on a domestic machine. So anyway, we really recommend you to call us 800-401-8151. We have some special financing packages available. And also, if you're on our website, just type in QNIQ15 in the search bar. It'll take you right to the product pages. You can see all the different promotions and all the different combinations we have with the different machines and the different frames. And again, our live chat team is there. They can answer questions for you, and our phone sales can. If you can't get through on the phones, we know it's extremely busy today, guys. We know that. So Roger and Andrea are putting up that Google Sheets link in the chat. And all you have to do is hit that link. It's going to take you to that Google Sheets page. Put your name, your phone number, most importantly, your phone number, and let us know what machine you're interested in, you're looking at, and they're going to give you a call back as soon as they get off the phone. That way we can help you out today. So let's go back to the Grace Studios, and we're going to go back and talk to Nathan, and I think we're going to go to our next machine, which is that QNIQ 19. There's Nathan. I don't think I have sound yet, Nathan.
We're good. We're there. Just give us just a second.
There we are.
There, so thanks, Blaine. Yeah, we're doing some juggling. We got a lot of things because Blaine, you gave us some wonderful time to be with your customers. So let's go ahead, and we're excited to talk about a couple of these different things. Let's switch back to the other camera. The camera went for me really quick.
It is on camera.
All right. Great. So with me today, I have LJ, who is also on our team with Mark. And you're in charge, and you handle a couple international accounts. Yeah. You also work with several here in the U.S. And so Laura Jean has been with us for how long now?
It's just a little over a year now. I think we're a year, a couple months now. So yeah, it's been really good. I've loved what I do. I kind of just recently got more into these live events, and I've really enjoyed it. So I'm excited to be with you guys today.
And again, we appreciate all the fans that are out there that are commenting. We had a couple people talking. There's Paula M. Thanks for the great demo. We are moving into a different product, Blaine, and this product is a step up. One of the questions that was asked last time was, and it had to deal with the availability, for example, of movable and handles. And when we start getting into what we call our professional long arm category, we actually really are at a point where we start having some of the other key differences that define what is a professional long arm system. So with that, really quick, LJ, I wanted to throw out another kind of a joke here to get everybody going as we're doing this.
Right.
And everybody's like, oh, great, here's funny guys. So, but it does help keep it a little bit more lively. So thanks for being patient. So here's one. This is a tough one.
Right.
And if you know, you're maybe gonna have to hold it. So we're gonna have to see if anybody else with us who's joining us knows. What is Santa Claus's his favorite candy? That is the question. What is his favorite candy?
I could probably make a guess. I'm not sure I know.
It's not taffy. It's not ice cream. It's not slushies. He has plenty of snow. Okay. But it is Jolly Ranchers. Jolly Ranchers. Yeah, it's a good one. Go get some Jolly Ranchers.
Right there.
Just kidding. All right. So thanks for hanging out with us as we're doing this, trying to keep it a little lively. You're going to be spending some time with us. So thanks for spending time with us here at Grace Company with Sewing Machines Plus. Again, thank you for being willing to stream. It's been fun. As we continue to introduce you to products, hopefully we're helping answer a couple key questions that you might have that help define why these products or the product that we're going to demonstrate would be right for you. LJ, this is a different machine. I'm going to kind of step back. Let's see if we can kind of get a close-up on this. I'm going to let our cameraman come back really quick. If we can swap to our close-up, it looks like we got a great job there. So with this machine, if you look at this is quite a bit different, and it's a lot larger than our previous one, because this is actually 19 inches. This is 19 from the needle back to the back of the throat here. And so that's a 19-inch space that we have. And with that, one of the key things, as we talked about on the 15, is it actually gives us more space. That's great there. It gives us more space, and so that we actually can not have to mess with fabrics quite as much. as we would have if we were using the 15 or a domestic machine. And there's some other things. This machine, LG, looks quite a bit different.
It does.
Introduce me to the 19. If you're going to go ahead, and I'm a new quilter and I'm looking at getting involved with quilting, why would this 19 be something that I would consider even over the 15?
Yeah, you know what? This machine is great for a couple different reasons, Nathan. One of them actually is that is actually one of the lightest machines we have. Now that doesn't make a huge difference, but it actually does help just even more with the gliding of it. Just helps you just really feel like you are in full
So is it
control.
weaker?
No,
Stronger?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you know that the engineers, it actually has about 30% less material and it's actually our strongest machine? Just so you know, it's pretty
There you
amazing.
go.
So, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah,
super
yeah.
neat. That's super neat as well, because actually not only is it lighter, but it actually looks even maybe a little bit more friendly than what the 15 does. So we really wanted to make it, I know the engineers, when they were doing, they're like, hey, you know what, let's make a bigger machine, but let's make it just even more that much friendly, right? And so that's what this is. You can see the design. We also add, a little bit of color here, kind of make it a little bit more of your own, but really that's super neat though about the 30%. I didn't know that, but yeah, it's really a wonderful machine that also on the adjustable handles is huge. Again, just puts you in control again of how you want to quilt and what makes it feel comfortable.
So
for you.
let's do this. So those that are watching this again, so we talked about the 15 here in the previous half hour. Now we're talking about the 19. So this is a migration from that to this next one. What I would say, like as you've been at shows, and I have a couple answers I want to share to some of the quilters that are considering getting into this mid or this long arm category. At a couple shows that you've been to, who has been the quilter who's decided to go with the 19? Do you have any answers, or what would you share if I were a quilter? Why might this 19 be something that I would go with versus the 15?
I definitely, it's a great question. I've had a couple people, and I'd say one that it tends to be is someone that has gone from their domestic machine and says, yes, I've looked at the 15, but they're like, I'm going to be honest, even my 15, even my throat space, the 15 is probably not going to quite be enough. And so really this 19 is that next step to give you all those amazing pro features, on some that was talked about with the 15 Pro, but give you that bigger throat space. So that tends to be, I'd say, the people that are looking for this 19-inch machine.
I like that answer. And so think about this. The 15, what I would tell you is that depending on the size of the quilt, if it's a throw, a crib, a twin, by the time you start getting to queen or king, the finished space is one of those components, right? So with the 19, you actually would be able to finish between a 10 and 12-inch block is about your finished space. So the reason somebody will go with the 19 is because they're doing a lot larger blocks and they're looking at being able to quilt through those all in one area. I would like to say that they start to like the small additional features as well. So one is it is a little bit lighter, like you mentioned. Two is you talked about the handles. Let me step back out of the way, but maybe would you mind demonstrating what the differences are on these handles and why we kind of end up at a little bit more of a premium experience than we do on the 15. So let's go to our close-up camera on that.
Yeah, so this one I had mentioned it earlier. So this is actually the adjustable handle. So this is a huge feature. So on the 15, they're kind of set at this. With the 19, you can actually simply pull it out. So if you want, you can fully adjust the angle. So if you prefer to have it down, you can do that. And you actually can even extend it out. So if you are, a little bit shorter or whatever there, you can easily adjust those again, in, out, fully adjust the handles. So it sits at where it's most comfortable for you.
So with that, if we step back out again, so think about this, as you're quilting, and this is this happens, and as you get into bigger machines, one of the things that happens is you end up reaching over the frame, right? Because our arm, if we think about our arm right here, we actually only have about 14 inches of movement. So the 15 is perfect for the person who's beginning because we're not having to use other motions of our body to compensate for the difference on that. So this machine, what happens is when you start quilting at the back of the frame and you're quilting and you're moving along, we're leaning over it. And so by leaning over it, that's where we end up starting to get a little bit of that back pain. So again, the adjustable handles are critical. So again, that allows us to adjust it in and out. And I also noticed, LG, that you adjusted them down. And then you can also adjust them up and down as well, right? So you can kind of use these as micro handles. I'm not sure, have you ever demonstrated it and had someone go like, oh, this feels awkward?
Yes,
have you ever had that?
I have. I actually had one customer once who was going from their domestic machine to this. And so they were used to this movement with their hands flat. So they actually preferred, instead of having the handles up, right, vertically, they wanted them horizontally. Like, oh, that just feels so much more natural.
Do you know why?
I don't know.
So think about this. All those who've been out there, if you've ever finished or tried to complete, well, one, every time you piece together a quilt, how do we do it? We push and our hands are facing horizontally
Yeah.
to the surface, and so we push the fabric through. The same thing if we've ever used to pool and we puddled and we're quilting. And so what happens is by coming in front of this, again, let's go ahead and do a close-up look at this. Let me go ahead and step over here. Again, if we can flatten these down so that you can kind of see, I love pointing this out because this allows us to quilt in a way that we're really most comfortable to do so. So again, this is some of that variation that we can use to adjust them to what's right. But let's go ahead and step back out again. But I like kind of pointing that out because that just shows you that there is the ability to customize. Now, LJ, tell me a little bit about the screen and some of the features that this 19 has and why it will help somebody in their quilting experience.
Yeah, so this one's really nice. And I know it was maybe mentioned earlier, but this actually is a touch screen, and that is huge. You can still control it, go through the menu with the handles. However, having that touch screen is a super nice feature to have. It's just kind of that thing, again, you're used to your phone, touch screen, iPad, laptop, all that, is touch screen. So it's a very familiar thing. So that helps just, again, even in that transition of, oh, hey, I know this, I can do it, right? I can get started on it. So that's a wonderful feature. And then one feature that I don't know that was mentioned, but is actually really nice, is if you ever happen to be doing a quilt and then you need to step away from it and you come back, is that this actually has a needle jog. So you can needle jog it and get precisely right where you had ended. So you can start again exactly on. And that is a huge thing, again, especially if you're doing a little bit more of a complicated design. That is a huge feature to have with this 19.
Wonderful. So let's do another close-up look. I'm going to point out a couple other things on this as we're looking at it. This machine is different than any of our others. It is a full cast body. It does have what we call sealed bearings. So there actually is no servicing required internal to the machine. And that's an interesting one. The other thing, and this isn't as visible, but we actually there are pad printed instructions on this one that talk about how to thread it. Our goal when we created this was to make it a more friendly, professional long arm style machine. And so this one, we've added the threading guides. And so when you go to put something on here, if you're going to be winding the bobbin, we also added to the back. This has a high speed bobbin winder as well. And so this is one of those things that we built to create it. So there's a beauty component. So it looks a little bit prettier. You'll notice it looks much sleeker than a lot of those other big ones, even though it's more strong, it's more rigid than even our 15-inch machine. So I really like pointing out some of those details that define and kind of beautify it a little bit, just make it look a little bit prettier. What we go, we can go ahead and step back out again. Again, now one of the things that would come back up is what else can I do with the 19, and am I limited? So let's first, am I limited to space? Do I have to get a big frame? This frame we're on is a roller style frame. Tell me what or how can I use this 19?
Yeah, you can use the 19 on actually any of the frames we have. So you can start out with their small Cutie frame. So that's a very nice portable frame. We put it on our Q-Zone hoop frame, queen frame, or even our conceal frame. So you are absolutely not limited at all on what you can put this 19-inch machine on.
So again, I know that if you've been out there, there might be a couple who have the 15. This is a great next step. If you haven't bought the 15, and I would like to say, if you think that you have the budget, this is a little bit more expensive. But if you can, this gives you extra space. Again, you're paying for conveniences, meaning less management of the fabric because I can quilt more at one time before I need to re-engage or roll or shift my fabric, right?
Yeah, and one thing I know you'd mentioned earlier a little bit as well, but is the size of blocks or patterns that you like to do. So some people are like, oh, I like to do bigger, right? And so really with the 19, that allows you to do it for the entirety of a quilt versus on the 15, you need to do a little bit smaller. So that is just another feature, you brought up earlier that really that pattern size is another thing to look at when deciding what.
Let's do this. I want to talk about and show people like the ruler base, what are some options. We're going to talk about it. And I want to get your hands on LJ. I want to see how well you can quilt. So everybody come back, stick with us. I'll get in. I look dangerous, even though I'm not that good. I have quilted several quilts. Prefer the automation still. But we'll talk about accessorizing this. But let's go to Blaine really quick. Let's talk about some of the specials that Sewing Machines Plus has right now on this. And I'll tell you, right now, as we get Blaine back on, this has been one of the most popular machines in this month because of the price that we've run this at. And you're going to find that there's nothing comparable at the price that you're going to find at this 19-inch machine. So Blaine, let me kind of come back to you and let's let you talk about some of the pricing and some of the specials you have.
All right, thanks, Nathan. Again, guys, we're talking about the Cutie 19 here. And again, this is I consider it like the Cadillac because, man, I tell you, you're getting into the professional type quilting machines. I absolutely love this machine. It is so easy to use. It has 2,000 stitches per minute, has a 19-inch throat space, built-in stitch regulation, full color touchscreen, adjustable handles, controllable LED light, built-in bobbin winder, easy access bobbin. And those are the things that you're looking for a quilting machine. Also included, you're going to get that luminous light bar you see there right on the screen. Well, yeah, you see it on the screen. You barely see it above some of the other stuff, but you're getting that luminous light bar with it. You're getting the 8-pack of the finesse thread. You're getting the ruler base. You're getting the 4-piece hopping foot kit and the 3 lay day rulers. And again, guys, this is a great machine. And again, we have $58.99 on this. Give us a call, guys. They're going to help you pick out the frame that you need for this. It is a fantastic quilting machine, and I can't say enough about it. And it's like when I've used this, it feels like it's got power steering. That's how easy it is to use. And Linda Brooks is saying tempting or temptations. Yeah, and I'm like, it is. And there's Carol Lombard. Nathan and LJ explained this machine perfectly. You are right, Carol. They did. This is a great machine. And I can't stress to you enough, guys, our people in the call center and on the live chat know these machines better than anybody because we sell far more than anybody else in the country. So they know the Grace products extremely well. Make sure you give them a call at 800-401-8151. Get on live chat, type in that QNEAT19 in the search bar. They can also help you out on the website. And if you have any questions, they're going to be the ones that can help get the right fit for you and tell you that if you need what frame will fit in your space. And again, what a great product coming from Grace. We are so happy that they're on the show and Nathan. And let's go right back to Nathan now, and we're going to go keep moving on.
I want to talk about a couple of the pieces that are coming with part of this bundle. So here, Sewing Machines Plus has put together this amazing bundle. You end up with the 19 machine. You can choose the frame that works best for you in your space. We talked about if you are limited, get one of the hoop style frames. You can quilt any size quilt up to king size. If you have more room, you can bundle it with our professional series frame, the Continuum 2. However, I'll tell you this, when I've talked to dealers, when I've talked to quilters, one of the biggest things that we have, and I noticed that this was one of the questions or some of the comments that came up too, is like maybe I'm not quite confident if I'm going to like free motion quilting or am I going to know how to do free motion quilting. The bundle that we're including with this gets you started so that you do not have to worry. That confidence piece can go away because we're including the ruler base. We're including the multi-foot hopping set that allows you to start with ruler work. And just to be honest with you, LJ, I can do a pretty neat stitch. So we're going to do that here in just a minute. And we're going to, so you can kind of see this machine in action. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of confidence that can come if you can just put that ruler down. If you're not familiar, what that means is there's a surface that gets put underneath the fabric. You can take a solid ruler and by putting it down, you can move the machine along that edge. And so instead of you trying to control it and knowing how fast or how slow, the stitch regulation will manage those stitches perfectly. You can glide it across a ruler and you can start off with the simple things like stitching in the ditch or doing a couple crisscrosses across your blocks. But the reason we put this kit together was to help you immediately feel that the package you're getting will allow you to be successful when you begin.
Yeah, and I know you talked about the point of sometimes there's a little bit of some worry with starting free motion. I actually just talked to a customer the other day who'd said, I was really worried, and I was like, well, hey, we have this amazing bundle. And they got in, they're like, what, they called me back and I'm so happy they did because they're like, I just need to tell you that this kit that gives you, the ruler work was amazing. I think this quilter, again, was really nervous to get started. They're like, I just can't do free motion. That's not my thing. But they came back and I think they had finished, I think it was like a good 15 or so quilts. They're like, I love this ruler work. Like it is just so freeing because it takes that worry, like Nathan had said, it takes it away. So you just easily can go in there and get started on it.
With that, in addition to these items that make it easier to begin quilting, we're including the finesse thread. So the finesse thread is an 8-pack. It's our 4 most popular solids. It's the 4 most popular variegated colors. And I like to call them project size. They're 1,500 yards. And they're what we call like a soft polyester. They feel and they look like cotton, but they don't have the lint. They're color fast and they're more forgiving because when you move from a domestic machine to a long arm, what we have found is that the machines stitch much quicker. And that's because we're moving them around. And if they pull out, think about this, how many spools of thread you have in the drawer, you might have them in a basket, you might have them in a tub. Those, unfortunately, cotton degrades over a period of time and thread does as well. And so when you take that out, it's not meant for the speed of these machines. And so we're giving you that starter set of fabric as well to get you beginning. Then you get the light bar.
Yes.
So we talked about that just here in the previous half hour, but that light bar.
That's huge. It makes a huge difference. I actually just talked to a sweet gentleman the other day who has a light bar. He has the 10-foot over spray. He's like, you know what? I love it so much. He came back and he got the 5-foot for his cutting area because it absolutely makes a huge difference in your quilting workspace.
So a couple things. Somebody else asked, hey, does this have channel locks? The answer is it's not the machine, it's the frame. All the frames do have channel locks. So if you get a 19 and you pair it with any frame, yes, you have channel locks. Another one, free motion quilting. I'm going to show you what free motion quilting is. I have a couple questions coming through. If you've done embroidery or if you've done fashion and you haven't gotten into quilting yet, just a quick demonstration. So here, LG, I'm going to have you do this. We're going to go ahead and do it. Go to our close-up camera here. And so this is ready to go. So you can go ahead and just turn on the machine and we're going to move it around here and we're going to show them. This is called free motion quilting. So go ahead. So free motion quilting is the process of moving the machine over the surface of the fabric.
Yeah, I know earlier we had mentioned as well that it's a super light machine, that I can simply do it with just one hand. Now, I'm not that great.
All right, let's go ahead and step back here again. But free motion is that process of moving and gliding the machine over the surface. The ruler base underneath, when you have a ruler, allows you to move that machine along. And let's go ahead and maybe go back closer. It allows you, when you have that ruler base, to move the machine along that ruler's edge, which gives you those precise lines. And so you can do free motion, which is what LJ was doing when she was quilting here.
I just have to point this out again, though. But like, look at it. Like, making him move the machine.
Let's go ahead and step back so you can see.
Like, that's insane. Like, that is amazing to be able to do that. Like,
all right.
If you've ever gone out and looked at other machines, there's no way you can do that with other machines. So that's incredible.
It's my skill. Oh, okay, just kidding. All right, but the machine is light. It's fun to use, and what you're going to find is I always like to talk about two quilters. There's those that will get involved, and this is probably not for you if you're the one who's done a quilt and you're not quite sure where to begin. Start with something we're going to talk about in the next hour here. Our Cutie frame, our hoop frames. That's a great place to start. The commitment's less. However, if you know that you have 2, 5, 10, 15. If you're one who's quilted by checks, but you have the emotions of, boy, it would be great if I could finish my quilts, and you're looking for the conveniences again, and you're willing to go just a few more bucks than the 15, the 19 is the place to go. I see some people say, oh, this has been pretty tempting. Now is the time, because of not only what we're doing as on a discount with the machine, but that accessory pack that is being bundled into it. This is a phenomenal, really complete bundle. There are a couple accessories you can add to it, like automation down the road.
Yes.
Or you can add, we have that 9-piece foot kit. There are always several different types of templates, but in essence, to begin with, you don't need anything else in order to begin quilting with the system as we have it right now. So LJ, maybe tell me one last piece. As we've kind of gone through and we've demonstrated, we have the touch screen. This machine stitches at how fast would you say this machine is?
2,000 stitches per minute.
So 2,000 stitches a minute. Maybe explain, what does that mean to somebody who's free motion quilting?
Yeah. So kind of what it is sometimes people, when they get quilting, we call them kind of like speed racers. So sometimes you just kind of get in the groove and you just get very comfortable with it. So when that happens, sometimes we say people can run away with their machine. And so that means they're moving the machine faster than what the machine can keep up with. So that means that when you're stitching, it can't quite do those even stitches. Whereas with this one, it's the 2,000. So that gives you a really nice cushion so that you can, comfortably move it at whatever speed you want, whether that's slower or faster. This 2,000 stitches, absolutely makes it super comfortable.
It's always funny. You start and you're like, oh, I'm not going to move it that fast, but pretty quickly you get pretty comfortable. And so having a machine like this that can stitch at that speed is a great machine. Just so you know, in reference, a lot of domestics, you're right around 800 to 1,000. So this is twice as fast as any of the domestic machines out there. This falls right in the mid spot. There are some machines, we're going to get to that later on today, when you go top end professional, that gets a little bit quicker. Again, and this is faster than our M and our R. It's about the same speed as our Pro machine, our Pro 15. So again, that's one of those things. If you've thought about why would I move to the 19, 1 is right now it's the price, the accessory bundle. 2 are the conveniences. 3 I talk about are the feature sets. So what kind of features, what functions do I get that are above and beyond that 15 Pro machine? The handles, the adjustability. I like the pre-threading guides that are on this. I like the lightweight and how this fills. Again, they do have some of our patent technology on the feet and the way the feet attach, which is really nice as well. So there's a couple of those key things that really define. And you're not limited. Remember, you can start on a hoop style frame and quilt up to king size. If you do not have a lot of space, you're going to need about 5.5 feet front to back. I mean, left and right, and about 4 feet from the front and back of the frame. You can get optional casters if you need to wheel this in and out of a space. So know that that's an option as well. And when you're ready, you can computer automate this. And so there is not a limiting factor, and it still gives you room to grow as you become a little bit better and as you enjoy finishing those quilts that you have at home. What I would kind of say, any last things you'd like to say before we bring Blaine back on to kind of talk about our pricing, and we'll prep our room and move to our next product here. But any other things you'd want to share with any of our quilters?
Yeah, I would just say one thing that we've done is really we've created things that are going to work for you, and every quilter is different, right? Everyone's looking to get started. Maybe you're mid, maybe you're like, I'm a pro, I got this, right? And so really, as we've done that, we have created these products that are going to fit every different kind of quilter. And so Nathan and I, we just talked over really that there are some quilters that this is going to be the absolute perfect machine for you. And so just, take a look, because really this is an amazing bundle that we have with this machine right now as well. That we talked about, again, gets you started. So if you're thinking, hey, again, I'm ready to get started, but I think I want a little bit more than the 15, then go with the 19 and get it now, because it really is an amazing deal. And we're giving you a great, what I want to call kind of starters kit, so you can get into, ruler work and even other things down the road.
Well, thank you. With that, Blaine, as we kind of bring you back up again, I just want to say this is the perfect machine for someone that has a little bit more of a budget or wants to stretch themselves just a little bit for those extra conveniences. Not ideal if you're afraid or you're not quite sure if you're even wanting to use your domestic machine. We're going to talk about some things later. But if you've looked at mid arms, you've thought about long arms, and you're thinking about space and price, this is at this time the best combo you can get in the industry. Around the world, you're not going to find a 19-inch machine. You might find some 18s. You might find some overpriced 20s. You're going to find some underpriced 15s. We've got some great products as well, but this 19 fits in that spot. It's a beautiful machine, lightweight, very durable. It comes with the printing and the things that make it a little bit more friendly for those people who are moving into this category. Built-in high-speed bobbin winders, which are separate and independent. The adjustable arms, has multiple stacks for your threads. And it goes on and on. Has the bigger M-class bobbin, so it has 3 times as much as your domestic machine. Can work on any one of the grace frames. You can add automation to it. You're getting the ruler kit. You're getting the light bar, and we'll go on. So there's a lot of stuff there. So Blaine, we'll come back to you again. If you've thought about it, now's the time to reach out to Sewing Machines Plus and their experts. They can answer a couple questions and find what's right. Maybe it's the 15, maybe it's the 19.
So Nathan, you are making me want one of these. I tell you what, guys, you're exactly right. This 19 is that kind of medium road quilting machine. You can either get the 15s, and they go all the way up to the 26s on some of these companies. But man, the Grace 19 fits right in that category. It's very affordable. And guys, let's show them exactly how they can get this. Again, guys, we have a call-in special in it. The price, it starts at $58.99. And the reason we want you to give us a call is because we want to help you pick the right frame for your needs for this and get you all the things you need. This is going to come with that great free accessory bundle that you see over there. You're getting that luminous light bar. You're getting that thread kit. You're getting the 8-pack of the threads. You're getting the ruler base. You're getting the 4-piece hopping foot kit and the 3 lay day rulers. So you're getting all those things. And again, guys, what a great product, great price, and that we get that special financing available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our live sales agents on the phones. Guys, they sell more Grace products than any company in the United States. They are very well versed on the Grace products and know it like the back of their hand. And I promise you, they can answer any question you have, and they can help you get the best that you need for you. And then talk about service. I want to talk a little bit about service while Nathan is getting set up. We do a tremendous job on servicing quilting machines and things. And our service department is hands down probably the best in the country as well. We have certified technicians. And what I like about our technicians and even our salespeople, everybody gets trained on these quilting machines. Everybody knows the quilting machines extremely well. And our techs are so good on these quilting machines. A lot of times they can talk you through a problem over the phone. They can FaceTime you with your phones. They can even, I've heard our techs even listen to a sound a sewing machine was making, and they could tell them what's going on with it. So they're going to support you 100% with any kind of problem you could most ever have. And Grace is one of those companies we love doing business with because they support the product so well. So that's one of the things. If you're getting a Grace product, you're getting quality. And I'll tell you what, you're going to get something that's going to last you for a long time. So we encourage you to give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can go look at the product page right on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Punch in at the search bar that QNIC19. It's going to bring that product page up, and you can take a look at all the options and all the things on there. And we have live chat agents on the website that can answer questions for you as well. But hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We'd love to help you out. So guys, we are ready to go talk all about the next big boy on the block, and that is that Pro 21. And Nathan, I hope you're ready because I'm coming back to you.
With that, Blaine, slide over more. And Russ, would you mind adjusting the camera? There we go. If we got some sound, we're going to have this camera adjusted. Appreciate everybody's patience as you're going to have to loosen the bottom there. We've got a lot of stuff going on. Everything's happening this way just a little bit. There you go. Thanks. So appreciate that, Blaine, as we've been hustling through. We're using our studio. We're using every space that we can. And I think, Blaine, what we're going to do right now is we're going to come back to the 21 in just a minute. We wanted to kind of switch between the 15 and the 19 to let people think about that product line for a minute, and then we're going to move to the professional series. But before then, a lot of the other questions that come up tend to be the space in their home and then how to use that space wisely. So with me, I have Mark Martin, who's in charge of all customer service and all customer relations here at the Grace Company. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I've been watching this, and I just have to say, Blaine, what an amazing event. So I'm happy to be a part of it. I love doing this. I love working with Nathan. He and we've been doing this for a while, so it's fun to be able to talk about our product, especially about the features and benefits and the whys. That's the biggest thing as to why these products will fit in the homes that people they don't think it will fit, right?
Yeah,
we have these wonderful products behind us. Yep.
So Mark, before we get going, I'm going to throw out a would you rather. So everybody who's with us, think about this. It's a good one. The question is, would you rather always laugh like Santa Claus, or would you rather talk like an elf? That's my question for you, Mark.
Mike. Oh, I think
What's it going to be? What's it going to be?
I think I would, probably a lot of people go with the whole Santa Claus. I would talk like an elf.
Talk like an elf?
Yeah.
So all I can see is I'm picturing Mark. We're in a room. He's with all of his team members. And all of a sudden, Mark starts talking, hey, everybody, and everybody starts,
hey, everybody do this, do that, huh? Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
No,
hey,
that'd be
go
great.
do this, call that.
Oh, that'd be great. It'd be chaos. It'd be total chaos. So thanks for being with us. Hopefully, we're going to keep things a little bit live as we're talking about the frames behind us. Now, Mark, you talked about we're going to talk about a couple things. If you're at home, picture this right now. So everybody take a mental picture, snapshot. And I know we're going to have some different answers, but I'm thinking, how much space do I have in my current sewing room? And I want you to take that, because what we're going to find is there's going to be a variety of answers. I would say from the most part, those people, when they begin quilting, don't have a dedicated space that allows them to put every tool they want. They can put a couple, like you have 5 sewing machines, right? You probably have an embroidery machine.
Yep.
You probably have a serger. And I'm pretty sure if I were to say hands up, we would get a lot of people that fit in that category. You might need a portable cutting table. So I don't know if you even have a dedicated space for a cutting table. So when you start thinking about machines, additional machines like other dedicated quilting machines and frames, there's this big challenge that comes up with, where am I going to put it? And so today we're going to talk a little bit about some options that you have. And I want to reach out to every single one of you who has ever pieced at least one quilt. Now, if you haven't pieced a quilt, I'm going to say get on Sewing Machines Plus's website. They have some great kits to begin with. They're already pre-cut. They save you time. They're affordable. So get into it. But what I'm going to tell you is when you start to quilt, once you start to piece that, now you're like, guess what? I'm going to be here to finish. And behind us, we're going to start with what you already have at home, which is your domestic sewing machines. So Mark, why don't you kind of introduce us to what we're looking at here? We've got these frames. We do have them lifted for standing for part of this demonstration. You can sit, you can stand, but what do we have going here? What do we have?
We have 2 best frames that we have here, Nathan. We have our Q-Zone hoop frame that's behind me, and we have the Cutie frame that's behind Nathan. Both of these frames, they are 4.5 feet. The Cutie frame is 4 feet, and the hoop frame is 4.5 feet. You can do large quilting projects on there. You can do small quilting projects on there. You can do medium quilting projects on there. You don't have to now get the large frames to do these large projects. These frames allow you to do any size of quilting you want from a table runner to a king size quilt. And what we have to show is, one is what I like to call a dedicated spot because it's on legs, which is the hoop frame that's behind me.
So this one has the built-in legs on it,
built-in,
right?
built-in legs on it. So it's what we like to call dedicated because you have to have room for it. But our best-selling frame that we've been selling a lot of is the one that's right by Nathan, which is the Cutie. It's non-dedicated. You can put it on any flat surface tabletop. That means dining table, coffee table, picnic table, countertop, bed if you have to. We've had some people tell stories where they went in their truck, right? As they're driving and putting it in their truck.
In fact, this was, I think, about a week ago. We had a customer call in, and because there was this option of having a portable system during they're a long haul truck driver, husband drives and she drives with them. During those times, she sets the Cutie frame up on their bed. She finishes quilts, and so she takes orders from truckers and quilts for truckers on the go, by the way, which is crazy.
That's crazy. It's super crazy. So these two wonderful frames, just like Nathan had asked, and if you keep going bigger than that, and if you're you're asking yourself, do I have space? Oh, I really have these large quilts, or I've been taking it to have this person quilt it for me. That can all stop now because we have two wonderful accessories and frames for your machine.
So let's talk about this. Let's show you first, and this is the lowest cost option that we have. By the way, it's been our #1 product this year because it actually solves the challenge that pretty much every single person has, which is dedicated space. Now, I will warn you, you're going to see these. If they are of interest to you, I would recommend to get started and then decide if this is for you. Then you can build out your system more and you don't have to get rid of whatever you're going to start with today. So we're going to talk about the two different frames, but let's talk about this Cutie. I'm going to kind of step to the side a little bit because I want to have Mark show you everything that's going to be here. We'll go to a couple close-up camera shots in a little bit here, but let's talk about the parts and the pieces of the frame that allow you to work. So Mark, maybe if we could pull it apart, and then we'll put it back together and I'll put a machine on it to show people how your domestic machine actually works with this. So I'll let you.
Absolutely. And Nathan, you had said the keywords that we're going to essentially pull it apart. Now, when you think of that, you must need to get a tool, how heavy it is. This is a very light, what I like to call an accessory to your machine. I'm going to go ahead and come right over here and we're going to show, first off, you get two carriages. You get a top plate and a bottom carriage. And so that's where your machine is going to sit on. I'm going to go ahead and pull one of these out here. All right, so this is the top plate that you're going to get with it that your machine sits on. What's nice is these handles could go from the front to the back. That's right. So if you're looking to do pantograph work and you want to have the rear handles in the back, now you can take the handles from the front and move them to the back. That's awesome. I'm going to go ahead and set this down right here. All right. Now, I should have just done this at the very beginning. You see right here on the sides, no tools needed. This is what we call the take-up rail, or the rail to throw over your machine. And to take your machine off, it is as simple as this. I'm going to go and move that off to the side, move this one off to the side, and you're going to see I can now take this rail. And that's how simple it is to take your machine off your frame if you need to. I'm going to go ahead and just stand that over there. You also get the bottom carriage. Now, what's nice about the bottom carriage is we didn't skimp. We didn't sacrifice what our larger frames come with. These have the ball bearing wheels. Look how cute they are. I'm going to get,
let's go close.
If we can get a close up on this. All right. So there you can see cute little ball bearing wheels. So these are the smaller type of the same wheels we use on our large quilting frames. We go back to the main one now. So you get that on the bottom carriage. Holds up to 19-inch throw space. That's right. So if you are looking at using your domestic machine to start, and that's what we want. We want you to start somewhere. You can start with your domestic and work your way up to the 19-inch machine. And that is phenomenal. One frame fits all, essentially, from a king-size quilt to the 19-inch machine. Now, here is the frame itself. Now, it is just sitting on this lifetime table that we picked up. You can pick up at Walmart. You go to Home Depot, your local hardware store. This table is nice and adjustable. I'm going to move these off here. I'm going to show you how simple this is to put on. This is a very light frame. Look at that. Just a couple fingers. I can go ahead and now take this frame and go ahead and put it right on top of any flat surface. At the bottom, they're rubber feet to keep it from sliding. So it sits right on top of there. Now, this is the frame. Putting together will take a little bit of time, but not much. This is the rail that you go ahead and you can move out. I talk about adjusting or moving to a 19-inch machine. You can simply open up this lever off to the side right here and on this side. Now this one, you can slide all the way out. So there's your adjustability. I can now go ahead and put a 19-inch Q-Neek that you guys just heard Nathan and LJ talk about. The 19 can go right on here after we decided to move away from your home sewing machine. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this back in. All the adjustability, no tools needed. That's the amazing part. You don't have to have a tool to raise the sides up, to move it out. None. No tools needed. It's all just simply moving some levers up. We're gonna go ahead and put the carriage right back on top again. What's nice about this frame is it uses our dual track system. Again, I talk about the ball bearing wheels, the dual track system. These have all the professional features that you love on a 4-foot frame that's very affordable. And we'll get Blaine to talk about the price here just in a little while, but you're going to find how affordable this really is. All right. So now that we got the carriages system up, now we're going to go ahead and put your machine on. So whatever domestic machine you're going to use, we're going to simply just put that on top of this top plate. And we're going to do that right now. And we're just going to grab this one off the floor here. And normally you'd go behind to put it on. I'm going to do it here in front so I can still be in the camera, but we're going to go ahead and put it on front. And we're going to just set this right on top. And that is it. We have our now domestic machine on the carriage. And now we're ready to go ahead and put
the last piece
on. That's right. So we're going to go ahead and put that right on here. And since Nathan's on that side, I'm going to have him grab that side over there.
I think we're going to go around this way. There we are, sir. So one of the things I love with what Mark's showing, again, based on this frame, is no tool. Once it's built, there are no tools required to take it down and put it back up. I have a video, Mark, I put together. It takes me no more than 2 minutes to take the frame and put it together.
Wow.
Putting a machine, I like to show people how easy it is. It took me another 2 minutes to go ahead and get the fabric on. So let's do this. Why don't you kind of, so that's what this frame is. So this is the portable frame. This frame right here allows you to kind of convert or transform any space in your home to literally a quilting system. And so if you look at this, let's go ahead and adjust this up a little bit. We can adjust this up to give that some space. Very easy to adjust up and down based on your machine. And then this has the handles. Mark, how difficult or how heavy is this to move compared to any one of the other systems or even a professional system?
Well, let's remove that word you just said, difficult, right? It is
not difficult.
Not difficult. Super easy. So just like everything else with the ball bearing, like Nathan is moving with your fingertips. You can move with your fingertips. Now you saw me hold it as far as how heavy it is. It is very, very light. You don't have to worry about now having 2 people carry the frame around because this is non-dedicated and you felt like one time, hey, I'm going to go outside. It's a nice, beautiful summer day. I'm going to go do some quilting outside. You don't need to go grab some help to take this out there. You can just take this yourself, put it outside. So Nathan, moving this frame around.
You have an RV? If you have one, get one to go with you. We have, and in fact, there's an RV group that's been specific with the Cuties, and they're traveling around and they're taking their quilting with them.
There you go.
You know, in your room where you have your sewing tools, usually if you think about this, this is what we would say is the size of about a medium-sized desk. And because it can sit on the kitchen, it can sit on a counter. This has nice thick rubber padding below it, so you don't have to worry about it damaging any kind of a surface. It can be stored potentially under a bed, in a closet, anywhere when you're not using it. I'll just tell you, there's usually, again, I talked previously about 2 people. There's 2 kind of users that end up getting into this. And I like to warn you, because if you do, just know to be looking for something as an add-on here shortly. Is usually we find there's 2 quilters out there. And I know because as we're at different events and as I've been around the country and around the world, they'll come up to me and they'll come past the booth and I'm demonstrating our mid arms and a long arms like, no, I'm not interested.
Yep.
And they're not in a spot where long arm quilting or professional quilting is something that they're considering. I say, hey, do you have a quick minute? Let me show you something that you can use with the machine you already have at home. And I bring them around and I show them the domestic system and they're like, wow, this is, I did not really realize this existed. And they get started. Now that same person Go 10 years down the road. I've met that same person who's bought a system, and I'm like, hey, let's get you into a mid-arm. And they're like, I don't want a mid-arm. And I'm like, okay, that's customer one who does 1 or 2 quilts a year, and they'll be kind of, and they'll stay here. And then we find that the person who gets into this, that starts to, wow, this free motion, and it's light and it's easy to draw. And I'm actually quilting through more quilts now. I'm getting through them. Mark, I'm going to come back and ask you about the story with your wife, because I know this was what your wife experienced. But pretty quickly, you're like, hey, I want the next convenience. And just be prepared to start putting your pennies away, because that's where you're going to want to get a 15. You're going to want to get a 19 to increase or to add some accessories to the system. So Mark, really quick, share with everybody, because I know your wife started, and I know she started a little bit different, but she was kind of doing a couple quilts, and then she ended up getting a system. And maybe just quickly give everybody a glimpse of what her progression has been as a person who got into quilting.
Yeah, absolutely. So my wife, she started quilting many years ago. In fact, I think she was about 2021, and she domestic quilting, you know, dabbled in it here and there, moving the machine around, trying to move the fabric around, had other people do their quilts. Well, since we came out with our first machine, I got her the first machine. And so I got her a frame and her first machine, which is our 14 plus back in the day. And just like Nathan had said, you know, we want to start where we're comfortable. So she started where she was comfortable. And like you had mentioned, Nathan, you may think, oh, I'm not going to need to do that, or I know I'm fine. Well,
I told you better be prepared to increase the fabric budget, right?
Oh my gosh. Yes. We'll get in that here in a second, because that still kind of hurts the wallet there, but I'm good. She's happy. I'm happy. So she was comfortable doing what she was doing, and then she still felt comfortable transitioning. So she transitioned to the 14 plus or our 15R that we have now. And then a couple of years ago, I got her the 19. And so she went from her 9-inch machine to the 14 plus, or the 15-inch machine to the 19. And I don't think it's going to stop there. As a hobbyist, it's never going to stop there, right? You're going to always try to find
what's next.
What's next? Exactly.
Next convenience, which is good. That's okay.
Yes.
Keep going. Keep adding fabric to your bins. I
That's
think
right.
Keep finishing your tops. That's good.
With the fabric, right? So because she was transitioning and moving forward in this hobby, our budget, it was somewhere around maybe $100 every 4 or 5 months, which is not a lot, right? Not a lot at all, actually. Maybe a couple $100.
Quilt, yeah.
To several hundreds of dollars now with fabric, bolts of fabric, doing quilts, and she just loves it. So this is a fun hobby when you have the right tools, right accessories, right product.
It's been passed down too. I know that your daughter's done a few quilts, and she's loved that as well. So
absolutely.
If you're at home and you're thinking, and what I want to do is we're going to go to Blaine and talk about some of the specials that we have going on right now with, again, a way to accessorize your home domestic machine. That is the Cutie. That is the Q-Zone hoop frame. These two frames, whether you want a permanent solution or something that's a little bit more portable or stowable, either one of those allow you to actually enter the market with your domestic machine. I'm going to come back and put some fabric on there. We're going to talk a little bit about how the fabric works on these hoop style frames. You can do any size project, so you're not limited because it's portable. You're not limited because it's 4 foot. You're not limited because it's you're starting with your domestic machine. So we're going to come back, answer a couple quick questions. I want to show you a couple details. We're going to quilt with this Juki here briefly. But Blaine, let's go to you. Let's talk about some of the pricing specials that we have right now with Sewing Machines Plus as part of this, getting started with this Christmas 5 days here.
Well, thanks, Nathan. And guys, I got to remind you, this is they're talking about the Cutie frame and the Q-Zone frame. And I tell you, I'm a big fan of both of these. And so if you've got that domestic machine at home, and you're wondering about, can I do quilting on it? Well, of course you can. We're going to show that Cutie frame first. And the Cutie frame, guys, what I love about this is you can put this on a kitchen table, a countertop. You can put it on a folding table and put your domestic machine that you already own at home and put this on there and actually do long arm quilting. That's the great thing about it. You can do so many good things. And here's the thing. People always like, well, it's still, pretty good size, and I'm going to have a place to store this. Well, here's the thing you got to think about. You can put this under a bed, okay, to store it. You can turn it up vertically and put it in a closet. So you can it's very easy to store it. It's extremely lightweight. And then if you do have a spot in your house and you decide you don't want to store it anymore, we offer some accessory legs that you can actually bolt to this and actually make it a table itself. So there's a couple options on there. But guys, this thing is normally $999. We've got a great show special on it for $689. And guys, we're going to ship this free right to your doorstep. Give us a call. We have some financing available as well. but give us a call at 800-401-8151 or go to the website and just type in Cutie in the search bar, and it'll take you right to this page, and you can see all about it. But again, guys, this fits a machine from your domestic machine all the way up to a 19-inch throat space. So you could actually put the Unique 19 on this. So it'll go all the way up to that. It's lightweight, easy to move for storage. It's got the premium dual track system, adjustable handles, adjustable height from 8 1/4 inches to 11 3/4 inches, adjustable width from 33 inches to 38 inches, and length 48 inches. So guys, think about that. That's 4 foot and just a little over 3 foot deep. So you can put this in almost any place in your house. You can find a place for it. And then since it's easy to store. So now we're going to go to the Q-Zone frame, or the Q-Zone hoop frame, I should say. And this is another one. Guys, this is normally $1,499. We got it for $1,199, our Countdown to Christmas special. And guys, this is a 4.5 foot frame. It's 3 foot adjustable depth, can accommodate a domestic machine all the way up to a 19-inch throat space. Again, you could actually put that Unique 19 on here. It has height adjustment, and you can actually quilt any size quilt on this, and with that working zone, you can just scoot it. It is really neat with that clamping system on it, and it's very easily to move the quilt on this thing. And guys, what a great price at $11.99. And again, what's so fantastic about this, if you've got a great straight stitch machine at home, you know, that you use on this, it'll fit right on the carriage on it, and you've got it. You can start quilting immediately. And then once you decide you want to do a little bit more in depth, you can always move that up to one of these Unique 15s or 19s on it. And that's the great thing about that, the expandability of the Grace products. And guys, again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. They're going to help you with any questions you have, or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You're going to go on there and you can type in the Q-Zone frame, and on the hoop frame, in the search bar, it'll take you to that product page. And again, we have live chat on the website, can help you out as well. So let's go back to Nathan and Mark back at the Grace studio.
Because that one's too much that way. So thanks, Blaine. With this, I just wanted to quickly show everybody. Blaine, you're right on. I love, Blaine, how you talked about the space. This does not require a lot of space. We're going to be talking about the permanent one here as a quick add-on to it. Both frames work the same way, meaning you put your fabric over them. So what I just did quickly while Blaine's there, I draped our fabric over the top. I ended up putting our foot pedal on it here. What we do is we take our clamps, and what I love about these clamps is they're incredibly durable. They're made out of polycarbonate, which is the same thing that safety glasses are made out of. And the reason we've done this is so that they last the lifetime of the frame. They just simply push on, we clamp them over the top. This is what gives the hoop style frames the right kind of tension on the fabrics. So we go ahead and we're just gonna put this on, clamp those down. And on this Cutie frame, one of the things that we do is we take the fabric from the front of this, and we're just gonna roll this up on top. I'm just gonna kind of quickly do this since we have a few more minutes before we move to what we're doing next here.
And as he's rolling it, you notice that he's going to grab the bungees. That's going to keep the fabric out of the way of the handlebars. That same process from the front rail is what you do on the rail to the throat of the machine. You're going to roll it up to the throat of the machine. As that continues to go further and further in the throat, you can now have a soft roll like Nathan is doing right now with these bungees. These bungees are in front and in back to hold your fabric out of the way. So again, the large quilts, small quilts, you can keep that off the floor, away from the handlebars, be able to do large quilts. It is very simple, very easy, and it doesn't take a lot of time at all to adjust your fabric where you want it to be. It is truly a simple and easy process. And there, Nathan is already done.
So with that, you have your foot pedal underneath it. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. And we just would use our handles to go ahead and move this around. Super easy, super light to move. And again, this is one of those things that allows us to finish quilts in significantly less time. So that's one of the great things. I did want to point this out, Mark. A lot of people ask, Nathan, I had a couple questions about the Cutie and our frames in general. I'll note that they're made the same way. So all of the rails we have are still and that's really strong so that you can not worry about bending them. A lot of people thought, hey, they're plastic. They're not. We do have the polycarbonate clips. They're the same on the Cutie frame as they are on our Q-Zone hoop frame as well. So they run with the same type of materials. Again, the Cutie doesn't have the legs. Blaine mentioned you can get the accessory, because what you might inevitably is going to happen, you're going to bring it home, you're going to do a project, you do a second project. Pretty soon you're like, this is working pretty easy. This is pretty fun. You can get ruler bases and do the same things you can do on the professional machines with this here. In fact, you can computer automate several domestic machines. Reach out to Sewing Machines Plus for compatibilities. So you can add computer automation and stitch regulation as an option to most, or several, I should say, several domestic machines. But once you start getting into this, you're going to want to find a permanent place. You don't have to resell the frame. You can simply get the legs that are permanent and then find a home for it. Or if you have the space right now, Mark, let's just briefly talk about why somebody would move to the Q-Zone hoop frame versus the Cutie. Like, who is this customer? If I'm looking at the Cutie, obviously it's budget, obviously it's storing, but what else do I get if I move into the Q-Zone hoop frame really quick?
That's a great question. And that's what we get often, is if they want to move from the Cutie to the Q-Zone hoop. Now, the Q-Zone hoop is a 4.5 foot size frame, so you do get a larger work area. The Cutie is only 4 feet. You also have the legs that we showed earlier. I'm going to go ahead and bring these up. I don't know if we can see them, but it does come with height adjustable legs. So yes, you can now put this somewhere in your room that you want to keep put. You can raise it, you can lower it. With the Cutie, you are, I don't want to say limited, but whatever platform you put it on is the height that it's on. So if you have it on your countertop or tabletop, that's kind of what the height is. Whereas the hoop, you can adjust to where you're quilting in comfort. And I think that's a big
difference.
Yes.
The other thing too, I love the carriage is a little bit different. So
Yes.
if you move into the Q-Zone hoop frame, the handlebars versus being underneath and managing the fabric here from the front of it, you actually end up with a different structure on the top. Again, I talk about conveniences. It's one of those things that gives you one less thing to kind of have to do. So the person who wants this more permanent style frame, there's just a little less managing of the fabric. And so just briefly talk about the handles on this kind of as a comparison to the Cutie here really quick.
Yeah, so the handles on this is now on top of the frame, Nathan, instead of underneath, which is a problem, especially how we have that rolled up, right? So that's easy. Yeah.
Light
So
to move.
it's really, you know, there's not a bad thing about either one of them. Essentially, you see the handles on top, so you're moving around, and that's pretty much like all long arms. If you think about a long arm, just like you saw the Cutie 15 and 19 earlier, the handles are up top. So I think it's a great transition from your domestic where you're holding underneath, so you want to get familiar with it. This becomes more of that feel of what long arms are, and it may help you transition to a long arm down the road.
Okay. I love this. It's adjustable, so you can adjust the angles of the handlebars on this particular one. So up and down. Somebody was asking, can you extend the frames in and out? The answer is no, because this particular style is what we call a hoop style. And I'm not sure if we can capture the side of this frame. Can we capture this side? I'm not sure if we have a picture that's going to show right here. Mark's kind of off screen, but if you look at this, let's kind of zoom back out again. I want to look at this space right here. So this is us showing the fabric, and you'll notice how it's draped over. So you can do any size quilt. It actually drapes over the frame. We work through them in zones. We quilt what the machine can be moved around in. When we're done, we unclip the fabric, we scoot it, then we reclip it back on, kind of like a hand embroidery or a hand hoop. If you've ever quilted with a hoop that you've done by hand, you just move from section, or what we refer to as zone to zone quilting with this. So with that, my last quick call out again is you're getting into a couple phenomenal systems. Pricing structures allow you to vary them based on the Cutie with the tabletop. The most affordable way to convert any home sewing machine into any kind of a quilting system. The permanent solution gives you a few extra features. Let's do this and get Blaine back on to talk and share with us one more time the amazing price that Sewing Machines Plus has going. But Mark, what are the last couple things that you'd like to share with our customers?
The last bit is, don't be intimidated. You already have a domestic machine. Perfect. Use that domestic machine. Get started. Nathan talked about hooping the fabric. That is easy. If you're pushing your fabric through, that to me isn't as
Don't do it anymore. Stop today.
Stop today. You can hoop your fabric. It is very simple, very easy. Start with your domestic machine. Save your pennies, as Nathan mentioned earlier, and work your way into this hobby. That's what Grace Cup is all about. We provide these wonderful tools so you can progress in what you want to do. You start here and work your way up. So I want to say the word suggestion is to start here and work your way up. If this is where you got to start, perfect. Go ahead and do that. These are phenomenal products.
And if it's at the top of your wish list, which I see some people doing, get it now, call in. Blaine mentioned there's free shipping. There's all sorts of things going on. Best prices, da-da-da-da-da. All right, Blaine, back to you.
Throwing it at him.
All right. Hey, before you go, Nathan, I want to do the analogy. Show us the analogy of pushing this or riding it, because that's kind of what, when you're talking about quilting.
So the analogy is, think about this. If you're at home, take a pen, put it in your right hand, or if you're left-handed, hold it there. If you're going to go sign your name, pretend like you're signing your name. Okay, stop, swap hands, and hold the pen in the opposite hand, because like your domestic machine currently, that pen is fixed. Now take your right hand. If you were to do this with a piece of paper, I would ask you to sign your name and only move the paper. Do not move the pen. That is difficult.
Good
and
luck.
the reason it's difficult is because it's upside down and backwards. That's what it's like when we're pushing fabric through the throat of the machine. And Blaine, why so many people, once they get their hands on something like this and they start to move, they're like, it clicks instantly. They're like, wow, this is so much easier than I thought. And they're hooked. And so just be prepared to be hooked.
Yes.
Man, that made total sense. I just did it myself, and it was extremely difficult to do that. So this is why they want one of these to put their domestic machine on. So let's show them let's show them the frames again. So first up, guys, is this Cutie frame. Again, guys, the price on this is $689. And this is a great little frame. It's lightweight. And the thing about it is you can either put your domestic machine you already have at home on this, or you can always put the Grace 15 or the Grace 19 will fit right on it. And you can go to quilting immediately. Again, storage-wise, you can store this under a bed. You can turn it up vertically and store it in a closet and put it away when you're not using it. Great, great addition. If you want to start quilting and you're limited on room, this is a great solution. Probably the best solution I've seen in a long, long time for people who are limited on the room. So again, guys, $689. This is a great, great price on this. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or go to our website and just type in Cutie frame, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can look at it right there. If you have any questions on the website, you can actually go to the live chat agent, and they can answer your questions and help you check out as well. Again, the second one that we looked at was that Q-Zone hoop frame. And guys, again, this is such a neat idea. Again, you can go all the way up to a 19-inch throat space on this. And again, it has those clamps, so where you can move, you can make a king-size quilt on this very easily, and you can move it. You can put your domestic machine on this and go to town and start quilting immediately. If you got the room for the frame, this is a great addition. That frame is a 4 or 5 foot or 4.5 foot wide, and it's a 3 foot adjustable depth. So that means it's, if you've got about a 5 foot by 3 foot or 3.5 foot area, you can put this in there really easy. It can accommodate any domestic machine up to the 19-inch throat space, like that Qnique 19, and has height adjustable. And again, you can use it to pretty much do any size of quilt on that. So with those clamp systems, it works extremely well to do that. And that's a great thing behind it is those. So those two frames, guys, and again, I can't stress to you enough out there. Guys, if y'all have any questions at all and you're wanting to know a little bit about quilting and you've been dreaming about quilting and just want to get into it, give us a call at 800-401-8151, because I'm telling you right now, our team sells more Grace products than anybody in the country. We probably sell by far more quilting products than anybody in the country. And so they're very knowledgeable about the quilters. They're very knowledgeable about robotics. They're knowledgeable about the frames. And today with Grace, we're going to show you all that. We're showing you robotics. We're going to show you frames. We're showing you all the great machines, from the starter machines all the way up to the Qnique 21. So we're going to show you all those today. And again, guys, we've got great specials on everything coming from Grace today. All you have to do is give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we will answer your questions and take your orders. So we're going to go back to the Grace studio, and we have Nathan back there, and I guess he's got another guest with him today. Oh, I see who it's back. Is it Jana, right?
Yeah,
Jana,
we
right?
got back to Jana. Yeah.
Jana, hi.
Jana. And so we got Nathan and Jana back. Hey, and Jana, welcome back to the show. And I know it's your first time, So thanks for coming. And And I'm excited to see what y'all are going to show us now.
Wonderful, Blaine. Now, as we were talking earlier, one of the fun things that we had talked about is we did a demonstration on the 15 Pro. We then moved to the 19. Those that are still with us as we kind of move through this, what I wanted to do is throw in the frame component, because the frame is a big question that comes up with a lot of people. Is like, first, again, it's always space and it's money. Those are the two biggest things that usually come out. And that's why I wanted to handle those in those first few presentations. And so Mark was showing you, we talked about the Cutie frame. We talked about the Q-Zone hoop frame. Blaine, you talked about the amazing pricing. We talked about the 15. Jana, you were here. We talked about the Pro and why and who that was the perfect product for. We're now going to move and we're migrating to our professional series machines. And we have two of them we're going to talk about. We're really going to be talking about the 21. At this point, the 21 is the best priced 21-inch/20-inch long arm you're going to find in the market, hands down, for what it is. And then we're going to transition here. Once we're kind of done talking about the 21, we're going to talk about the accessory, which is the automation, which we'll bring up here later on in the next segment. So right now, Blaine, we're standing in front of our 21. This is a machine that Grace has had for a few years. A quick story for all those that are with us. We ended up, our owner's like, hey, get into the long arm business. And I was like, you're crazy because there's already too many of them. He says, Nathan, what he always does, he grabs and he says, don't just get in, go find and come up with solutions and do things that people don't have. So we came out with the 15-inch machine years and years ago. Because that was such an affordable machine, because so many people loved it, we ended up with those same customers saying, Nathan, if you can do a 15-inch machine and you can make it work and operate like this, why can't you do a more affordable long arm machine? So we set our engineering team, and I love this story, Jan. I'm not sure if you know, but everything is designed in-house. So Grace Company has all of our electrical engineers. We have all of our programmers. We do all of our board designs. We do all of our mechanical, our castings, our plastics. Everything is done in here at Grace Company. And then we actually select very specific factories to manufacture the parts and the pieces when they can do a very, very good quality job. And then we actually have Grace employees that put them all together. We bring them here to Salt Lake. We do all of our QC processes and we ship them out through the world. So this is the 21. This is what everybody's like, hey, let's reach out there. Get me a bigger machine. Get me something with even better features. Give me something that is as affordable as you can in this 21 range. So that's what we're standing in front of. It's the 21. Let's go ahead and take a close-up shot here on the side. And again, I like just kind of pointing this out because when we talk about with individuals, again, the size is determined from the needle to the back of the machine throat. This is what we refer to as the stroke or the size of the machine. So we just briefly earlier talked about a 15. We talked about 19. This one again is 21 inches from front to back. You're also going to notice that these handlebars look very similar to the ones we have on the 19. Well, if we can kind of step back again and look at this, what we actually did is this machine was created before the 19. And what we did is we started taking some components from our professional series machine and bringing them down into our other models. So Jana, now I know you've had several calls with customers. Kind of talk with all of us, the quilters that are out there and those others that are like, I just don't know why and who might fit into the category regarding this 21. When they're giving a call, what kind of do you talk about? What kind of questions are you asking them to decide, are they a 15, are they 19, or are they a 21 customer?
Yeah, well, firstly is what kind of space you have, because unlike the 15 and the 19, which can go on any of our frames, the 21 can only fit on the continuum frame. So that's your limitation right there, which is an 8, 10, or 12 foot. So your size and your space. So everybody who has just that little small
So there is
area,
a qualifier on this. Once
on
we get to this space,
Yeah.
you're going to have more. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
So then it's also, okay, if you're doing the 8, 10, or 12 foot, then you can get into that 21. And it's also what kind of quilts are you doing? If you're going to just be doing wall hangings and table runners, I don't know if the 21, it's amazing and it's great, but it may not be exactly what you're looking for. So we're looking for, okay, those people are going to be quilting all the time, doing larger quilts. And they want that. Also, they want that ability. Maybe they've done the hooping and they've had a chance to try it out and they've decided hooping isn't for them. They've got the space now. They want to go bigger. And they like that rolling feature so they can do all the way side to side quilting all the way.
So I love that. So again, this is kind of the pinnacle of convenience. What we're looking at is, one is you're needing the space, but what we're talking about is because the machine is bigger now, we actually can quilt more. What we like to say is you can quilt pretty much about on point, almost up to an 18-inch block.
Yeah,
That's a big block or an 18-inch space on point when you get the 21s. The other thing I think you talked about is the frame that it fits on. We call them roller style frames. Now, this is a shortened version of that, but this frame, the fabric rolls around rails. It doesn't drape over, right? So it rolls on them.
Rolls on the rail versus rolling up above it, right? With the Cutie and the hoop frame, you don't lose that additional throat space as you go along. So you having a domestic, you don't lose that throat space as you go. But with this one, you're going to eventually lose just a little bit. And if you're doing a larger quilt, then you want that larger machine so that you don't have that problem as much.
I love that. One of the things I know, if you're out there, is it's a no-based frame. All right. And so that is one of the key components is in a roller style frame. There are no basting, meaning you end up with different rails that hold different fabric. They all come together in the throat of the machine as you're quilting through those. So I love those key things. Now, looking at this again, and as we identify it, what would be some of the other things that people are going to love regarding using this machine? I know there are several features that it has, some functions regarding stitch regulation, etc. So maybe share some of those with us as well.
Yeah, so just like our other machines, it has the 4 different stitch modes, right? Precise that will move when you're moving the machine, the cruise that will continue to go so you can fill in those sections, follow over the feather work. And then it has a basting mode as well, because even though you don't have to have it for the continuum, we put it in there as well, right? And then you also have that manual mode. That's great. It also has the adjustable handles, like Nathan said earlier, which is great because I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit shorter and I can't reach the back. So having the adjustable allows me to reach all the way back to the edge of my frame.
So I love that. I do think that I love the fact that this is where the handles came from. In fact, we had to solve the challenge when this machine. Let's go ahead and do a close up again of this. I just like pulling this machine all the way to the back. Can you see how far back there this is? This frame actually isn't even extended all the way that we need to at this 21. So we get all this room. You're leaning over your frame. And so this is where we had to come up with the solution on the handles to make them adjustable so that they can expand out, they can expand in. And so I really love that part. Jan, are you willing to give us a stitch on this? You want to give this a try? So let's go ahead and move back to that close-up. I'm going to move to the side and let Jana use, I'm not sure if we're in stitch regulated mode. We're going to go ahead and let her do a little bit of some sewing on this and quilting.
And the thing I love about this is that it is so easy to move.
So I'm going to talk about this while you're doing this. She's saying one of the things that she loves is that it's just so easy to move. Again, this runs on the same type of track and carriage system that all of our frames run, which is a special dual track system. So it makes, regardless of the size of the machine, it makes it easy to move, right? So it makes it light to the touch and easy to move as we're moving it around. Right now, she's in the precise mode again, which means when she stops, that the needle will automatically stop as well. There's a couple other modes. It looks like she's going to go in. What mode are you going to go into?
I'm going to go into cruise.
So this is cruise mode. So what that means is when the machine is on and you speed up, the machine will speed up with you. But if you stop again, so we slow this down, you'll notice that the machine does not completely stop all the way. There we go. Let's go ahead and turn that on to base for a second. Let's show them base mode. So again, one of the things that's nice is with the system, all these controls are at the touch of your fingers. So we're going to go down to the base mode and we're going to turn this on. Let's stay close up here. You can see the base mode as we turn this on and we move it. There we go. You can see how that's basting across. Awesome. All right. We can go step back out here again. So I love several of those different things that you can do. There's the manual mode as well. And again, so we love the fact that this is where our long arm, our professional long arm bit started here with Grace Company. And again, on the next hour, we're going to talk about the automation, how you can add automation, not only to a system like this, but you can add it to the 15, you can add it to the 19, and even several domestic machines. If we can stitch regulate it, we say we can computer automate it. So what I want to do really quick is I want to come back to Blaine because we have Sewing Machines Plus has some pretty amazing specials right now on this 21. I think it's going to be choosing the frame of choice, and we have an amazing accessory bundle. So we'll come back and talk about that accessory bundle. If we can get from Blaine here where they're at and what some of the amazing pricing is that we have going on here at SewingMachinesPlus.com.
Thanks, Nathan. Again, guys, this is the big boy on the block. This is the Unique 21. Guys, we have got a fantastic countdown to Christmas special on this. And again, this is $64.99. Guys, that is an unbelievable price on the Unique 21. And you're getting that free accessory kit with this. And again, guys, with this accessory kit, you're getting that luminous light bar. You're getting an 8-pack of the finesse thread, the ruler base. You're getting the 4-piece hopping foot kit, and you're getting 3 of those Leah Day rulers. Again, guys, a great package. And then we're also going to give you your choice of what frame you want. So again, if you need help with that, give us a call, 800-401-8151, and they can help you figure out what frame you want with that machine. And again, if you're on our website, just type in QNeek21. It's going to take you right to the product page. And down under the pricing, we have some drop-down boxes that shows you all the different options and accessories as well. You can look there, and we also have the live chat agents can answer your questions while you're on the website. But again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can really help you out. But guys, this is an unbelievable deal. If you're looking for a really nice quilt machine, this is it. 21-inch throat space on it, 1,800 stitches per minute. It has that built-in stitch regulator, full color touch screen, adjustable handles, controllable LED light, automatic bobbin winder, and then it has that easy access bobbin. And so, guys, what a great machine. And Nathan, let's go right back to you.
All right, Blaine, I'm not sure if we've got back there, but we're excited to be back with you here. Let's take a look here again at a couple of the key things. So, Blaine, one of the things I was talking to Jan about, you were bringing up this accessory kit. So those that were not with us, if we talked about part of the 19 with the accessory kit, what I thought I would do, Jana, is bring it to you really quick and have you share why, if they're looking at getting into a machine today and they're making a selection and they decide to choose this, what are the benefits of those accessories? Let's just take the light bar. What is the benefit of the light bar versus the non-light bar?
Yeah, first, it's a 10-foot light bar, right? So that's amazing. And it's LED. I mean, we were at a show recently. We had the lights on, and from the very beginning of the day all the way to the end. And at the end, someone said, "Oh, does this light get hot? I'm in a space where I don't have a lot of insulation, and it's going to be really stuffy in there. Is my light going to be bad?" And I reached up and I just touched it, and I said, "It doesn't even feel warm at this point." And we've had it on all day. So that's the big thing. It has true color match system. So you're going to be able to tell those colors. I know I've had times where I'm looking at 2 colors and I'm like, "Oh, these are both red, definitely." And I see them in another light and it's like, "No, this one's kind of orange.
That was orange.
And this one's maroon." Yeah. So it's a true color match. So it's perfectly situated for quilting to get those matches together. So that's the light bar, right?
So I love that. Low heat, low watt, LED. Those bulbs, by the way, are over 20,000 hours is the lifetime, which is pretty much a lifetime. I love the fact that it's also adjustable up and down.
Oh, yeah.
So if you need to bring it closer down, it's on casters. And so if you need to position or if you need to move it somewhere else in the room, that's also another availability. So those are some really great things. So the other part of this package we talk about is the ruler base. And then we have the ruler foot kit as well as part of this.
Yeah, the ruler base. If you've ever done ruler work, your rulers, the hopping foot that's on here now is just a little bit thinner. And so with that ruler foot, it's a thicker feet at the bottom so that your rulers can sit right next to it. You don't have that ability to accidentally go over the top of the ruler, which is a very great safety feature, right? So you have the ruler foot, the micro stippling foot, and that open toe foot, which is great for when you're doing feathers or you're doing stitch in the ditch, all those different kinds of things where you want to be able to see your needle. So you don't only just get the ruler foot, you get all 3, which is great.
So you get the micro stippling, an open toe, you get the ruler foot, and then we're also including 3 of the Leah Day rulers.
Yeah.
Now, what's really great, she's done a couple courses and some classes that show you how to use these rulers, and they're some of the most common used ones. You can use them for stitching in the ditch. There's a couple waves, and so there's some great variation to that. Those are the part that we're including, and so that way you can use the ruler base, which goes underneath the fabric here. It allows you to put the ruler on the top, and it allows you to move the machine along those ruler surfaces. Again, what this does is it solves some of those biggest challenges that people have once they begin quilting, what is this motion like? These tools help eliminate part of that challenge and the struggle of beginning and that learning process, because there kind of isn't a lot of learning. You need to know how to hold the ruler and you pull the machine along the ruler and you're good to go.
Well, and I love the fact that if you think like, "Oh, am I going to get started? And I've done my free motion work. And now what's the next step?" This is the next step, right? Doing your ruler work with the ruler base, that gets you to the next level, right? You're growing along as you go.
One of the last things we're including is the finesse thread, and it's an 8-pack. And so those are 4 of our solids, 4 of the variegates. They're the most popular, and it's a cone thread, and we love to call them, it's a quilting thread. It's a perfect thread to begin quilting with because it's not over commitment. A lot of people, when they start to quilt, they're doing a project at a time. And as it is right now, it's a holiday season. You might have done a holiday quilt. You might want to go buy green thread. or a red-green thread or a variegated, and you're good luck. Like you're going to buy 500-yard spools. You're going to buy 5 of them. You're going to buy 3 of them. You're going to do a quilt. You're going to run out. Oh, I forgot about the bobbin. What's really nice about these is there's 1,500 yards. It's a it's a 3-ply polyester, and it's what we call soft. And it actually, when you look at it, it looks and feels like cotton.
Yeah, I thought when I first saw the thread, I thought it was a cotton thread because it has that lovely matte finish that a cotton thread
Soft.
has. Yeah.
The other thing, it's low lint. So when you're dealing with others like cottons, they're usually high lint, and that causes you to have to clean your machine out. And because it's also polyester, we did this because it's more forgiving. It has a little bit of stretch. So when you're using them on a machine like this machine is 1,800 stitches a minute. It can keep up in the machine, and you won't be fighting with your needle and the fabric. And so you're going to have more beautiful stitches more frequently, less pulling, less struggling with that. So we love that as part of this kit as well. So those are kind of a couple of things we want. What I wanted to do is just go do another close-up. I wanted Jana to have you quickly just adjust the handles to show everybody again part of the adjustment with the handles.
So it's so easy. I love how you can just hold this clamp, let it go, and then bring it forward or back. And then it comes out to the side, whatever is most convenient for you. Right? If you feel comfortable doing it this way, you can even bring it down this way. It's 360 adjustable and for whatever height you need and length you need. And I'm going to bring mine out to here because that's usually the length that I need. I'm going to do both of them that way. The thing I love about this too is that with these handles, they're not just adjustable, but then once you adjust them, you also have the ability to then continue to use the buttons on them. You don't have adjustable handles that don't then also have that button work happening as well. But then as you can see, I can now not have to reach as I bring the machine back and forward.
All right, if we kind of step back out there, I was going to show one of the other things is this is adjustable up or down. So I like the fact that, Jana, you're a person that wants these maybe a little bit lower, so you can adjust these down to the height that works best. Let's go back to the close-up. I wanted just to show, this is one of the rulers, and I wanted to point this out specifically because a lot of people aren't quite sure, but this is what we would use to pull and move the machine along the edge. And so therefore, whatever shape you have, and again, I think we're giving you one that's straight and a couple curved ones in here, that gives you a lot of control and a lot of options on the fabric on how you're wanting to quilt and the patterns that you're looking to quilt out on that. So I just wanted to quickly, we can go ahead and step back out. So that's something that I really wanted to point out to everybody as well. So kind of as we're kind of coming back and we're gonna look at a couple things. The frame, I'm going to talk about a couple pieces to the frame because this is our Continuum 2 frame. So this is the professional series frame, okay? This frame specifically is made with 1.5-inch steel rails. They're different than a lot of our other frames. Our hoop frames are squared. These are rounded and they're thicker because they need to be able to expand up to 12 feet. And as Blaine was mentioning, when you're buying the 21, you have an option. You can get an 8-foot frame, a 10-foot frame, or a 12-foot frame. And bring that home. Make sure to go do some measuring in your space because you want to make sure you're going to want about an extra 1/2 foot wider than that. The machine also is deeper. We would say you want about 5 feet of space to clear the back side of the machine, and then you would want space in front of this as well. This has some really great adjustments on the side. It does come with what we call side tension clamps, and then it does have 3 rails. The reason we have 3 rails is because, again, it's a no-base frame. So you end up putting your backing layer up here on this front rail. Normally we're attaching our top layer. We're kind of cheating today by draping it over the top. You can get some accessories like quilt clips and some other things that make it easier. We do this because it makes it quicker to quilt as well. But you'd put your backing here and then your batting drapes through. You can also buy a few additional accessory pieces like the batting rail is optional down below. And we also have what we call an idler rail that you can purchase that goes up on top. And that allows you to not have to move or adjust the height of the fabric or the rail in the thread of the machine. The other thing that's nice is it's adjustable. So this is what we use to adjust out to maximize the space in which the machine can actually operate. So those are a couple key pieces. The frame is a lot more solid. The steel that this is made out of is a lot thicker. And we also have some aluminum extrusions in which we put the track in. And so this frame is the frame that we really have designed a lot of other frames in the industry around, is our professional series frame called the Continuum 2. So this is a premium frame. You're getting a premium experience with a premium machine and premium frame. However, you're getting it at the best value price you can find in the industry. So let me look at a couple questions. Some people I want to add a couple things. Like some people ask, well, what kind of service does it take? Well, what's nice is when we designed all Grace machines, we went out and we took a lot of time and we spec'd some very, very, very precise high-grade sealed bearings. So there actually is never a time that you need to take this machine back into the shop to have it opened, to have it oiled, because it doesn't internally get oiled on any of the shafts. We do have a couple oil points in which we have videos and instructions that show you to put a drop of oil here in this head, but that's about it. So this machine was meant to be very low maintenance, and then internally not to have to open it. We also have the bottom bobbin. This runs an M class, or the large bobbin, that holds 3 times as much as your domestic machines. You would oil the bobbin assembly about every 5 bobbins is what I like to talk about. What's an interesting piece is we've also included, let's go to another close-up on this. We've actually included on this machine as well a high-speed bobbin winder. It's built in. It is independent, meaning it just runs on its own. So this does not require the machine to be operational, and it's incredibly fast. When you're running an M bobbin, it's going to take a lot more thread, right? So we want to make sure that that doesn't hold you up in your time. So you can wind your bobbins. You'll notice the 2 spool holders. So you can use a color or swap colors, or you can use one to wind your bobbins with the machine as it sits and as it comes, as it goes. The other thing too is it's been built in. You'll notice we actually have this as an accessory. This was added. This is a part where you don't normally build this. This comes with the automation, but there's a spot that the automated system can bolt right onto it. So it is prepped and ready to go for both personal and your own use. And it's also available to be used commercially. So this is the spot where people go like, do I have to justify it? Do I not? I think our price is good enough that you don't have to justify it. Most of Grace customers are not professionally quilting. In fact, I think it's like over 95% are just domestic quilters. They quilted at home. I call them at-home quilters. So if you've been an at-home quilter, you're looking to finish projects, this is the most convenient system you're going to get. So when you're at a spot where this works within your budget, this is where they go. Or you might have had the 15 you're looking to upgrade, then this is a great time to upgrade, because with every head, Sewing Machines Plus is throwing in that accessory pack with the light bars, the ruler bases, the 3 rulers, the hopping foot set, and the thread as all part of that accessory kit. So with that, I'm really excited to kind of come back to Blaine, and then we're going to be moving on to the accessory, which is automation. So Blaine, let's come back to you and let's talk about the wonderful prices you have going on right now, and then we'll switch over to our next product.
Hey, Nathan, real quick before I let you go on this, can you explain real quick? I know, we're selling the head at a great price, and they can add on a frame as an option, but that continuum tomb frame, we're giving them a choice of a 10-foot or a 12-foot, but doesn't it, you can make an 8-foot out of it too, correct?
You can. So one of the things to think about is the nice thing, again, Grace loves you to build where you're comfortable and gives you a chance to add on. So you can start with an 8-foot frame. Later on down the road, if you decide that you move it from the room upstairs that was jammed and you have the son that moved out and he has a bigger room, you can actually add 2-foot extensions to that at any time. So you can go from 8 to 10, you can go from 10 to 12. And so that's one of the other strengths that Grace Company brings with the Continuum 2 specifically, is an ability to expand that when you're ready to expand it as well.
Great answer. That's what I wanted to make sure everybody is aware of out there. So if we could, Roger, let's do that overlay, and we'll tell everybody about this Unique 21. Again, guys, we have a fantastic price on the Unique 21 today. And again, it's $64.99. You're getting that head with the free accessory kit. And then you can go on and add your option of a frame on there, either an 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot frame on there. That's completely up to you. But with that accessory kit, you're getting that free light bar, all the thread. You're getting the Leah Day rulers, 3 of those. You're getting the ruler base. And so you're getting all those great accessories with the head when you buy it for $64.99. Guys, this is a big savings. This is over $1,000 savings on the head. Plus, you're getting about a $1,500 accessory pack with it. And then all you have to do is just buy the frame to put on it. And we have if you go to the website, we have the drop-down boxes on the Continuum frame. You can pick your choice of those frames from 8, 10, or 12. But if you need some help with that, and give us a call at 800-401-8151. Our team is standing by. They can really help you out. Again, we know the phones are busy. If they're too busy today and you can't get through, make sure Kyle and Roger and Andrea have been putting that Google Sheets link up in the chat. Hit that link and put your name and phone number and what you're looking at, and they'll give you a call back, because they are experts when it comes to these Grace products, and they can help you figure out what you need, the best suit your needs. And then also, if you're on our website, you can just type in, the Qnique 21 in the search bar. It'll pull up that page. You can see what I'm talking about with the drop-down boxes and things. And we have live chat agents on our website that can help you as well. So a great package today on this with those free accessory bundles when you buy that head. And then we have those optional frames that you can put with it. So great setup. And again, Nathan can attest to this as well. When you get a 21-inch head long arm machine for under $10,000, you've accomplished a lot. And today, with what we've got set up, you can do it extremely easy. So anyway, hey, we're going to come up next, and we're going to start talking a little bit about automation. And that's the great thing too about all the things that we've shown you today. You can always put automation on it and make it robotic. And that is the great thing. And I tell you, I'm a big fan of robotics. I love, to me, it's just a really cool way to quilt. And, it's kind of like the mechanical engineering side of my brain. I love that part of it. It's almost like a CNC router. And so I really understand the robotics real well. And I love that part of the quilting because I'm not talented enough to do it the way most people do it. But this makes it where you can just do it, perfection. And so let's go back to the Gray Studios. And hey, we got AJ back and Nathan. And
wonderful.
Or LJ, I'm sorry, LJ,
yeah,
right?
You're good. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Blaine. Absolutely. Just so you know, what we're looking at, this is kind of the pinnacle of the quilting piece. And I say that, but I want to do a little bit of a caveat, LJ. So we have LJ back with us here. Thanks for joining us again as we get to talk to all of Sewing Machines Plus customers and everybody who's live streaming with us today. This is what we call Quilter's Creative Touch, and this is our automated system. Really quick, I want to lay the foundation on this. A lot of people, I'm going to go back to a couple people who would look at why would I maybe do automation. Then we'll talk about compatibility. We'll talk about some of that stuff in a minute. A lot of the times we will find a person who is at a stage where they're looking to finish their own quilts and they are at a spot where they don't want to master freehand. Okay, so there's this person. And if you're this quilter, you're like, I don't want to go learn something new. I don't want to have to get this muscle memory. I don't want to have to get these other accessories to free motion quilt. And we find that there is this group. Automation can be and is a solution for a lot of those because it is not requiring your skill set in the motion. It is requiring your mind and just telling the system where to go. And we're going to talk about how easy that is, LJ. So I want to kind of put that out there. There's that type of a person. We also have the other person that does free motion and they're looking to add this component of precision as well. So the automated system, and we're going to talk about our professional series system here, is that you can design and create patterns. The thing that's nice, you go out and buy existing patterns, which by the way, 90% of our customers do anyway. But they get into this where they're exploring this next level of quilting, and automation is that next step. So I find that there's two customers. One comes to me, hey, I don't want to have to learn quilting. How easy is your automation? We'll show you absolutely how easy this is. So yes, if you haven't quilted, if you're not a professional quilter, if you're buying a 15, buying a 19, buying a 21, why might we add this to it? Now, the other thing too, this is a little bit of a different machine. This is our 21 Pro machine. So this one has the 5-inch touchscreen. This is creme de la creme here. So this machine is 2,600 stitches a minute. It is based on the same 21-inch structure that our basic 21 is, but it's the Primo. Bigger motor, bigger power supply, several additional features, bobbin estimators, and a lot of other programmable features that you start to want. It's I know when I get a car, I don't want one without auto climate control. So this has the auto climate control. This has the auto cruise. This has the lane assist. Like this is the one that has all of those. Know that the automation works with all those. In fact, if you have a domestic machine, if we can stitch regulate it, automation can be applied to it. I have done quilts with like a Juki that Sewing Machines Plus sells. It's a 9-inch throat. I've completed entire quilts with that, with computer automation. Here's the cool thing is, LJ, we're talking automation. Yes, it's on sale. Yes, it's a great accessory, but it's the exact same automation that runs that Juki. If you start with it then, if you start with it on a 15, guess what? It's the exact same thing. You keep all your hardware. It will change from frame to frame. It will change from machine to machine. You do not need to go reinvest in that. So LJ, this is automation. I'm gonna have you demonstrate it in just a minute. But before we get into this, Okay, tell me a little bit again. I kind of laid some of this groundwork on these different quilters, but what has your experience personally been with automation? And let's kind of share that with our audience that's watching today.
I love automation because I haven't had the opportunity to do a whole ton of quilting, especially when it comes to free motion or even ruler work or panographs. I just haven't had the time to do it. So I love it because I can come up to a machine, any of our machines, and I can look like a freaking pro. And I love it because, again, I haven't had that work, but I come up and I'm like, yeah, boom, check out what I just did. So I love that. And the automation is super easy. And I love it as well because it actually will walk you through every single step you need to take to ensure that you get that, quilt looking beautiful.
So let me do this. I'm going to set this up, LJ. Would you mind going out of the screen? Let's go back into it because we want to set the safe here. We're going to show everybody how easy this is. Give me just a moment here. So what's really nice, I'm going to have you kind of step here. Let's have Russ. Let's go ahead and Russ, have you kind of come in on the screen. We're going to go ahead and launch the software. One of the things that is unique about our system is that we include all the hardware, all the components, all the mechanisms. This tablet is actually a separate piece. It is a Windows-based tablet, but the reason we've done that is because the experience we've had, we've found that it's a lot better to clarify that with the customer and then let them take it with it because you can do amazing design work and a lot of other things. So I want to point this out. So we are launching the software. It is hooked up to the machine. It's doing a quick couple checks. And LJ, I'm going to have LJ take and sew a pattern. So once the screen opens, LJ, I'm going to have you walk in front of it. I'm going to have you, let's go back into our normal mode here. So go ahead and hit select and sew so our customers can see. So she's going to go in. This brings up, and you can see that there's a wizard. So let's go ahead and step back, if we can step back so we can see the entire frame here. So as you'll notice, we have the screen, and one of the things it's asking for is it tells you to move where, LJ?
It's letting me to move to the top left.
So we're going to move it to the top left. And what this is doing first off is it's giving us the area in which the machine can operate in. And the nice thing is this protects the machine, and it also allows the pattern not fall outside of the space that you're going. So go ahead and hit your button on there. Now what is it asking you to do?
It's asking me to move to the bottom
So
right.
It's giving us some instructions. We do this one time again as we come into the system. Go ahead. All right, so now she's in her screen, and now you can choose a pattern. Go ahead and choose whatever you'd like to quilt.
All right, let me see. And this is one thing too. This is just some of
We're
the
going
patterns.
to zoom in on this if we can get
a ton of patterns that you can choose from. I'm going to do this one because I quite like this one.
All right. So then this is on our screen, and this is actually showing us if we have a block that we can go to 4 corners. LJ, let's just keep this simple. Let's go ahead and do a block which does 2 opposite. Now here's the thing. We're going to go ahead and choose some random spaces on the quilt. So let's go ahead and back up again so we can kind of see the space. LJ, what you do is you move to the one corner of your quilt, to one of your blocks. Go ahead and you're going to touch the screen. So what we're going to do here, let's zoom back in again and show them what we just did here. So we just zoomed in. So go ahead and then you're going to move to the opposite corner. You're going to now use it. So let's go ahead and step back out really quick. So let me just talk about what's going on here. So what we're doing is she is defining where on this surface do we want a pattern to go. You simply tell it where those corners are. And what are we going to do now?
Now we're going to quilt it.
So we're going to quilt it. So let's go ahead and zoom back in and let's go ahead and watch. She's going to hit the button on the screen that says quilt. So go ahead and hit quilt. We can do pull bobbins. There are other automated processes we can do. For now, because this is a really simple pattern, we're just going to let it sew off. You can choose how many stitches you want it to tie off with. You can choose how many it starts, how many it finishes at the end. It automatically connects with the machine. It knows where it is, so it's going to move to wherever the beginning point is in this pattern. There are also different speeds you can run this at. I like the medium speed if I'm doing detailed, small detailed patterns that are in here. If I'm doing something that's a little bit more large, like if I'm doing a stipple or something a little bit larger, I like running it on fast. Time can be money if you're professionally doing this. If you're on your own, again, one of the things that's nice is that you can. So we're going to step back here again. So we're going to kind of see. So the system is now taking that pattern, and it's now going to walk through point to point wherever that pattern is, and it's now going to be putting that down the fabric. So let's see if we can get a close-up on that fabric and see what we've got going on there. There we go. All right, so it's moving around. All right, so let's go ahead and step back if you can. So this is just, again, easy. So what did you do? You selected a pattern. Now, the first time in, we set that safe area. But now that it's set, next time we simply will go choose a pattern.
And place it.
Place it.
Quilt
it.
That's it.
That is it.
That's absolutely it.
Now, what I love is that the system can be more advanced than this. And I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to pause here for a second. It can be as advanced as you want this to be. What most quilters will do, and I love this, is that they're going to quilt across. We call it edge to edge. You're going to choose a pattern. So you can go from one edge of your quilt, LG, all the way to the other side. What's really cool, and I'm going to step in front of this here. I'm just going to show you this. So let me move this over here. I'm going to do a close-up here. So if we can get a close-up of this screen here, I am going to show you how easy it is. We're going to go into our pantograph screen. I love what we call our power panto mode. What we do is we can choose any pattern we want. I'm going to choose a continuous pattern. And I love this because we're just going to take a simple pattern. Which one do we want? Let's choose this one. It automatically builds it. We can decide how wide our quilt is, how tall. And normally we would use this if you have the entire size. It actually builds that, and we can add a little bit of some spacing in between there. And let me go really quickly to my options. And I'm going to turn those off really quick so we don't have the grid on the back. Give me just a moment. I want to turn off a couple things so we can see all this. There we are. All right, so there's that pattern. And you can see how easy. I simply selected a pattern. I chose how big I want that pattern to be. I can change that. I can, if I want, I can zoom in and out. All right, and then I'm just going to go ahead and step back. If we can step back here and look at this. So I just want you to know. So this is what happened. I've selected this. It now has the smarts that when I begin, I can go up to the top middle of my quilt. We're going to go ahead and sew this in zones, and you'll see this here. We're going to come back. We will go up to the top center of my quilt. We can say, here is the center. Now, here's the cool thing is it has the smarts that you can actually go from left to right, and it knows where the center, it will automatically find the center of your quilt for you, which is super cool. And now it will actually quilt everything in this area. Here's what it does, LJ. When it finishes, it actually moves and marks. Then the machine will shift. It will actually show you how far to roll your fabric to the machine. You can then tell it that the fabric has been moved, and it will begin quilting again. So literally, the system has been created to make it super, super easy to do single patterns, which is what LJ did. So she came in here. Let's zoom back in again. She came in here. She selected a pattern. She chose that pattern. She placed the pattern on the fabric, and she quilted it. I loved showing everybody that if we're going to do the next, which is most common, is we can decide how big is my quilt space, define that quilt space, go from left to right by choosing a pattern, whatever it is. It'll automatically populate my entire quilt. If I want to make those patterns smaller or bigger, we can easily do so. In fact, it's really fun because if we wanted to, we could actually flip every other one. And there are many, many, many other things that we can actually do. Hey, let's go ahead and offset those. And there's some really fun other things that you can do in here that give you amazing control and precision output. So let's step back out here. So I love talking about that's what automation brings to you. And by the way, there's a lot more.
Oh.
So what I like to talk about is we have 2 versions of the software. And right now, Sewing Machines Plus is doing a special with this automation. But before I bring Blaine on, I just wanted to tell you that we have 2 versions. One that lets you get started at a level where you might be more comfortable. It's less expensive, same hardware. When you're ready, you can just pay the difference and increase and upgrade your software to move it from what we call beginnings to the professional version. So I love that because it makes it more affordable. In fact, the prices you're going to see, you're going to be stunned because I'll tell you, when I think automation, my mind is like, it's 15 grand. Yeah. I'm like, oh, maybe it's 10 grand. That's not the case. And so we have 2 versions that allow you to get started. And the basic version allows you to precisely place those patterns, and it lets you do that nice edge to edge, and it helps you work down the quilt. I love it again because you get more things as the system goes on. But before I go there, because I'm going to do another really fun demonstration that you're going to love, and you're like, oh, I have to have it now with this next demonstration. But before we do that, let's go ahead and bring Blaine on. Let's have him talk a little bit about the current promotions that are being run with Sewing Machines Plus for the QCT systems, as you can use those as an accessory for any one of the unique machines. So Blaine, what are some of the prices you have?
Well, hey, Nathan, you know, I love the robotics and I love talking about them. So guys, this is the Quilter's Creative Touch. And again, man, do I love this stuff. It's the Quilt Motion Quilter's Creative Touch 5 quilting robotics. And again, guys, we have starting prices on this is at $37.59. And if you were wanting to get, you know, that's the beginnings edition. Let me kind of explain what. So the beginnings, you know, the Creative Touch 5 beginnings is a budget-friendly way. I guess the way to put it is putting robotics on your quilting machine. And it offers a lot of essential features of the full-size version, but you get to, you know, start it in steps as a simple, in a select pace, you know, to your budget, basically. So you can start with that beginnings at $37.59. Then if you want to, you can go to the Pro Edition, and that Pro Edition, this is the full version. It gives you more creative control over your quilt patterns, design and edit any of your patterns, even trace them from your favorite photographs, create simple, you know, and accurate pantographs, and so much more. And I tell you, the Pro Edition is just a step up, and we have it at $55.99. And then, guys, if you want to add what I like to call the gold card, discover gold, as they say, you can get the most out of your Quilt Motion, you know, CT or QCT Pro with that gold card access. And it basically, just think of it as a key that unlocks additional benefits and powerful features beyond the regular QCT 5 Pro. And you get advanced control over pantographs, patterns, placement, borders, and corners, fonts, stitching, and more. So we have basically 3 different packages you can go from, but don't be scared, because most robotic packages are $10,000 and more. Guys, you can get this with all the bells and whistles. You can get this for $76.99, but you can start at $37.59 with the robotics. And that's the great thing and so exciting about this, is you can start at $37.59. So give us a call at Sewing Machines Plus, you know, 800-401-8151. All of our call center people are very knowledgeable about this product, and help you know, fit the needs you want. And you can tell them kind of what you're wanting to do. They're going to be able to help you out. You can also go to our website and just to the Grace page and type in that QCT 5 Pro, and it's going to take you right to the product page. And again, guys, if you have any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we have live chat agents as well on the website that can answer your questions. So let's go back to the Grace studio with Nathan and LJ.
Wonderful. Thanks, Blaine. Excited to be back. Those are some phenomenal prices. Just so you know, those that are out there that are quilting or have maybe bought like one of the frames in the Cutie and you're getting started, you might have 15, a 19, a 21. What we have found is about on average, when people start to become comfortable with quilting, it's about 30% of them decide to get into automation. And that's about what we find, because it doesn't need to be complicated. It can be as simple as you want. Again, just as a quick recap, LG went out, she selected a pattern, we quilted it. I went in, we showed you how easy it was to lay out an edge to edge or an entire quilt pattern. I'm going to show you something else. This is really cool. Now, this is on the QCT on the Pro version. The beginning version has placements for precise patterns, and it has the edge to edge. When we move into the Pro, we get another full suite of really fun tools and things that I call maybe even toys to play with. So I'm going to have a zoom in here because I'm going to show you. So right now, this is the Pro version. We can see it's Quilter's Creative Touch Pro. I'm going to go into what we call this pattern cat, and I am going to simply do this. I am going to sign my name, and I love this as a simple demo because there's my name, and I'm going to take that now, and we're going to save that. We're going to put in patterns. We're going to save it. There it is, and it's ready to be positioned. Let's go ahead and zoom down to the quilt here for just a second, because I'm going to come down here. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just go define 2 points on my fabric, and I'm going to use an upper left here. Let's go here. Upper left. We're going to go down here to the bottom right. And I'm not sure if we can kind of go back in here on the screen. Sorry, we're moving around here a little bit, but if you'll notice, it actually has been positioned. It's ready to go. Remember, I signed with my finger. I'm now going to hit quilt. It's going to connect with the machine. It automatically knows what it's going to do. It knows where it's at. You can see there's a green dot and a red dot because it's knowing it's really ready to go. We're going to hit sew. It's now going to move to that spot, and it's going to begin quilting. So we're going to kind of take a minute here and zoom in on this one. You'll see this. So it's going to move over to the beginning phase where it's at. It'll do a couple stitches here as a tie off. I'm going to cheat this really quick because this is my quilting style. What's really nice is it has the smarts that it does know how to do this, and it will pause and walk through this entire process automatically for you. And then we'll begin quilting. So now we can go ahead and step back out a minute, leave our close-up camera. We'll come back to that in just a minute to show you the finish. But that's as hard as it needs to be. So that was me going, LJ. I drew on the screen, and it's doing.
That's great. That's so cool because that totally is like a whole other level of you are doing your own thing, right? Like not only is the machine doing it, but you literally just signed your name, right? Like you say, I signed my quilt. Like that's pretty cool to say. Like I don't know how many people can say that. So that's a super, super cool feature to have with the automation.
One of the things that I love is a lot of people bring this up and they're like, oh, if I'm automating, I'm cheating. Well, no, you still have to engage, you still have to choose, you still have to place. And on the Pro system, you can create indefinitely. You can do anything you want to do. So here we go. Let's go back to our close-up. There we go. There's my sign name. I'm not sure how well we can see that, but it just did. It did my name out there. There's my name, Nathan, across there. Just that simple. Let's go back to the screen now. I just want you to see here. So we're going to zoom back up to our screen. It's going to automatically finish our process. It's doing a tie-off right now. There we go. We're finished. And there we go. That was my name. So that's what I created. I love doing that, turning it off. What's really nice is the system, you can do the same thing. Let's step back for just a minute. You can do the same thing. You can go and record your motion. If you are a free motion quilter, you can take those patterns that you're comfortable with and they can be put into the system for you to use again. Let's come back in one more time. I'm just going to blow your mind a little bit more. So that was how easy it was to just sign your name.
I don't know if we can handle that, Nathan. I mean, my mind's already pretty blown.
Here we go. Here's a fun one. Now, I'm not expecting you to follow me. Yes, I know the software. Yes, this is part of it, but I love showing you. This is what we call a triangle tool thing. So we can actually go ahead and put in some different blocks. I love this because with a quick couple of strokes of the fingertips, I'm changing the way that patterns can fall. I'm going to go select a pattern. We have these triangle patterns, and here we go. Boom. And let's put them in the entire thing. There we go. So I love showing people that the software itself allows you to begin, if we step back again, allows you to begin where you're absolutely most comfortable. We can step back out here to start where you're most comfortable. So LJ, if that's doing edge-to-edge patterns, great. Begin where you're comfortable. By the way, if you're going to do this for yourself, that's the fastest way to begin.
Yes.
If you're going to do it for others, that's the fastest way to make money. So you know. Precision quilting is the next phase because what we find is that once people are like, yeah, the machine's doing this for me, pretty soon they're like, oh, wouldn't it look so much more pretty if we had a pattern and we started putting it in each one of these block areas. And I'll tell you, it makes it absolutely gorgeous. In fact, let's do this. Let's zoom up on the one on the back wall here really quick. So we're going to take a look at this. We're going to zoom in. This one is done with automation. And this is what it looks like when you start to put a pattern in specific areas. And so again, this is not edge to edge, but this lets you kind of see where you can go. This is computer automation, not complicated. This is simple. So that looks pretty fancy. So let's go ahead and zoom back out again. Let me just show you, like, that's not a complicated piece. Each one of those was a triangle, right? Oh, okay. Well, how hard is that? Well, by the way, I want to sew a pattern. Let's kind of zoom in here on the screen if we can. I'm going to choose the triangle pattern I want to put in there. Let's go ahead and choose another one. I want to choose one that kind of looks like that. Like here's a feather one, right? So here's a feather one that we have. Here we go. So here's the feather one. And what we can do is just go say it's in a triangle. So what we can do is voila, there it is. And again, we can step back out here again, but all I do is I go define and find the three corners of the triangle on the quilt. And guess what I do? I push quilt and it does it. And literally it looks like the wall. Like that's what it does.
It really does.
I say this, I love it because I do a lot of design work. I have quilted several quilts. I have done several on my own and several for other people. What I've really loved about this is it kind of has made me look a lot better than I am. I love doing the design work. I have my man quilt. It's a big one. Have you felt it weighs like 900 pounds?
Yeah,
There's a big one I brought in. It has a 50 inches wide by 20 inches tall Camaro that I designed. And it has 6 of them coming down, and then I just stippled in between all of them. And I did it with, it has a flannel on the top and what I call like a shag Mickey on the bottom, which is really, really cool. Super warm. We love it on the couch. We love it when we're watching movies. I also did one on tulle with metallic threads. Tulle is what you use for tutus. So good luck in saying that you can quilt on tulle. I did that with automation, and I made a 60-inch medallion. And it was used actually for a fashion show by and the New York Fashion Show was used as a drape as one of them because somebody wanted this giant embroidery. Well, you can't do embroidery at 60 inches, but automation can do that. So it's really nice because you can begin where you're most comfortable. It gets more advanced. Just if we can do this a close up on the screen. I just want to kind of show you here before we finish out and go back to Blaine, just a couple key things. So let's go zoom back in on this. just really quick, I wanted to show you the screen. This is what the screen looks like on that beginning version, which gives us precise sewing of patterns, and it gives us the edge-to-edge features. If you go with the midline, which is our Pro system, you end up with more functions. This is where we end up adding the pattern design. We end up with that quilt CAD. We can record any type of pattern that we want. Yes, you can buy patterns online through many pattern stores on all versions, and you can output them. And then we also have a version of something that you can add as a gold feature, which brings some additional like fonts and what we call virtual long arm, where you can literally sew. If we step back out here again, you can sew any size pattern. You can sew a 30-inch pattern on the middle of your quilt if you wanted to. And so there's that kind of smarts in the system. So LJ, I know you've had a chance. You've quilted a few different things out. You've done some demonstrations. What has stood out to you most as far as like, wow, engaging with this was as easy? Was it more complicated? What were your thoughts once you started using the system?
Yeah, I would say one thing that I think kind of surprised me is actually how easy it was. Now, people always say like, oh, it's super easy. You're like, sure, right, sure. But no, it really was. Like I didn't know anything. It was actually one of the first things I'd ever really learned coming into the quilting world. And it really was just that easy. Like it was super simple. I had someone's like, here, boom, again, just kind of what me and Nathan did there. Is like this how you place pattern. I was like, great, boom. I finished a whole little quilt top. Like it literally is absolutely that easy. And I think that was probably the most surprising thing.
Now you free motioned as well. I know you've done some free motioning, and then you did the automation.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of a filling between the two of those.
Yeah. So I have done a little bit of free motion. Now I don't think I'm super good at like sketching or anything or doodles or anything like that. So really free motion for me, I find a little bit more difficult. So I love the automation because it kind of helps bring out more of my creative side, even though I'm not really good at, let's say, like sketching or anything, but it allows me to put that creativity onto a quilt. And so I love that with the automation.
Wonderful. So let's do this. LJ, we've talked about part of this. Blaine's mentioned pricing. We'll come back to that in just a minute. I wanted to kind of get a look at this machine. This is the 21 Pro, and I wanted to throw this. This is one of the last things I wanted to show. Really quickly, the automation can be added as an accessory whenever you want. When you buy a machine, you do not have to buy automation, so don't be swindled into it. If you want, it's a great accessory, and right now, I would try to get you to because it's on sale. It's at its best price. It's a wonderful price for you to get a hold of. So if you've ever considered it, now is the time to add automation to your system. Blaine talked about pricing on the 21. I think we were just under $7,000 without a frame, and then you can add a frame. Automation, I think, is just under $4,000. So you're looking at automated system, probably I think just under 15 on the 21 side. That is an amazing deal. Fully automated, professional long arm machine on a professional frame with automation at that price range. Can't be touched, okay? And that's one of the things that we really try to do. We also designed the software around you, the quilter, you, the end user. And what we've tried to do is not, hey, how should you use the system, but hey, what intuitively would you want to do, and how does the system respond to that? So we think that those are some very, very drastic differences that we have as a brand and as a company compared to our competitors, because it hasn't been, hey, we're going to try to develop something that people should use. It was like, hey, how do quilters want to engage with it, and then how do we make that easier?
Yes.
And there's been things as time has come on, we're like, oh man, why did it take us so long to make it so easy? Like, that's what it is. So again, you can put it on the 15, you can put it on a 19, you can put it on the 21 Pro. You can put it on several domestics if we can stitch regulate them. Check with Sewing Machines Plus if you're interested in that. The system, if you buy it regardless of the machine it's on, you can always use that same exact system with your upgraded machine whenever you change your machine out, if it's a unique machine. So it works up that chain with no problem. But LG, this is the 21 Pro really quick.
Yeah.
I just want to let's kind of take a slide shot if we can. I just kind of this whole machine maybe if we can from the side here. So we're going to zoom out. This is, and it looks very similar to our 21, the Pro. The big difference here is the screen. Again, internally, what we end up with doing is we have a much larger motor. There's a much larger power supply. You'll see that it has the same handle sets, but this system runs quicker. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to free motion quilt this a little bit. This thing, I would call it, it screams. Not really, but it's fast, because when you get to be a quilter and your skill set continues to improve, what we find is that you're wanting that machine to continue to keep up with you. So this machine is our premium system out there.
One thing I got to point out as well is what Nathan's doing is not only did we actually have the automation hooked up, but you can actually easily go into free motion, just like Nathan had showed there. So if you have the automation, say, hey, you know, I want a free motion, you absolutely can do that even with the automation.
Free motion, automation. Instantaneous, easy to do.
Yes.
So there you go. So I love this. This is our premium machine. So this is the top tier product you're going to find here at Grace Company. We're running it with our top tier software. We're running it on our top tier frame. This is one, if you thought that you were going to invest. Let me quickly tell you this, LJ. I love when somebody comes into Grace Company. What I like to find out is that usually if you can understand the tools, you'll know that the tools operate the same. Mm-hmm. There's this farce, there's this fad, this thought that, oh, it's for professionals only, or, oh, it's going to be harder, oh, it's bigger. That is not the case. What I like to say is that really is the budget piece and the convenience you're looking or you're wanting to get into out of the gate. So when you come in and you're a quilter, what I like to talk about is, again, most of our customers are those who have considered. Some of them have not really thought about quilting. They saw the Cutie, like, hey, this is pretty cool. It's great. Some of those people move into the 15. But if somebody's been looking at long arms and they've been trying to decide between the competitors and they look at Grace and they come in, it's an easy decision to decide where do we go, because really you're going to find, and what I mean by that is the decision can be, am I at a $5,000 to $6,000 or four to $5,000? That's 15. Am I 6 to 8? I'm a 19er, or am I an 8+, which is a 21? And if you have a budget that fits there, you really can choose the machine that provides the convenience, because the motion is the same. The on and offs are the same. The way they operate on the frames are the same. And so really what you can do is look and decide, are we ready? Are we at a spot where that convenience is it? Again, you can look at spacing. If you don't have space, then the 21 at this point is not ideal, because it does require the floor space for you to have it. If you have it, somebody usually say, well, Nathan, would I choose the 19 or the 21? Well, I could do the 21. It's just more convenient. You end up with more finished space. And if you can have the frame, then there's less management of fabric. So it's just actually an easier system to use. And so I just love to point that out with everybody who's watching as a quilter, as we kind of went through this again. Think about the journey today. If you've been with Grace, started with the 15 Pro, which is fantastic. We had a couple other 15s, went to the 19, still one of my favorites. We talked about the frames and talked about a couple of variations as far as accessorizing your home machine. Then we talked about the 21, which is our standard 21. We kind of refer to as the 21R. And now we're talking automation with the 21 Pro, and the automation, remember, can be put on everything. So that's kind of a pretty wide journey. But I would say is if there is a question, give Sewing Machines Plus a call, talk with them. They'll help ask a couple questions. They'll help get you slotted into the one that's going to work best for you right now. So Blaine, with that, I know that we have all the specials right now. We're on top of this. If you buy this 21 Pro, it has the same premium package that's coming along, the free accessory package as well. The automation is an add-on and an accessory that can be added to any package, or if you already have a Cutie machine, you can actually just buy that now as an accessory and put it on what you have at home. So Blaine, back to you. Talk about pricing here as we kind of move, and then we're going to do our last demo on cutting tools.
You're right, Nathan. And you know, what's so awesome about Grace is you're exactly right. We could start somebody out with just a frame with their domestic machine. We could add robotics to that. We could actually move them up to a 15 with a frame, 19 in a frame, or go all the way up to the 21. We can put them on anywhere from a 5-foot to a 12-foot frame, and we can start them out with the basics and automation and go all the way up to the Pro. So it's just a great system all the way around to start somebody who's just been thinking about quilting and wanted to start, or somebody who's been quilting for a while and want to upgrade into a bigger kind of Pro system. Y'all have it all. So guys, if we could, Roger, put that overlay. I'm going to tell everybody again exactly how you can get this. And again, guys, this is the Quilt Motion 5 Pro, and the what we're showing right now is the beginnings. And you can, again, it's $37.59 on this, and you can start out, and then we have the different levels. You can go to the Pro, you can upgrade it when you're ready, or you don't ever have to upgrade it. But if you wanted to get some more options and open up some more things, you can upgrade it to the Pro. And then they also have where you can do the Gold edition. You can add, and it just opens up some more things for you. But again, the price point is $37.59 to start out, and it goes to $55.99 to do the Pro. And then if you wanted to go to the Gold, it's $76.99. And again, guys, it's very upgradable. It's easy. And one thing about it, all three versions of the upgrades have in common, it's all robotic. It's going to put automation on your quilt machine. And this will also fit on some domestic machines like the Juki and a few machines that we also offer. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you have any questions about what machine it'll work on and how you can use it, because I promise you our staff can answer it. They are knowledgeable. They're experts on this. And we sell more Grace products than anybody in the country, and they know the Grace products extremely well. And Nancy Gray Rash out there is saying, I would love one. Nancy, what are you waiting for? Just pick up the phone right now. Give us a call. Even if you don't want to buy it, let us tell you all about it and how you can use it. Because I promise you, Nancy, you're going to fall in love with this, all the different things you can do with it. And again, if you match it up with that 21 with that continuing 2 frame on a 12-foot, you have got a pro edition quilting setup, which is unbeatable. So guys, again, we have special financing available. So don't delay. Give us a call right now. So we are getting ready to go, and we're going to go back to the Grace studio, and we're getting ready to talk about some products I absolutely love. And I think y'all may have seen these before. We actually looked when I was at the Houston Quilt Festival this year. We broadcasted live from there. Grace's booth, we went there, and they actually did some demos on the True Cut products. And what I love about this, Nathan was very instrumental in getting the True Cut products, and he'll probably tell you the story about his boss wanted him to come out with a better cutter, rotary cutter. And so he did. He helped invent some of these things and innovate them. And I tell you, I love those products. We sell a ton of these products. And guys, if you've been wanting some rulers and some great things that they offer, now's the time to look. They have this circle cutter that is just unbelievable. And so we're going to go back to the Grace Studios, and I think we're going to go with Mark. Martin is there, and we have somebody else with Mark.
Oh. There we go. Yeah. Mark, we're good.
Hey,
yeah, we're
partying. You were blending into the black block on the I couldn't see you.
Yeah, there we go. Well, thanks, Blaine. Just really quick, I want to get everybody who is watching right now, okay, be aware. One is I want you to get your credit cards out, and I want you to make sure you have Blaine's number to call, because you're going to want to call. You're going to want to get online, and you're going to want to call. Now, I don't just say that, because whenever we demonstrate, Mark has been with us for how many years now? 11 years. True Cut is a product that is dear to my heart. And I think I've shared the story. If you've watched or you've ever seen part of this, True Cut is dear to my heart. And the reason I say that is I personally I designed something. I self-taught in 3D design. Went through our owners like, hey, do cutting tools. And that's always my joke. I'm like, oh, hey, why would we do a cutting tool? And that's kind of one of the things from Grace is usually our customers are asking, and we're finding that there's these major challenges. And so Mark is going to do some demonstrations with us, but it's dear to my heart. And the reason I say that is what you're going to see, there's no trickery. Okay. There's no magic.
May look like trickery.
May look like trickery. There's no trickery. There's no magic. Like literally these tools work exactly like you're going to see. And we say that because our goal was not just to create another cutting device, not just another pretty ruler, not just something else that cuts circles, no, our goal is what is your biggest frustration? Mark, give me what is one of the biggest frustrations a customer would have while cutting? What's one?
Going out to no man's land.
Going out to no man's land. Have you done that? Yeah. Put your hand up. Give me a 1 in the comment if you've done that. Now, again, if you're giving me a 1, I'm telling you, get your card out or get ready to be on Sewing Machines Plus because it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. But going off to no man's land. What's the second thing?
Slipping and going over the top of the ruler.
Slipping, ruler sliding. And have you ever gone up on top? That's dangerous. All right, that would be another one. Keep the digits. Yeah. You probably know. Give me a number 2 if you by chance have ever gone up on top. Get your card out. Now, I'm not just saying that because one is you're going to find phenomenal prices, perfect stocking stuffers, and solutions to your biggest challenges. So there's 2. Give me a third. What's another big challenge somebody has?
Ergonomics, pain in the wrists.
Pain, wrist. Yeah. I have had stories, not good ones, about people who literally could not cut.
Yep.
Because when they're holding and they're gripping, there has been pain in their hands, in their thumbs, in their wrists,
their elbows,
fatigue over time, shoulders. Yep. Okay. That exists. If you're one of those who have done that and you've been cutting, give me a number 3. I'm looking at all these. There's tons and tons of number 2s. Yeah. Oh, I have, yes, scars to prove it, right? Cutting my finger.
Yeah.
2s. We got lots of 1s and 2s. Give me a 3 if you have ever had pain in any part of your body as you cut and you have found fatigue. Now, again, we're going to show you different pieces of these systems. Let me just preface this. Everything works with what you already have. So like, oh, why do I need another cutter? You don't. Why do I need another ruler? You don't. But if you think that at least the cutter is going to give you some solutions, like I'm seeing a ton of threes come through. Like there's these pains, Linda Brooks, Kim Aikman, Doreen Warren, like so many people are saying yes.
Michelle, 1, 2, and 3.
One, twos, and threes coming through. Okay. If that's the case, just know that you can complement your existing system. Just know that you can solve key pieces by just buying complementary parts. However, we're going to make it hard for you to not want to buy part of the system because we also have patented technologies that join and cause the True Cut system to be the easiest, the safest, and the most accurate cutting system. So that's what we're going to be showing with you. So it's really exciting. It's super fun. I love demoing this. I have people all the time like, oh, I already have cutting stuff. We do a demo, they start walking away with goods. In fact, it happens all the time.
So Mark, just get big, right?
They get big.
Just get big and like, whoa.
Now, again, I know there are other problems that we can come back and talk to, but why don't you go ahead and share with us, and what are you going to start with? What do you want to start talking about?
I'm going to start talking about our cutter, actually.
Okay.
My comfort cutter. So this, earlier we just brought up, how many of us slid or moved a cutter off no man's land, especially on the longer cuts, right? As we're cutting on the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, by the time we get to the top, we tend to want to move away from the ruler's edge. That happens all the time. This cutter has a guide equipped on the cutter. So I'm going to show this. I don't know if we can get
Let's do a close up here. Let's see where that is. There you go. It's right down here where my hand is.
There it is.
Yep.
So here is the guide. I'm moving it. I'm moving it around. So that is the guide. The guide interlocks with the ruler's edge. And that is really huge on keeping the cutter straight. So we eliminate by interlocking this guide with the ruler's edge. So right now I'm going to talk about the ruler's edge in a minute, but I'm going to show you the cutter. The cutter, we talked about fatigue in our wrists, in our fingers, in our elbow, our shoulders. We talked about going away from the ruler's edge. This cutter with the guide and the shape. Now I want you to throw a 1 in there if you think the shape of the cutter is unique, or like, oh, I don't know if I can.
It could be a little bit odd,
right?
different, right?
Odd,
yeah.
Right? You look at it like, I don't know if I could.
Like, all I've ever used is a straight one or a slightly bent one, right? Yeah,
that's right. Like Nathan said, he was the developer of this, and the reason why we developed this, the main reason is we didn't want to bring another cutter out to the market, right? The biggest challenge was for us to be different and unique that solves cutting issues. So the design of this, you can see what we did was move the blade towards the cutting surface. And so all the pressure comes from up above. How many of us grabbed our straight cutters and did something like this where we got white knuckles?
A lot of pressure, right? On the knuckle, your joints. Yep. And by the way, a lot of people will pick this up. They're going to go like, oh, this is how I need to cut.
Automatically,
Not the
right?
case. Yeah.
Or they go ahead and do something like this and this, right? So now they bend their wrist. I mean, just look at it. I look like a little dinosaur or something, right? I was like, I can't hold the cutter.
That just looks like pain, by the way. So yeah, that's pain.
Doing something like this. And I'm not exaggerating that because I know when you go to cut, the first thing you're going to do, I'm going from the side here, is we're going to move our wrist down.
So let's go and do a close up on this really quick again so you can kind of see them.
So I'm going to move the wrist down. So the wrist is bent. And I got to get pressure on there to get the blade towards or get the blade enough on the fabric, right? So let's go ahead and get back to the main camera here. Now we're going to eliminate that by the way we hold this cutter.
Sorry, I'm stepping in now. I just wanted to bring it because here's a straight cutter here. And it's one of ours. We love the straight cutter.
Let's go back to the close up.
But it's not ergonomic. So
it is. We got to get it. So we got to bend the wrist down. And we are going to get the white knuckles. So that's what we're going to look like. Or we're going to get our thumb, or we're going to hold it this way. So we're going to eliminate all of this with our ergonomic My Comfort cutter. So let's bring it back to the
step back here.
Yeah. Okay. Nathan, I love using this because this is where you see the eyes just get big, and like all of a sudden everybody who had a 1, 2, and 3, not only you are going to think of yourself who can use this, but you can start thinking about others.
Usually I like to think about this because you're going to see this. The first thing you're going to go like, oh, that's so great for the young ones, or someone gets started, and they're like, oh, that's so great for someone that's much older, and then pretty soon they go what?
To themselves.
It's perfect for me.
Yep.
It's perfect for you. This is perfect for you. So you're going to have those thoughts because we know that's what happens.
That's just what's been happening. Yeah. You brought up a good point. The younger generation, we talked about these issues. That's exactly why we don't want our granddaughters or our grandson or daughters, because
it's all over the place.
They're going to cut their finger. Yeah. They're going to damage my ruler. They're going to do whatever.
It's going to be expensive with fabric. All those things.
Yes.
Who knows?
Perfect system to get them started, to get you on the right track again. So I'm going to show you this. I'm going to quickly go ahead and cut Now, we talked about bending the wrist. Now, this isn't safe. I'm going to show you the reason why we can put just a palm of our hand on the cutter, Nathan, because that is where we hold this.
So let's go to our close-up on this. So
Yes.
let's show them how ergonomic this is.
This is, okay? So how many cutters do you know that you can hold by the palm of your hand? You can't, right? If I were to get this one in here and try to hold it by the palm of my hand,
Yeah, it doesn't work.
it doesn't work.
Nope.
Okay, now again, this isn't safe. I'm going to show you. I can hold the cutter by the palm of my hand. Look at that, it's right up. My wrist is straight. My palm is what's holding the cutter. My fingers they don't need to hold the cutter. I'm going to go ahead and move that right across and make that cut. Now, watch this. This is the same concept as this. All I'm doing is bringing my fingers in to support the cutter. I'm going to come underneath. I'm not squeezing the cutter. Again, I just brought it to support it. My finger goes over the top and my wrist is staying straight. Now I'm just going to roll that right along to make those cuts without white knuckles, without gripping the cutter, without bending my wrist. Now, let's get back to the other camera here. You could already see how useful and important the cutter is just by the way we held it.
Here's what I hear, Mark. You do that, and they're like, and then they try it. And then what do they tell you once they start doing this? They're like, I don't have to put any pressure.
No,
what
no
they say.
pressure.
Now, there is pressure.
There is pressure.
But
from
that's
the palm.
because it comes from the palm. I love to talk. When you stand up from a chair, think about a chair with armrests. What do? We use our palms, put pressure
Push
down.
up, yep.
So that's one of the best places that we can put pressure, not on our fingers, not on our wrists, not on our elbows, not on our shoulders. If we can do that, we can balance that in the palm. We end up with that strength. And people just like, this cuts like butter. And the reason is because there's already a natural spot for your body to create some pressure without it creating stress on the joints.
That's big, and that's big. So right now, that is huge. So you're going to have the ergonomics. Your wrist is staying straight, no more white knuckles, and you're going to cut forever. We all know if you want to make a quilt, what you got to do, Nathan?
Cut.
You got to cut.
Least favorite thing, and because trust me, I love choosing fabric. You love patterns. Yes. You love piecing. Some of you might like quilting, and now you like it maybe more. Cutting is at the bottom. There's been surveys and results. The least favorite thing to do is cutting. And that's why a lot of you be like, well, that's why I have this tool. And that's why I use this press thing. And that is true.
That's right. Yeah. So now you're going to be able to cut, finish your piecing, do your quilting pain-free. And I'm serious about that. Pain-free, literally in your fingertips to your shoulder, because that's what we use more of. How many of us, when we go to cut, lift your shoulder up, right? To get the string
over the top of it.
Over the top, right?
Here we go. This is what we do. Boom. I'm cutting.
So eliminate that. So not to focus too much on the cutter. That is, now you can already see the ergonomics is straight, everything, right? Now let's solve the cutting away from the ruler's edge, right?
Veering and moving off the ruler, yeah.
All the rulers, and I know the bundle that we're talking about, you guys can see the rulers next to me. This is the entire bundle that I think
Ultimate Cutting Collection is one of the things we're presenting today.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of our rulers, they're just not the standard ruler. You're going to notice first that there's going to be holes all throughout the ruler. All right. This is perfect for marking through your fabric, for holding as well. But the star of our ruler is our guide. I'm going to go ahead and show you this guide. You can see that there's a taller edge down both sides of our ruler.
Let me do this. Keep that camera. I'm going to walk it up because I just want to be clear on this. And this is a little bit different here. Give me a second. Let's see if we can get in here.
Focus on that.
Focus on it. Give me a minute here. Let me step in front of it. Focus on me. Oh, it's not working. I wanted to show you. There's an edge right here. I really want everybody to try to see that.
Yeah. So if we can, if you guys can see that, I'm going to hold a different angle. So right here, you can see the sides, right? You can point at the top here, so you can see that. You can also see on this side, you can see that the taller edge. Okay, that is the star of the ruler. All right, I'm going to bring it, keep it on the close up. We talked about the guide earlier, right? That black guide. That guide, I'm going to interlock with the ruler's edge. Okay, so that blade, as we are speaking, is already against the ruler at this point. Let's go ahead and get back to the main camera. Okay.
So what we're talking about is one, you already just were showing me a couple details on why the ruler is going to be better and safe. You gave me an edge. You talked about some functions, right? Holes and some other pieces that give you something that, again, no other ruler can do. And then, Mark, bam, is what I wanted to say. You locked the cutter over the edge of the ruler to connect them for the entire cutting process.
That's right. That's right. Bam is right. Now, from bottom to top, as we go to cut, my blade is already against my ruler's edge. And look at that. If I were to do that normally and press against it, right, my ruler is going to be sliding all over the place. Right now, my blade is against my ruler's edge. I can go ahead and make that straight cut, which I'll do right now. I'm going to open that up.
Put that back on there really quick. I want to show them. I love this. This is one thing I like to do. watch this. If I go to pull to the right, what happens? That moves. Can you see how that's just, they're tied together? I love to show how that guide literally locks that blade right next to the ruler. So I love locking those two together. That is the patented system that we actually have with the TrueCut system. That's right. Is that special locking guide and that track that keep those two married together. That's right. Like a train track. You get on it and you're not getting off of it.
That's right. You're going straight every time. So let's go ahead and make that straight cut. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to cut. I'm going to open up. So the cutter has a safety. So yes, it is a safety mechanism. So you can see that the plastic black is going over the blade to keep it safe. So yes, there is safety to this. I'm going to go ahead and open that back up. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut. Now, watch this. I'm going to go right up the ruler track. Straight cuts. I'm going to move it over this way so we can get a better angle of me going right at there again. So I'm going to go ahead and put that right on there. And look at this. Okay, straight cuts every time. Every time you're going to get those straight cuts. And if you noticed, let's get back to the camera. Let's get back to the step back on that. Okay, if you noticed when I was holding the ruler, how many times we have to walk up the ruler? That's another issue, right? Walking up the ruler. Because I interlocked the blade against the ruler's edge, I can simply go ahead and again, I'm going to make those cuts all the way up, holding down here at the bottom, not needing to walk up, and I still have those straight cuts every time. So straight cuts every time. My comfort cutter with the ruler. So we eliminated the veering away from the ruler's edge. If we can get the, if we can step back on the camera here. Wonderful. Tracking guide system. You'll have the straight cuts easier, safer, more accurate. There's no tricks, very easy. All we're asking is that the guide, Nathan, right, interlocks with the ruler's edge.
Let me share this. This is the story. Individuals, again, you gave us a 1, you gave us 2, you gave us 3 for these bigger challenges. We have had customers write us back in, not, again, randomly because we just sold them another cutter. No, they have written. We've had one of my favorite stories, and I say this because as the actual designer of this ergonomic cutter, it was a team effort with the patented locking system and everything else. But one of the things I love is we had a quilter write back and said, hey, I'm back to doing what I love most. And that was quilting. She could not cut. So periodically she would have to have a friend come over. She would have a son come over. She'd have other family members come over and try to cut, but she had pain in her joints and her hands and her arm. And so she literally couldn't cut the quilts out. And so she was not quilting. And so this system has been able to give her back one of her joys. And I just love saying that because that's part of what really happens. Yes. These are not false things. These are things that you see. You can talk to anybody who's used TrueCuts. I'm pretty sure that we're going to have a lot of, I'm seeing here, I love my TrueCut products. You're going to see all sorts of things, amazing tools. People who have used this, people who have decided to put these in their stocking, who decided to give them to a friend, who decided to bring them home because they wanted to add and solve their biggest challenges, have found that they have done that. And they're not going back to anything else because the patented system, the technologies, the innovation that Grace Company has brought together in TrueCut is something that you cannot find in any other product. So I just wanted to quickly say that really quick because it's really fun because that's kind of where we're at. Now, Mark, I'm going to kind of move you along because we have a few more minutes. I know there's other things of this that I want you to kind of point out to people too. So
the bottom of our rulers, we have our True Grips. That's the #1 item we sell. And it's funny because when we talk about the cutter, the rulers, they're like, oh, I never heard of TrueCut. But if we were to show the True Grips,
here we go.
Bring them all in.
The set's going to come with 5, but this is something you probably have heard about these. We do a close up on this here, so you probably have seen this. Let's do that close up one more time, Russ, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, they're the True Grips. You probably have bought them. You probably bought a couple. You've probably given them friends. This is part of the TrueCut line. So
that's right. One of the innovative products. They are clear adhesive rings that go on the back of the ruler, Nathan. So we talk about the ruler stayed put. That's how the ruler stays put. They are clear adhesive rings that go on the back of any ruler to make sure that when you go to cut, it does not go anywhere.
Holds them in place.
Holds them in place.
So Mark, talk about the rulers that are going to come. Now, again, really quick, so you know, you can buy independent things, but what you're going to see is there's a couple specials that Sewing Machines Plus has that we brought together that are some tremendous savings. In fact, let's go to Blaine really quick. Let's talk about what this is, then we'll come back and amaze you with a couple other things.
Yes.
There's multiple rulers. There's a lot of things in what we call the ultimate cutting solution. So let's go back to Blaine, if we can, for just a couple minutes, Blaine, to talk about some of the specials that you guys have for all the customers that are watching right now.
All right. Thanks, Nathan. Guys, this is the TrueCut Ultimate Cutting System, and we absolutely love the TrueCut products. And guys, if you want to go check out all the things that we have, go to our website. Up in the search bar, type in TrueCut, and it'll take you right to that page. But let me talk about this ultimate system. This thing is $213. You see it right there. And guys, there is so much packed into this. And again, we have a call-in special, so give us a call on this, but it's normally $213.53. Give us a call on this. But I want to tell you what all's in this collection. So you're going to get my Comfort Cutter, the 5-pack of blades, the Comfort Curve Grip. The Comfort Guide works with ruler track, customized handle inserts, works with rotary blades of many brands, and you can get it left or right-handed. So that's that rotary cutter I'm talking about. That thing, guys, you saw Mark demonstrating that. That thing is awesome. Then you're going to get the True Cut cutting mat. It's a 24-inch by 36-inch. It's double-sided for extended use, and it's self-healing surface on both sides. So again, if you know what a self-healing mat is, I'm telling you, man, when you cut them, they just heal up. It doesn't leave the marks on the mat. That is awesome. Then you're going to get that True Cut 360-degree precision circle cutter. And again, you saw them demonstrate that. That thing, it makes precise ruler markings. It has it on there. It's a locking center point, no fabric bunching whatsoever. It makes a clean cut, accurate curves and circles. And I mean, it couldn't be any simpler to cut that. It's going to come with the 5 packs of the True Grips that you saw. You're going to get a 3-inch by 18-inch ruler, a 6.5-inch by 24.5-inch ruler. You're going to get a 6.5 by 12.5-inch ruler, a 6.5 by 6.5 ruler, a 9.5 by 9.5 ruler, a 12.5 and by 12.5 ruler, and then you're going to get that triangle ruler 3-pack, and then the non-slip pad. So guys, again, you're getting a ton of products all bunched into this ultimate system. And this is the ultimate system cutting collection from True Cut. And guys, I tell you, we sell the heck out of these things. So again, I go to the website, go up in the search bar, type in True Cut, go to that product page and look at all the different products we have for that. But again, guys, this special is our Countdown to Christmas special on this. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit the website and you can speak to one of the live chat agents and they can help you out as well. But this is a great system. And when you call in, just tell them you're calling in for the True Cut Ultimate Cutting Collection and they can help you out. So let's go back to the Gray Studio and with Nathan and Mark.
Great. So Blaine, coming back to that, you're absolutely right. Just so you guys know, this is over a $400 value. A want Sewing Machines Plus is doing as a call-in. So this is absolutely ridiculous. Again, you can buy pieces and parts. Sewing Machines Plus, they have several different items on there that you can buy onesies or twosies or threesies of, or I just want rulers. But Blaine, with this, this is the ultimate cutting collection. It's the best gift for you. It's the best gift for a loved one. It is everything you can possibly think of in the system. So
that's right.
Nathan, you're getting so much stuff. People say, well, that'd be a great stocking stuffer. You would have to have a big stocking to stuff all this stuff in there. Super big. So much.
That's right. Get a big stocking. Get 3 or 4 stockings. Just put them in a row.
So I know we're about done with our time, Blaine. I wanted to do one quick wow piece. Mark was going to show you one of the other fun items, just this circle cutter. We're going to just do a close-up. We're going to take a look and just come back and reconfirm what that package is, and then Blaine will kind of go with that. But let's just do one quick last piece that we can show customers. Let's go ahead and work. Close-up camera here is what we're looking at. Mark's going to show you our 360 circle cutter.
So just like you said earlier, Blaine, the wide skid of this is going to keep the fabric down. I'm going to go ahead and show this up here like this. So here's our circle cutter from 2 to 12 inches. Perfect circles every time. Go ahead and put that right on. It keeps the fabric from wanting to bunch, just like you had mentioned earlier. I'm going to go ahead and press down the pin to hold it down. Look how simple this is going to be as I go all the way around. Perfect circles every single time. You can cut up to 3 layers of fabric if you wanted to do your circles. So those who are looking at doing circle quilts, we know that the issues that can come about with circles as well, with different tools, right?
Where are they at? What size bowl am I using? If you haven't, it's a perfect tool. In fact, it goes from 2 to 12 inches.
That's right.
And then Mark, let's just kind of quickly, because we're about done here. So I know you have the mat, we have the non-slip pad as part of this.
So we have the 24 by 36 mat as well. Double-sided mat. So you're basically getting 2 mats for the price of 1. But in this combo of just over $200, $213, you get this mat with everything else. So this mat is double-sided.
The non-slip pad, which we have right here as well. So this is coming with part of the kit.
That keeps the mat from sliding.
Keep that all together.
Then, as you mentioned earlier, Blaine, there are several rulers that you get in here. So you also have, again, the mat, the rulers, the circle cutter, the My Comfort cutter, the non-slip pad, the 5-pack of True Grips, and the 5-pack of blades. This is the ultimate cutting collection that's going to keep you straight. It's going to keep you accurate. It's going to keep you safe. It's going to keep you having fun. It's going to keep a smile on your face, all while saving money to your wallet.
So with that, Blaine, we're going to come back to you again. We love demonstrating this. Again, if you were at a show and we were talking to you, one, you're not going to get this kind of a deal. Two, you're going to be walking away with something. As we went through and we asked everybody to give us a 1, give us a 2, give us a 3 if you had different types of problems, struggles, strains, slipping, moving. This is the system that solves those. It makes cutting, it brings back in the simplicity. It brings back the enjoyment, Mark. It makes it easier. It's going to make you be more successful in cutting. We talked about easier, safer, and more accurate. So I appreciate it. Mark, thanks for all your demonstrations.
Yeah.
We'll go back to you, Blaine. Nobody should pass up on this. If you got it, now's the time to call.
Hey, you're exactly right, Nathan. And great job, Nathan and Mark. And, you know, we always love Grace being on our shows. And guys, again, y'all did not disappoint today. Great, informative demonstrations. And, you know, again, great pricing. And thank you, Nathan, for working with us so well on the pricing and getting these great prices we can pass on to everybody for, you know, the countdown to Christmas savings. And anyway, I know that we'll see y'all again real soon. I know in 2022 we got a lot of stuff planned as well.
A lot of stuff going.
We'll see y'all then. Y'all have a
Thank
Merry
you. Thanks,
Christmas.
Blaine. Thank you, Blaine. Enjoy, everybody. Enjoy Sewing Machines Plus
Happy
customers.
holidays.
All right, guys. Hey, what a fun two guys right there. You know, Mark Martin and Nathan Erznoznik. We always love Grace coming on our show. And again, guys, these savings we're giving y'all today on the Grace products are incredible. And again, you know, this ultimate true cut system, cutting system, you know, what a great Christmas gift this would be. And guys, again, you know, we're advertising that price at $213. Give us a call. Hey, we've got a great special on this today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if the phone lines are busy, we know they've been busy all day. They're going to put up that Google Sheets link in the chat. And guys, we're not closing today until 6 p.m. Pacific time. So you still have time to get in and call. And if you can't get through the phones, put that Google Sheets and they're going to call you back. Just put your name, phone number, and what product you're looking at. And again, there's that great Ultimate Cutting Collection special with all those products that are involved. And, you know, again, great demonstrations by Grace on that. So again, guys, hey, we're coming to the close of our show. We hope that y'all enjoyed today. A lot of demonstrations. And I tell you, man, all the way back from the start this morning with Baby Lock, all the great machines you got to see. And then naturally this afternoon with Nathan and his team, so many great products. And again, we're going to be back here tomorrow. Again, we're going to start at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time. And we're going to start the stream. I'll come on about 15 minutes after the hour. And we'll have a fun day tomorrow. We got a great lineup tomorrow again. And today we're going to give some stuff away. And speaking of giveaways, Roger, got to tell them about the 10 for 10. So again, we have this 10 for 10 promotion going on. And y'all see it right there. So we asked everybody, we wanted to hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Y'all listened, went out and subscribed, and we hit that number. And we said, when we hit that number, we're going to give a $10,000 sewing machine away. And this is what we're doing. We have that Brother Stellar XJ1 sewing machine and embroidery machine with the luggage you see right there. It's coming with it. It's got that rolling tote bag. It has the embroidery unit bag. And we're going to throw in one of our world famous Sewing Machine Plus mats, sewing mats to sit it on, to you know, take that, absorb that vibration and the sound, and just protect the surface it's sitting on. And a great combination there. You see on the screen, it's over $11,000 value, and so we're going to give that away absolutely free to one lucky viewer. But here's how you can win. We're going to pick. You know, we picked a finalist yesterday, and we gave you that phrase that pays, I guess you'd say, the little code. And it was, you know, Santa Blaine, all capital letters. We found a winner yesterday, and that she qualified for the finals. Today, we did the same thing. So today's the word. What was the word, Roger? It was countdown. So countdown, all capital letters, got you entered today. and then we're going to draw out our second finalist today. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and give some stuff away. We're going to give away some of our event bags. And so we're going to give 2 sets of our event bags away, and everybody loves these event bags. They have unique sayings on one side, has our information on the other side. And our first winner, Andrea, is Rebecca Barlow. So congratulations, Rebecca Barlow. Send us an email to sewing machine or contest plural at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and just let us know your shipping address, and we'll get that whole bag bundle out there to you. This is a $49 value, or you can buy them individually at $9.99 on our website, but we're going to send you all 8 bags, all 8 colors there. All right, so let's get us a second winner, Robin Anderson. So congratulations, Robin. Same thing, Robin. Send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we will get those sent out to you. Just put your shipping address on there, and we'll get those out to you as soon as we get that information. All right, next up, we're going to give some of our world famous sewing mats. And again, guys, these come in 6 different colors, 3 different sizes. You get a medium, a large, and an extra large. That medium is for your small machines like or Serger. The large is for your medium-sized machines, and the extra large is for the top-of-the-line bigger machines that have the embroidery units on it, the combination machines. And those colors you see, that great, blue is that brother exact match blue. The gold is the exact match Baby Lock gold. Then you got the red that matches the Bernina and Janome. You have the pink, and then what I like to call the North Carolina Tar Heels light blue, and then the LSU Fighting Tigers down in Baton Rouge, that purple. And again, guys, pick which one you want, what color, what size, and who's our first winner, Andrea? Jeanette Yeager. So congratulations, Jeanette. And again, just give us a email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com and tell us what size you want, what color you want, and give us your shipping address, and we'll get that right out to you. All right, Andrea, pull us up another winner, Patty Phillips. So congratulations, Patty. And again, Patty, just send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com and give us the size of mat you want and the color and your shipping address, and we'll get that out to you. All right, next up, guys, we are going to give away a sewing machine, and this is our very own Encore 260A. We have this machine made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. We love this machine. We're going to throw in a free extension table with it. This is a $350 sewing machine, and the winner of this is Adalia Gutierrez. So Adalia Gutierrez. Congratulations, Adalia. Again, how you're going to collect your prize is send us an email to contestplural at SewingMachinesPlus.com. and give us your shipping address, and we'll get that right out to you, Adalia. All right, so what everybody's been waiting for, we are going to pick our second finalist for the $10,000 sewing machine we're giving away Friday. And again, guys, I'm going to tell you, it reminds you how you can win this. You have to go on, like today, we gave you that code word, and it was countdown, all capital letters you put in the chat during the day today. And then you have to be a subscriber to YouTube. And Andrea runs her little computer report. It pulls a name out, and then that name is going to be our second finalist today. If you didn't win yesterday, you didn't win today, no worries, because again, it starts over tomorrow. You can compete tomorrow for that third finalist entry, and Thursday the same way, and Friday we're going to pick the 5th one the exact same way. And then all those 5 names get put in a hat, and I'm going to, live on the show, I'm going to pull that name out to announce the winner on Friday afternoon. So who is our next finalist, Andrea? Right there it is, the $10,000 sewing machine, Crystal Harrell. Congratulations. So Crystal Harrell, you're our finalist on day 2 that you're getting in there. And so great stuff. And again, guys, what a great show today. And who was our first finalist? Belinda Bryan. It was Belinda, right? Belinda Bryan. So first day, yesterday, our finalist was Belinda Bryan, and then we have our finalist today, Crystal Harrell. And so there's two ladies right there, everyone, that's going to be in the finals on Friday to win this $10,000 package. So good luck to everybody. And again, tomorrow's a new day. Everybody, get out there and make sure you subscribe. And in the first thing in the morning, I'm going to give you a new code word to put in the chat. and we'll go from there. So guys, we sure appreciate everybody tuning in today. We hope we had a few little audio problems here and there today, and I think some streaming problems. It was storming really bad out here in Southern California today, raining and wind, and so I don't think it worked too good on the internet stuff, but hopefully it wasn't too big of an inconvenience for you. And again, guys, we will be broadcasting tomorrow. We're going to start at 8 a.m. Pacific time. That's 10 a.m. Central time with the stream. I'll come on about 15 minutes after the hour, and then we're going to start our first presentation. It will be 30 minutes after the hour. So we hope that all y'all will join us again, and we sure do appreciate you coming today, and hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll see y'all first thing in the morning.